drawn or something, you know, from a very early age. And I mean, the saddest thing really was that I think after my mother left, you know, we were both quite traumatized. And Diana...
They are at the moment facing a real crisis. Meghan and Harry's crisis, completely of their own making, is they have no major projects, no major money earners. And so they're more desperate than ever.
Meghan herself.
And Meghan herself.
In the months before she met Harry, was setting up.
Tom Bower just dropped a claim about Meghan Markle's 2026 financial crisis, and it's the kind of detail her PR team definitely wouldn't want spreading around. Reports talk about $23 million worth of unsold jam sitting in storage, the Archewell Foundation being listed as delinquent in California records.
The implosion of the Sussexes. Meghan Markle's Archewell charity scam and as ever lies have finally been exposed, and an astonishing double blow for the fake.
A Netflix show that allegedly landed around 1,217 in the platform rankings, and a public image that once promised billionaire-level success. Tom Bower has built a reputation for digging deep into stories like this, and now people are paying attention to what he's saying about where everything could be heading. Some analysts believe the situation surrounding Harry and Meghan may be entering a rough phase, and the discussion around it is only getting louder. Here's the part many people miss. Some viewers look at Harry and Meghan and think, they're still wealthy, so what's the big issue? But Bower's argument isn't only about money.
Absolutely, but don't even believe that there were 5 options. What you really saw were Harry's and Meghan's fantasy narrative, which they call the truth.
He claims it's about a slow unravelling of a carefully built brand, something he predicted years ago that, according to critics, is now unfolding in plain sight. Bower reportedly spent years researching the couple. He spoke with over 80 sources, including former staff, royal insiders, and Hollywood figures. The portrait he paints is dramatic, a story of bold ambition meeting the unforgiving reality of business and public expectations.
She is hoping that she's going to become a billionaire off all of this, which again is total insanity. I think the woman's expectations are so unrealistic.
This is the same woman who stepped away from one of the most powerful royal institutions in the world, secured a $100 million Netflix deal, launched a lifestyle brand, and created a charity platform while telling the public she planned to make a huge impact. Now Bower claims the numbers, the documents, and the timeline tell a much different story, and he says he has the receipts to prove it. Let's start with the Archewell Foundation, because Tom Bower says this is where the most revealing part of the story really sits. When Harry and Meghan launched Archewell back in 2020, the message sounded powerful and inspiring. They described it as a humanitarian mission, a project named after their son, Archie, designed to promote compassion, service, and positive change around the world.
Their problem is that they've got no future. I mean, as ever, all her products, of course, is a complete disaster. She's got no Netflix series. She hasn't got any project at all. And they are literally wallowing in in a maze where to go. It's and so predictably.
That was the public story everyone heard. But Tom Bower lays out a very different version of events. According to Bower, and according to the Foundation's publicly filed 990 tax documents, which anyone can check, he argues the numbers tell a story that raises serious questions about how the organization actually operated. Here's what those filings show. In 2021, Archewell reportedly received about $13 million in donations, which became the Foundation's strongest financial year.
Are they insane? What is happening? There is complete and utter chaos going on. The Meg and Harold are taking their rebrands far too literally at this point. Archewell, their charity effort, has not only changed its name from a foundation to philanthropies, which is even worse branding, I might add.
That was also the period when major media deals were being announced and public attention around the couple was at its highest. But the numbers began shifting fast. By 2024, reported donations had dropped to about $2.1 million, down sharply from $5.3 million the previous year.
Money is officially drying up for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. As more and more news of the dissolution of Archewell Foundation comes forward, it's very, very clear that this restructuring is due to a lack of one very, very key thing, which is money. In fact, Harry and Meghan sold themselves to a dinner table at $100,000 a pop to raise money for Archewell.
At the same time, total expenses for that year reached roughly $5.1 million. When people look at those figures side by side, the gap immediately stands out.
There's been leaked financial details from the Archewell Foundation that's quite fascinating because it shows that there's two donors who've given one of them 15 million and one 3 million.
But Harry doesn't want to know any of that truth. That's the trouble with Harry. He just likes, because in his simple way, the paparazzi murdered my mother. Well, it wasn't as simple as that at all.
Then comes the detail Bauer says raises the biggest eyebrows. Out of that $5.1 million in spending, roughly $1.25 million reportedly went toward charitable grants and programs. The remaining funds, nearly $4 million, were listed for things like salaries, security costs, travel, and administrative expenses. Reports suggest security alone could run close to $2 million a year, and critics say that is a huge amount flowing through a charity structure. Tom Bauer's argument is blunt. He claims Archewell was never set up like a traditional philanthropy at all.
And I predicted it in the book, but even I would not have thought it'd be that accelerated. I think personally, I think they've separated their professional lives, but I think what's really a great problem for them now, as of in the last few weeks, is that Meghan has got no real income anymore. She's finished.
Right.
The Netflix series is over. There's no great podcast. They don't generate any money. And I don't see where she is going from here. I think she has a major problem. And I think as of this week, the signal for her great problem.
Instead, he believes it functioned more like a financial vehicle connected to the couple's larger business deals, helping manage income from entertainment and publishing projects. Now, to be clear, structures like that are not unusual in the United States, and many wealthy figures use foundations in similar ways. But Bauer insists the Archewell situation stands out, and he says the reasons for that only become clearer when you look at everything else happening around the same time. And this is where Tom Bauer says things start getting really revealing. At its peak, the Archewell Foundation reportedly had just 5 employees running the operation. By the end of 2024, that number had dropped to only 2.
The Channel 5 investigation as to the state of the Sussex's finances. Now, we know they didn't move to a 2-bedroom cottage somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They're living in quite a large mansion in Montecito. And one of the things that Prince Harry made very public when he left the royal family, one of the things that he was quite disgruntled about was the fact that his father basically cut him off financially. So really, they were in a state where they had to make a lot of money and a lot of money fast. He blundered in a video and said, the Netflix deal was an idea that was pitched.
3 staff members were let go during what was described publicly as a rebrand, meaning around 60% of the entire team disappeared almost overnight. Some former staff were reportedly told the charity itself might be shutting down. Then suddenly, Meghan's team stepped in and walked that claim back. Around the same time, the Archewell website quietly went offline during the transition to what was called Archewell Philanthropies. To critics watching closely, the situation looked confusing and messy. Tom Bauer says this kind of situation fits a pattern he has talked about before.
Years ago, we were talking about Meghan Markle running for president. And what a decline, how irrelevant they've become today. Do the Sussexes still pose an institutional risk, or are they now culturally sidelined?
I mean, an institutional risk to the British monarchy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. A huge risk.
Really?
Absolutely, because there's no doubt as they become more desperate.
According to him, when problems appear, the story often shifts, websites vanish, and a spokesperson appears with a new explanation while hoping the public doesn't look too closely. But this time people were definitely paying attention. Then came an official warning that made headlines. The state of California issued a delinquency notice stating that Archewell had failed to file certain required documents properly. Because of that, the organization was technically not allowed to raise or distribute funds until the paperwork issue was corrected. For a charity presenting itself as a global humanitarian effort, critics say that kind of notice is not just a small paperwork mistake. It sends up a bright warning signal that something behind the scenes might not be running smoothly.
I mean, extraordinary that the non-disclosure agreements are so draconian, so watertight, that nobody dares sell their story. I mean, that is what's quite astonishingly clever of Meghan and her lawyers, to protect their reputation and all the dreadful things that have happened in Montecito behind the high walls. But my book reveals a bit more about that, my future book. But that's a teaser.
Now shift the focus to As Ever, because if Archewell looks like a slow financial stumble, Bauer argues this brand launch looked more like a dramatic business misfire. He warned from the start that Meghan's commercial strategy might rely more on image and hype than on solid business planning. When As Ever launched in April 2024, headlines exploded with excitement. Many reports claimed, "Meghan's jam sells out in hours." The publicity wave worked perfectly, but then something strange happened. Online shoppers discovered that by adding huge quantities of products into the As Ever shopping cart, the website would reveal the actual inventory numbers behind the scenes, and what they found shocked a lot of people. Now here's the number that made people stop and stare. Reports claim Meghan Markle could be sitting on around $23 million worth of unsold products tied to the As Ever brand. That's a massive amount of inventory stacked in storage warehouses. According to the figures being circulated, there could be 137,455 fruit spread gift boxes still sitting on shelves.
I think the problem with Meghan is that she never actually says anything in interviews. It is so carefully controlled, so carefully chosen what she's going to say, that she says really pretty well nothing. Now, is it because she's got nothing to say, or is it because she is fearful that if she did move off the benign script, she would actually get into real trouble? I think it's the latter. She's clever enough to know that to retain her mystery and status, she should reveal nothing about herself.
Just revealed how catastrophically bad things are going for Harry and Meghan. Archewell is essentially done. Any aspect of their charity has essentially collapsed completely, and it's been revealed for what it really always was, which is a publicity stunt. They were completely and utterly willing to throw aside the people they were supposed to help, and now we have the situation where it's all their art. It's just artifice. It's just there for show, and Harry and Meghan just don't have a lot of hope going into 2026.
And the recent sales numbers, some critics point to look tiny in comparison. In one reported 24-hour period, only 26 units were sold. At that pace, some observers say it could take years to clear that inventory, especially since these products are food items that come with expiration dates. And the jam boxes are only part of it.
Want to get into the details of this, Brittany, because the details here matter, given that everything Harry and Meghan do is topspin, trying to convince the world, and very often the mainstream media are sucked in, that everything's okay, but it's really not. And the first revelation in regards to Archewell is that the charity is down to just 2 staffers.
Not Harry and Meghan, and she didn't want to play second fiddle.
That is so true.
Reports claim there are also 44,000 jars of orange marmalade.
They are using Archewell to fund their lifestyle, not to change the world, because the security bill alone said to be around $2 million a year, with money flowing out of the charity. So Archewell actually recorded total expenses of $5.1 million, according to its latest 990 form. Salaries for 2024 were listed at $913,000. Expenses were up 54% year on year, soaring from $3.3 million.
Around 62,000 candles and nearly 80,000 packs of decorative flower sprinkles that still need buyers. Critics say that's a lot of product waiting for demand that hasn't fully appeared yet. Tom Bauer's explanation for this situation is blunt. He argues the original sold-out headlines may have been created through a very small launch window.
Other expenses recorded at $2.9 million. Meanwhile, donations and grants to the group dipped from $5.3 million in 2023 to $2.1 million in 2024. Insiders skeptical of how Archewell, which doled out $1.25 million in grants in 2024, can continue. The source said if they're shooting out grants, then that's a net loss and they're not bringing in that much money.
According to his theory, only a limited batch, possibly just a few hundred items, was released at first, just enough to spark excitement and trigger headlines claiming instant success. Those headlines then helped build the image of huge demand. But Bauer believes curiosity doesn't automatically turn into long-term customer loyalty. Many people may try something once, especially when it's trending online, but repeat buyers are what truly keep a product alive. Some online reviewers were not impressed either. One person compared the taste to Smuckers at $36 a jar. Harsh criticism like that can spread quickly across social media.
I believe it is clear exposure of what Archewell really is. A PR project, nothing more. It's disgusting.
It really is, Dan. And one of the things is that Harry and Meghan have always said service is universal. They're going to be doing charity in the States and all these things. And it's just completely and utterly false. It was just a lie from the very face of it. And we've seen this endlessly. Meghan praises herself constantly for being this great humanitarian. But when you really think about it, what has she done? I mean, even before she married Harry, she was part of World Vision.
Then there's the Netflix factor. Netflix is reportedly connected to the As Ever brand in a limited way, but Tom Bauer claims the company hasn't committed major resources to it. According to him, the platform appears cautious about putting serious money behind a product line that still looks speculative. Bauer even uses a phrase to describe what he believes is happening with Harry and Meghan's larger Netflix partnership right now. Slow ghosting. The $100 million deal that once looked like it would turn them into huge global content creators now seems far quieter than expected. For example, the show With Love, Meghan was not renewed for a third season. Bauer also points out something else interesting. He argues there wasn't truly a full second season at all. Instead, it was essentially one season divided into two parts, and the viewing numbers behind it tell a very different story than the early headlines suggested. The viewing numbers created another wave of criticism. Reports claim With Love, Meghan ranked around 1,217 on Netflix, while the holiday special reportedly landed even lower, somewhere near 1,500 in the rankings. For someone with enormous global attention, a major streaming platform, and a deal rumored to be worth close to $100 million, critics say those numbers looked surprisingly weak. Tom Bauer's explanation is sharp and controversial. He argues Meghan struggled to offer something viewers felt was fresh or authentic.
I find really abhorrent. Well, I go further than that. I mean, all those things can be excusable as youth and all the rest of it. But the support of Meghan in her full story about the conversation, which was banter, and I know that from first hand, and was really inconsequential, to support that, that was his act of folly, because he was already a grown man at that stage. He knew the consequence of it. It was pretty gross.
The problem lies is the fact that Harry and Meghan, when they do have a camera in front of them and when they are in a position to communicate with the public, they're not promoting that charity. They're typically complaining about what's going on in their lives or what happened 4 years ago. So people don't know that there's an opportunity there to collaborate with them and make the world a better place with their charity.
According to him, the content often appeared overly controlled and carefully staged, which made it difficult for audiences to connect with it. Bauer says Meghan seemed determined to position herself as a lifestyle icon similar to Martha Stewart, but critics claim the final product sometimes looked far less impressive. One moment that circulated online showed simple snack preparation, moving pretzels from one container to another, which sparked jokes across social media. Several production insiders reportedly told Bauer that Meghan was extremely focused on how she appeared on camera. According to those accounts, a lot of attention went into lighting, angles, and styling. Critics believe that level of control sometimes removed the relaxed feeling lifestyle shows usually depend on.
Haven't been back since. Why wouldn't you nurture that popularity? It's nothing they do makes sense to me.
We come to Was Never, as Lady Colin Campbell has christened Meghan Markle's lifestyle business. Now, Brittany, you have been on this right from the start. It has been obvious that this business is a disaster. So much of the smoke and mirrors in the early days of the launch of that business was connected to the scarcity strategy, which meant that virtually no product was put on sale, right? So that it would sell out. And so that she got the good headlines, or what she thought was the good headlines. But now, the true extent of the stock available for As Ever has been revealed.
In Bauer's view, the final result felt less like a natural cooking or lifestyle show, and more like a performance carefully designed for the camera. Some viewers noticed details like perfectly styled hair and polished presentation when they expected something more casual and authentic.
Will it take Meghan Markle 9 years to get through her signature fruit spread gift box stock? That's seemingly what the math says, as an error in her As Ever website allows customers to not only see the entire amount in stock, but purchase them to the tune of over $5 million. This gives the greatest insight to the failure of As Ever so far, and the continued failure of Meghan Markle to manage products, websites, and brands, as this kind of information should never be publicly available.
Bauer also claims Netflix executives began realizing fairly early that the content might not become the breakout hit they hoped for. According to him, the platform may have initially stayed patient because they expected larger projects down the road, possibly a major royal documentary or a deeply personal interview series. Instead, what audiences mostly saw were lifestyle segments focused on things like flower arranging, hosting tips, and specialty food products. Bauer describes Netflix's current position with one striking phrase: slow ghosting.
This is just a small snapshot and not an overall indicator. It seems to confirm what many have suspected. Meghan Markle's As Ever gamble was a time suck and a money drain. It just seems that the audience for the products is rather small, and massively overstocking seems to indicate a lack of market research and overconfidence that will result in product waste. Only time will tell how long this company will last, and then you have quite rightly given credit to Saint Meghan Markle subreddit and the user KikiLove777 for discovering this obvious error in the website. Brittany, this is disastrous. This is catastrophic. It proves what you have been saying for some time, that As Ever is a flop, is a disaster. But the fact that this has been allowed to happen, Brittany, shows you what a shoddy, substandard, amateur hour business Meghan is running.
In his view, the remaining first look agreement may simply allow the company to quietly step back without making a dramatic public announcement. In the entertainment world, that can sometimes look like the professional version of not returning someone's calls. While these media and business questions were unfolding in California, another dramatic moment was happening across the Atlantic. Prince Harry appeared in a London courtroom, testifying in his lawsuit against the Daily Mail over alleged phone hacking between 2001 and 2013, years before Meghan entered his life.
Really does. I was shocked, Dan. Like when I first initially saw this post on X about it, I was like, no, there's just no way, because there's so much misinformation out there about Harry and Meghan in some ways. But then I was actually putting the numbers in, and you're getting stock counts. And I'm like, you should never, ever see that on a website. And in case, unless they have like one or two left, they will let you know that. But to have potentially 37,000 fruit spreads sitting out there is astronomically bad. And to move them so slowly, again, this was just anecdotal, is insane. And to think that the website is so poorly constructed that you can see any of this information, again, just proves how poorly managed this business is, how much of a terrible businesswoman Meghan Markle is, and how much she didn't put any forethought into this and how little it's moved.
But during the testimony, the hearing took an emotional turn. Harry became visibly upset and said, "They've made my wife's life an absolute misery." That moment quickly spread across headlines, adding even more tension to an already intense public story. And here's the detail that made many observers raise their eyebrows. During that testimony, Harry was speaking emotionally about his wife, even though the case itself focuses on events that allegedly happened years before he ever met Meghan. Tom Bauer's interpretation is blunt. He believes Harry has become so deeply influenced by Meghan's narrative that even when discussing events from his own past, the conversation still circles back to her. Critics say that dynamic became very visible during the courtroom exchange. Then things became even more tense.
I'm hearing that they have huge financial problems. That you know, they are eating into capital, and that they've sort of, to an extent, been for much of their marriage into some capital, and also he doesn't have that amount of money. People seem to think that because he's the king's son, he's rolling in money. He never was. I mean, in terms of Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, he's poverty stricken, but they have financial problems. And a part of those financial problems are that Netflix is not funding the manufacture of the produce. The way Harry and Meghan presented the deal was that they would be partners with Netflix.
According to reports from the hearing, the judge had to step in 3 separate times. Each time, Harry was told to stop arguing with the opposing lawyer and simply answer the questions being asked. Imagine that moment for a second, a High Court judge repeatedly reminding a royal prince to stay calm and follow courtroom procedure.
The hope was that Netflix would fund, and the fact is that Netflix's funding was very limited for the first line of what was never produced, and because they were not prepared to put up good money on something that was so highly speculative. And the proof of the pudding, Dan, is in the eating of the figures, because according to Meghan, the line was sold out within 45 minutes. That tells you that the produce was in the low thousands. Several years ago, Arnold Scarsese, the great American Canadian couturier, put me in touch with QVC to do a jewelry line. And I spoke to the head of QVC about it.
While all of this unfolded in London, Meghan was reportedly back in California, active on social media the same day the testimony made headlines. Critics quickly pointed out the contrast. On one side, Harry appeared emotional on the witness stand. On the other, Meghan's online presence looked calm and carefully curated. Tom Bower has argued for years that Harry ultimately made his own decisions, but he believes this moment captured the public dynamic around the couple perfectly.
What happens in situations like that is that you have to fund the merchandise, which has to be at, they figure, well, it might sell 30,000. So you might then say, well, we'll buy in 25,000. So the stock has to be there for when the merchant is merching the merchandise on the television or on Netflix or wherever it's going to drop.
The image of Harry becoming emotional in a London courtroom while Meghan continued posting online became a symbol critics say doesn't reflect well on either of them, and the stakes in that lawsuit could be massive. If Harry were to lose the case, legal analysts say the total legal costs could climb into the tens of millions of pounds. That's a serious financial risk, especially at a time when other income streams appear uncertain. This brings us to Bower's bigger prediction about where everything might be heading. He believes the couple's financial situation could become extremely difficult if their current spending continues. According to Bower, maintaining their lifestyle could require between $400 million and $600 million in long-term capital. Harry's personal wealth is often estimated somewhere around $35 to $40 million. That's still a large amount of money, of course. But critics argue it may not be enough to sustain the level of security, staff, travel, and property expenses tied to their current life. Meanwhile, several of their major projects have slowed down.
Prince Harry broke down in big boy tears as he gave some testimony today in his lawsuit against the Daily Mail, claiming that they have made his wife's life an absolute misery. Well, Harry, I'm sorry. Why does that have any bearing on this case at all? You're talking about articles that were written between 2001 and 2013, 3 years before you allegedly met your wife. So what does Meghan have anything to do with this trial? Well, as the answer turns out, it has everything to do with Prince Harry's motivation and his miserable existence right now, because his wife is miserable, she's making his life miserable, and everybody's living in absolute misery.
Netflix activity appears quieter than expected. The As Ever brand reportedly holds millions in unsold inventory. Archewell has faced operational questions, and Spotify ended its partnership years ago. When you line up all those developments together, Bower says the bigger picture starts looking far more complicated than the glossy headlines once suggested. Another story that raised eyebrows involved a reported fundraising dinner tied to Archewell, where access to sit at the table was said to cost around $100,000 per seat.
I've never believed that my life is open season to be commercialized by these people. To act in the public interest is to interest the public. I fundamentally reject that. Having my life, like others, commercialized in this way since I was a teenager, delving into every aspect of my private life, listening to calls, blagging flights so they could see where I was going. It was a time when everyone was in competition with each other.
Critics quickly jumped on that detail. Tom Bower argues that moves like this reveal how much pressure may exist behind the scenes. His view is simple and blunt. If a public brand reaches the point where people are paying huge amounts just for proximity to the personalities behind it, Bower believes it suggests the brand itself may already be losing its natural momentum. Then there's the ongoing battle over security in the United Kingdom. Harry has been pushing hard for taxpayer-funded protection while visiting Britain, arguing it is necessary for safety reasons. But Tom Bower believes the situation may also carry another layer.
Did he actually donate to Archewell through this charity buzz thing to sit at the table with Harry and Meghan so Meghan had a buffer and he could get a tax write-off? I don't know how much money he makes, but that's just a funny idea. But this is a couple who had everything and they seemingly have squandered it.
According to Bower, the security fight could also be about regaining relevance inside the UK, potentially reopening communication with the royal establishment and King Charles. And Bower has made another controversial claim as well. He believes the motivation behind a possible reconciliation might involve financial stability as much as family relationships. Reports suggest King Charles has not changed his position. According to royal commentators, the king has remained firm that public funds will not be used to support Harry's personal arrangements. Even when Harry mentioned "my father's grandchildren" during courtroom discussions, analysts say the palace stance reportedly remained unchanged. Bower also warns that the current moment could be a sensitive one for the royal family. In his view, when public figures lose major income streams, the temptation grows to monetize whatever attention or connections remain. That can include speaking events, interviews, documentaries, or future books, all of which still draw public interest largely because of their royal ties. And that leads to one of the most repeated statements Bower has made over the years. He once said, "You cannot build a lasting brand entirely on victimhood."
I mean, an institutional risk to the British monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. A huge risk.
Really?
Absolutely. Because there's no doubt as they become more desperate financially and reputationally and seeking a purpose, they will do some very foolish things. And whatever Andrew has done, they will double the problem because they will not be controllable from London. So I do think that after Andrew, Charles and William do have this problem with the Montecito royals. Yeah.
According to him, audiences eventually move on. Not always with anger, but with something far worse for public figures: indifference. Bower believes that shift may already be happening by 2026. The outrage that once dominated headlines has cooled, and the intense fascination that surrounded the couple for years appears to be fading. What critics say remains is a strange snapshot of the moment. A lifestyle brand reportedly holding over 137,000 unsold jars of fruit spread, a prince becoming emotional in a London courtroom during a case unrelated to his wife, and a charitable organisation that at one point faced an official delinquency notice from the state of California. For Tom Bower, the story he has been telling for years is now being reflected in public records, court transcripts, and business results. In his view, those details are slowly writing the final chapter themselves. If this story shocked you, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe so you don't miss the next breakdown. There's a lot more happening behind the headlines, and we're going to keep digging into it. Drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Meghan Markle's latest monetization bid looks set to be her most sick stunt yet, as she puts her latest was never wardrobe onto her new website.
Meghan Markle just caught in one of her biggest as ever lies yet. And also, in news that will surprise absolutely no one, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are apparently wildly unhappy.
Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Scam-A-Lot, that little huckster, she still doesn't seem to have real good quality control at her brand as ever, as you know.
Meghan and Harry put up with this all the time over there in California. I think maybe we should start a crowdfunder for them.
Maybe just a part of her would say, let me try something different. Let me do it differently. Everything that I've done in the past has failed.
Someone paid $58 for a box of luxury chocolates from Meghan Markle's brand, as ever. And when the package finally showed up,
a apparent lie that Meghan Markle has just been caught in regarding her as ever products. Now, Meghan over the weekend was promoting her new jams.
the reaction was pure disbelief. What arrived at the door has people asking some serious questions about what is really going on with the brand. And the situation looks far worse than many reports have suggested. Most people have dealt with a disappointing delivery at some point. Maybe a package arrived late, maybe something got damaged during shipping, or maybe it just did not look like the photos online. Those things happen, and usually people move on without much drama. But this is a different kind of disappointment. When customers spend nearly $60 on a product marketed as premium, luxury, and carefully made, expectations naturally go way up.
I received a candle without a wick, and I remind you of this every single day, okay? The wickless candle has become a recurring character on the show. It's gonna start charging me an appearance fee, I don't know.
People expect something polished and high-end. Instead, one customer opened her package and found something that looked completely different from what had been advertised. The customer recorded the entire unboxing experience, and the footage quickly caught attention online. The caramel appeared to have melted through the chocolates, and several pieces had merged together into one large, messy lump.
Over the weekend, something went so viral, okay? A young woman received chocolates from Meghan Markle's brand. It looks like some type of PR package. She's got the jams and the jellies and the flour sprinkles that I've tried. They're right here. If you remember on this show, I tried them. The chocolates seem to have melted, but it's not just that they melted. They look like they've absolutely just disintegrated, like they weren't packed properly. And if you are selling a food product, right? If you're selling food like chocolates or jams or jellies or whatever the hell it is, you should be able to get it to the consumer and the customer still intact.
Even the protective packaging insert seemed stuck to the chocolate itself. Rather than looking like an upscale treat, the product arrived looking damaged and far from presentation ready. What makes the story even more uncomfortable for the brand is that this was not an isolated incident. Serena Williams, one of Meghan's closest friends, also received the same chocolates and shared her own unboxing video online. Even though Serena remained positive and smiling throughout the video, viewers quickly noticed that her chocolates appeared to have the same issue. They had also melted together during transit. While Serena handled the situation with grace, social media users immediately began comparing the two unboxings and pointing out the similarities. Now, the brand faces an awkward reality. Two separate unboxings, two highly visible complaints.
Also, I just got this in the mail from my friend Megan, and her penmanship has always been amazing from like the 100 years I've seemed to have known her. She sent me a beautiful box of chocolates from her brand as ever. You guys should check it out. I debauched it. She's like so classy, and I'm just like, look at this. This is nuts. Anyway, the chocolate was beautiful and it was delicious. I don't like chocolate, but I've been killing those. So good. Candles, ginger cashmere. I couldn't pronounce the other word. This one is amber, water lily. Another word I can't pronounce, but it looks good. I love candles. Thank you. I love you.
And both moments spread rapidly across the internet. When customers pay $58 for a box of chocolates, they are not just buying candy, they are buying the experience and the quality being promised. These viral videos have raised questions about whether that promise is being delivered consistently. But here's the wild part. The chocolates are not even the most awkward product story making headlines this week. Not even close. Enter the As Ever #5 Oni 9 candle, priced at $64, hand-poured in California, and placed inside what the company describes as a beautiful ceramic vessel. Yes, a vessel. That is the word used in the product description. The candle is said to be inspired by what the website calls the ease and joy of a day that holds Meghan's most cherished memories. Her wedding day, May the 19th. At first glance, that sounds like a sweet idea. A candle inspired by one of the most important days of your life. You picture happiness, celebration, sunshine, laughter, and unforgettable memories. It sounds like exactly the kind of story luxury brands love to tell. However, the conversation around the candle has taken an unexpected turn. Over the years, reports have circulated claiming that concerns were raised about the scent inside St. George's Chapel before the royal wedding.
Right? The bar is on the floor. The bar is so low it's in the 7th ring of hell. We're not expecting much here from any celebrity brand, especially Meghan Markle. But when I look at these chocolates, imagine opening this. What is this? This is just diabolical. So shout out to this woman. I'm so sorry. Maybe Meghan Markle can reach out and say, listen, let me offer you a refund. Let me send you something new. Let me give you something to make up for your troubles. But then again, if you are ordering products from Meghan Markle's brand in a sincere way, not like me, just because you want to try them on your ridiculous podcast, if you're ordering Meghan Markle's products for real, you got to take a good look in the mirror and question where you stand in life.
According to those reports, there were discussions about potentially introducing fragrance solutions ahead of the ceremony. Those claims have been widely discussed, although accounts and interpretations have varied. That is why some critics online have found the candle's marketing particularly ironic. The product is presented as capturing the feeling and atmosphere of that special day, while old stories connected to the venue continue to resurface and spark debate. As a result, social media users have been having a field day with the contrast. And the candle drama does not stop there. Some customers have reportedly shared complaints about receiving candles that allegedly arrived without a wick. For a product priced at $64, that quickly became a talking point online. After all, a candle without a wick leaves buyers unable to light or fully use the product as intended. Naturally, these stories spread fast. Between the chocolate complaints and the candle criticism, the brand has found itself dealing with a growing list of uncomfortable headlines. What should have been premium lifestyle products are instead becoming the focus of online discussions for all the wrong reasons. And as surprising as all of that may sound, it is still not the biggest issue in this story.
But of course, if she's lying about this, she can be lying about everything, is what proved. Apparently, she's selling this candle on the website. She's peddling a massive lie at the center of her latest as ever launch, unveiling a $64 scented candle inspired by her wedding to Prince Harry. Even though she always complained, apparently reports say she complained about the St. George Chapel's smelling musty ahead of the ceremony.
Everything discussed so far may be embarrassing and potentially damaging for the brand's image, but what comes next is on an entirely different level. While customers were posting photos of melted chocolates and sharing complaints about candles, another report was quietly gaining attention behind the scenes. According to reports circulating in fashion circles, Meghan Markle is said to be exploring the possibility of launching a clothing line. And what has really caught people's attention is the reported source of inspiration behind it. According to these reports, the concept is said to draw inspiration from the style of Princess Diana, not necessarily her formal royal wardrobe, but the relaxed, everyday looks that became iconic around the world.
Apparently, she wanted to spray air freshener all around the venue before the guests arrived. So is this a candle that just reminds her of the scent of that air freshener or of the actual musty St. George Chapel? But here it is, the new scented candle, which we have also on her website, $5.19, because, you know, it's the day they got married, May 19th. Our signature scent, modern and elegant, love at first light. I see what she did there. Number 519 is the feeling of warm sunshine and blue skies, surrounded by love and laughter. This signature candle is inspired by the ease and joy of a day that holds Meghan's most cherished memories, her wedding day. May 19th, bright and refreshing, with quietly grounding notes of Moroccan mint, white tea leaves, and a back note of woodsy cardamom.
Think crisp white shirts, straight-leg jeans, simple layering, and the effortless style that made Diana stand out from so many public figures of her era. Before going any further, it is worth understanding why Diana's image continues to carry so much weight decades later. For many people, Diana represents far more than fashion. She is remembered for her humanitarian work, her public compassion, and the way she connected with people from all walks of life. Her impact extended well beyond royal headlines and magazine covers. Many who remember Diana firsthand often point to moments that defined her legacy. Visiting AIDS patients during a time when stigma was widespread, bringing attention to landmine victims, and engaging with people in ways that felt personal and sincere. Those memories remain powerful for millions around the world, even today. That is why reports about a Diana-inspired fashion project have generated such strong reactions online. Supporters see it as a tribute to a style that remains influential decades later.
Number 519 fills the room with a soothing, welcoming fragrance that remains our founder's tried and true favorite, housed in a beautiful ceramic vessel. A vessel. This candle is hand poured in California. Oh my, hand poured now. We get to actually, it's not made by AI. Are candles not typically hand poured? I guess they could be done in machines. But there it is. This is the signature candle, guys. Wow. Wow, that's $64. I mean, what a ripoff. What a massive ripoff. So yeah, she's hawking this thing saying it's the smell of the wet day, but apparently that's just not true. Musty smelling chapels, what it actually was the big day. The branding dramatically jars with reports that she wanted atomizers inside the chapel because she disliked its scents.
Critics, however, question whether drawing inspiration from such a well-known public figure, especially one with deep personal connections to the royal family, could spark controversy. Fashion commentators quoted in various reports have noted that Diana's image remains one of the most recognizable and influential personal brands in modern history. Because of that, any project associated with her style is almost guaranteed to attract enormous public attention. Some analysts argue that the commercial appeal of those fashion references is obvious, while others believe the topic requires careful handling due to the emotional connection many people still feel toward Diana's legacy. Adding even more fuel to the discussion, some observers have pointed out similarities between certain fashion choices Meghan has worn over the years and outfits that Diana famously wore. Those comparisons have circulated online for a long time, with supporters viewing them as respectful nods and critics viewing them differently. But a potential clothing line would take the conversation to a completely different level.
She is still selling her clothes on some weird website that she's allegedly an investor in. Let me read you about this. So she's back to being an influencer. After listing her As Ever promo, she has since listed her outfit. We have it up on the screen. She's monetizing her fashion through an AI styling platform, One Off. Okay, it should be called Knockoff.
Wearing an outfit that reminds people of a historical figure is one thing. Building a commercial fashion collection reportedly inspired by that image is something else entirely. If the reports prove accurate, the project could become one of the most talked about and closely watched ventures connected to Meghan's brand yet, with supporters and critics both watching every move very carefully. And watching much of this unfold from a distance is Prince William, a figure who has spent most of his life under intense public attention. William was just 15 years old when he walked behind his mother's coffin in 1997, a moment that remains one of the most remembered images in modern royal history. Over the years, he has generally chosen not to comment publicly on speculation involving his mother's legacy, and that silence has often led people to draw their own conclusions. One thing that has consistently stood out about William is that he rarely responds directly to public controversies or media narratives, whether that approach reflects restraint, strategy.
She is preparing to launch a fashion line inspired by Diana, the Princess of Wales, after posting what sources told RadarOnline.com was a carefully curated glimpse inside her Montecito wardrobe. So this is the picture with Lily. We've discussed it in depth, but Radar reports the post has now prompted gossip that Meghan was using it to tease an expansion of her lifestyle brand as ever into fashion. Industry observers also noted reports about sizing charts for adults and children's t-shirts briefly appearing on the As Ever website before being removed. A fashion insider source revealing to Radar at this stage, people within branding and fashion circles tend to assume that every image Meghan releases publicly has been very deliberately considered beforehand, right down to the styling, color palette, and positioning of products or labels in the background.
Or simply a desire for privacy is open to interpretation. What is clear is that he tends to let others do the talking while he carries on with his public duties. Now, speaking of moments that caught public attention, let's talk about the scone story, because it is both amusing and surprisingly revealing at the same time. During a recent radio interview, Prince William shared a warm and personal memory about his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II. The conversation was relaxed and lighthearted, and at one point he mentioned how the late Queen liked her scones prepared, with cream first and jam on top. It was a simple detail, but listeners loved it. The story spread online quickly, with many people enjoying the glimpse into a family tradition that felt authentic and relatable. Not long afterward, Meghan Markle posted a video featuring scones prepared with cream and jam in the same style. That timing immediately caught the attention of royal watchers and social media users, who began debating whether the similarity meant anything at all. Of course, there are several possible explanations. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been planned long before the interview aired. It could simply reflect a common way of serving scones. Without direct evidence, nobody can say for certain what was behind the timing. However, critics argue that this is why the moment generated so much discussion online. Some observers believe there has been a recurring pattern in which public moments connected to members of the royal family are followed by content that appears similar in style, theme, or presentation. Supporters dismiss those claims as overanalysis, while critics view the similarities as noteworthy.
Sources told Radar Markle is exploring a collection influenced by the late princess's famously understated style, particularly the white shirt denim and tailored casual wear combinations that became synonymous with Diana before she died in Paris aged 36 in a high-speed car smash in 1997. One insider said Meghan understands exactly how powerful Diana's image remains globally, and that leaning into those visual parallels is strategically very smart from a branding perspective. But because Diana's legacy is still so emotionally charged, any attempt to monetize echoes of the style risks being viewed by some people as cynical or exploitative. No sugar, Sir Sherlock. Another source added the white shirt and jeans formula associated with Diana carries enormous symbolic weight because it represented glamour without stiffness and royalty without intimidation.
Whatever the explanation may be, the debate itself has become part of the story. What might have been a small and harmless baking video quickly turned into another online discussion, with people examining every detail and drawing their own conclusions about what it all means. According to some royal commentators and online observers, the similarities between certain royal headlines and Meghan's social media content have become increasingly noticeable over time. They argue that responses often appear quickly, and that the gap between major royal moments and related online content seems shorter than it once was. Whether that is intentional or simply a result of intense public scrutiny remains a matter of debate. but it has certainly become a talking point. Adding another layer to the discussion is a recent appearance Meghan made in Geneva at a World Health Organization-related event focused on the impact of social media on young people. The event itself received far less media attention than some of her other public appearances, and that sparked a fresh round of commentary online.
Another fashion source said what Meghan seems to be developing goes far beyond the idea of simply attaching her name to a celebrity fashion label. The impression within the industry is that she's attempting to create an entire aspirational universe around her personal image, where clothing, homeware, wellness, entertaining, motherhood, and luxury living all operate together as part of one carefully managed brand identity.
Photos and reports from the gathering led some critics to question attendance levels, while others pointed out that audience size does not necessarily reflect the importance of an event or its message. Still, the images quickly became a subject of discussion across social media platforms, where perception often becomes part of the story. Following that appearance, Meghan's social media activity and brand-related content continued to generate headlines. Videos, product promotions, lifestyle posts, and new launches appeared in rapid succession, leading some commentators to speculate that there was a broader public relations strategy at work. Critics viewed the timing as an effort to shift attention toward new topics, while supporters argued that brands regularly schedule content releases regardless of outside news cycles. Either way, the conversation around the products continued to grow. From chocolate complaints to candle discussions and lifestyle content, attention remained fixed on the brand and its public image. Yet some analysts believe those headlines may not be the most significant challenge facing Meghan right now. The bigger question, according to industry watchers, involves influence and relationships within elite fashion and media circles. That discussion intensified after the recent Met Gala, widely regarded as one of the most important events in the fashion world. Every year, the gala attracts major designers, celebrities, executives, and trendsetters who want to be seen at one of the industry's most prestigious gatherings.
Also, over the weekend, Meghan Markle is copying Prince William and Catherine once again. You know, anytime William and Catherine do something, Meghan Markle has to copy it. She's a little bit of a copycat. She has no original ideas. Prince William was on a radio show and he spoke about scones. Let me read you a little bit about this. So he went on a radio show where they brought up scones. When the host asked how he liked his scones, he said the way he learned from Queen Elizabeth is how he loves to eat his scones. Now, Meghan immediately comes up with a post about the scones and she puts her cream and her jams on just the way William said. So I think Meghan does watch William and Catherine very closely, because Catherine will wear something, then suddenly she's wearing it. Catherine will be out with the kids. Suddenly Meghan is back posting those weird Children of the Corn pictures of her children, Archie and Lily, from the back. Okay. I told you. All the Meghan Markle family albums, the kids are going to be from behind the back of their heads, okay? So I believe this. I believe that Meghan Markle, she probably saw the clip going viral online, on Twitter, and on social media, and she decided, let's do some scones. And she probably thinks that this is really getting to the royals. Hello, they're real royalty over there, okay? They're not bothered or concerned with you. Now,
Meghan Markle was not among the attendees, and that immediately became a topic of speculation online. However, it is important to note that guest lists for events like the Met Gala are private, and claims about invitations are often difficult to verify publicly. Even so, commentators have continued to discuss the role of Anna Wintour, the longtime editor-in-chief of Vogue and one of the most influential figures in fashion. Because of her enormous influence within the industry, any perceived relationship between public figures and the fashion establishment naturally attracts attention. Reports and speculation have circulated regarding how certain media appearances, public statements, and high-profile controversies may affect relationships within those circles. Whether those claims are accurate or not, one thing is clear. In the world of fashion and celebrity branding, perception can be almost as powerful as reality, and every move is watched closely. Another topic that continues to generate discussion involves Meghan's standing within the luxury fashion world and some of the industry's most influential figures. For years, Anna Wintour has been one of the most powerful names in fashion.
Meghan Markle is stunningly oblivious to her own hypocrisy, and that is definitely beginning to damage her in the eyes of the public and, more importantly, really, the eyes of the media. You can't avoid the stark comparison between Meghan Markle posting and exploiting her daughter on Instagram and then her complaining that children are being exploited by social media companies. The hypocrisy is just plain for anyone to see. And when it comes to her, let's say, authority on the topic, she has failed massively. There were zero crowds for this event. In fact, most people who walked by that we saw from Meghan Markle's own feed kind of sort of ignored her. And the reality is, I think that's most of the world. Most of the world does not take Meghan Markle seriously, and it's really beginning to show and damage her reputation.
As the longtime leader of Vogue and a central figure behind the Met Gala, her influence reaches across media, fashion, and celebrity culture. Reports over the years have noted that she has shown admiration for members of the royal family, including Catherine, Princess of Wales. Those connections have often fueled speculation about relationships between royal figures and the fashion establishment. At the same time, Meghan's name has frequently been linked to rumors involving major luxury brands. One of the most talked about examples involved Dior. Industry observers and media reports speculated for months about the possibility of a partnership between Meghan and the famous fashion house. Such a deal would have generated enormous attention and could have significantly boosted both her personal brand and her business ventures. In the end, however, no official ambassador agreement was announced. A similar conversation emerged around Balenciaga. Meghan attended one of the brand's Paris fashion events, and reports highlighted her presence there. That immediately sparked fresh speculation about a potential future collaboration. Yet despite the rumors, no major partnership has been publicly confirmed. Then there is Netflix, a relationship that has attracted intense scrutiny since the company signed Harry and Meghan to a highly publicized production agreement worth a reported 9 figures. Over time, media outlets have published a variety of claims about the partnership and how it has evolved behind the scenes. One particularly attention-grabbing report came from Variety, which discussed rumors surrounding interactions between Meghan and Netflix leadership. Those claims were widely circulated online and became the subject of considerable debate. Netflix disputed aspects of the reporting, and public appearances involving company executives later added even more discussion to the story.
And it shows her huge lack of popularity and the fact that the mainstream media just don't care about her, rather than going away and thinking, okay, how can I strategize about this? What do I need to do better? How can we turn this around? She immediately has to throw something against the wall. So it was obviously the wedding pictures, but also this, P. Dinah. And I just wanted to know what you thought of the new weird image for Was Never, which to me almost looks like, because there's the other one from last week too, where it's almost like creepily seductive.
Around the same period, online observers also focused on the couple's anniversary celebration. Some commentators pointed out that there appeared to be relatively little public recognition from celebrities compared with previous years. Others argued that private congratulations often happen away from cameras and social media, making it impossible to know what occurred behind the scenes. Regardless of where people stand on those debates, one theme keeps resurfacing. Relationships and influence matter enormously in both Hollywood and the fashion industry. Every partnership, every appearance, and every public interaction is examined for clues about who remains supportive who is keeping their distance, and what opportunities may come next. And beneath all the headlines, business launches, brand speculation, and celebrity gossip, there is still Prince Harry, a public figure many people have watched for most of his life, now facing a very different chapter from the one that once seemed mapped out for him. Prince Harry's story remains one of the most talked about public journeys of the modern era. Many people still remember the young boy walking behind his mother's coffin while the eyes of the world watched. It was a moment that left a lasting impression on millions and became one of the defining images of a generation. Years later, Harry served in Afghanistan on 2 separate deployments, an experience that earned respect from many people, regardless of their views on the controversies that would follow. For a long time, he was seen as one of the most relatable and popular members of the royal family.
Only visible anniversary wishes seem to be from the British Airways crew, who had apparently been informed about the anniversary beforehand. You poor thing, Meghan Markle, life really does humble you. And then she posted this video, and it was very effective, P. Dinah, because it showed how these people do love celebrating their friends' moments, usually. But even the people who maybe remain close to her, and there's not many of them, know that it's sort of professional suicide these days to choose to be associated publicly with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Someone who appeared determined to carve out his own path while still honoring his responsibilities. Now, however, reports and commentary from various sources paint a very different picture. Some claims suggest Harry has become increasingly reflective about the life he left behind. Reports have speculated that he misses parts of his former world, including family relationships, long-standing connections, and aspects of the life he once knew. While none of us can truly know what he thinks in private, those reports have fueled endless debate across both the media and social platforms. According to various commentators, the contrast between Harry and Meghan's current priorities has become a major topic of discussion. Meghan continues expanding her business ventures, public projects, and brand initiatives, while Harry is often portrayed as taking a quieter and more reserved role. Whether that portrayal is accurate or not, it has become a recurring narrative in coverage of the couple. That brings us to the question at the center of this entire story. When you look at everything that has happened over the last several years, how do you see it? Do you believe Harry fully understood the consequences of the choices he made and is now living with the results? Or do you think he is only now beginning to realize the true cost of those decisions, both for himself and for the relationships he left behind?
All else fails when everything is going disastrously wrong. There's always a stunt involving an airplane. But guess what? Today I can reveal that Meghan Markle's fakery with British Airways has just been exposed. To that very shortly. But we also got...
It is a question that divides opinion completely. Some people see a man who exercised his freedom and made his own choices. Others see someone who may be reflecting on what was lost along the way. There is no simple answer, and that is exactly why the debate continues to be so intense. What is clear is that the challenges surrounding the brand, the media scrutiny, and the endless public speculation show no signs of slowing down. Every new product launch, every public appearance, and every headline seems to spark another round of discussion. Meanwhile, the future remains uncertain, and many people are watching closely to see what happens next. Now I want to hear from you. Drop a comment below and tell me what you really think. Is Harry a victim of circumstances, a willing participant in the path he chose, or perhaps something in between? Share your thoughts because this conversation is far from over. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and share it with others who follow royal news and celebrity stories. Your support helps the channel grow and keeps these discussions going. Thanks for watching, And check out the next video on screen now. You won't want to miss it.
Bring Harry and Meghan back into the fold? And what on earth was Sarah Ferguson planning to do with the late Queen's corgis? Clone?
Something is shifting inside the British royal world right now, and it is not coming from a polished palace statement or one of those staged photo ops everyone is used to seeing. No, this is coming from someone who has been watching everything quietly, staying patient, and now, according to multiple insiders, finally getting ready to speak up. Sarah Fergie, the Duchess of York, is sitting on 4 major secrets, and these are not small details you can brush off. These are the kind of revelations that could seriously shake Harry and Meghan's carefully built story. Not just challenge it, but flip the entire narrative that millions of people thought was already settled, locked in, and done. Before we break down those 4 secrets, and yes, we are going deep into every single one, you need to think about something. What happens when someone with real insider access to one of the most private and powerful families in the world gets cornered? Financial pressure, public scrutiny, doors quietly closing. What does that kind of pressure actually create? Because that is exactly where Fergie is standing right now. And when someone holds that much history, that much access, and that much untold information, things can get very real, very fast. That is why this situation matters more than people realize. Stay with this, because by the end, it becomes clear why Harry and Meghan are reportedly more uneasy about Sarah Ferguson than almost anyone else connected to this entire situation. Once you start connecting the dots, the timeline, the relationships, who was close to who and when, you begin to see why this is different. This is not just another royal voice adding commentary. This is someone who was right there, close enough to see what others never could. To really understand why Sarah Ferguson matters right now, you have to look at where she stands in all of this. And her position is something no one else can copy. It sits right in the middle of family ties, long history, and unresolved tension that never fully went away. She's not speaking on behalf of the palace. She's not chasing headlines off second-hand tips. She's not guessing from the outside. She lived it. She was married into the core of the royal family. She raised her daughters inside that world. And even after everything changed, she kept those complicated long-running connections with the Windsors alive for decades. She's been there for the conversations, the private moments, the decisions, and the relationships the public has never been allowed to see. That is not rumour. That is not guesswork. That is simple reality. It is about where Sarah Ferguson has stood, who she has been around, and how close she has been to the centre of this story the whole time. And that is exactly why her current position feels so explosive. Reports say Ferguson tried to pitch a tell-all memoir to major American publishers, allegedly hoping for a deal worth around $2 million. And what happened? Silence. Some publishers reportedly did not even answer. Others are said to have passed on it almost immediately, with barely any interest at all. Think about that for a second. This is not some random public figure trying to cash in on a headline. This is a former royal duchess, the mother of 2 princesses, a woman whose life has been packed with public drama, personal setbacks, health struggles, money problems, and repeated attempts to rebuild her image. By any normal standard, that is a huge story. So when someone like that cannot even lock in serious interest from a major publisher, it does more than hurt. It raises eyebrows. Because that kind of rejection sends a message. It suggests this story may already be getting boxed in before it even hits the public. Whether that comes from image management, industry caution, or fear of what might come out, the result is the same. The usual doors look shut. But here is where things take a sharper turn. That rejection does not kill the story. It can actually make it more unpredictable. When someone has that much inside knowledge, that much personal history, and that much pressure building behind the scenes, they do not always walk away quietly. Sometimes they start looking for another route, one that is less polished, less controlled, and a lot harder to contain. And that is where the Sussex connection starts looking impossible to ignore. More specifically, it is where the link between Meghan, Princess Eugenie, and the wider flow of information starts to matter in a very serious way. This is the part many people skip over, but it could be one of the biggest pieces of the whole puzzle. Princess Eugenie is Sarah Ferguson's daughter. Everyone knows that part. But what gets far less attention is Eugenie's relationship with Meghan Markle, and what that relationship could mean in the middle of a possible Ferguson memoir or media project. Over the years, reports have painted that bond as real, close, and meaningful. Not just a public-facing friendship, not just something maintained for show. By multiple accounts, Eugenie was one of the very few people in the extended royal circle that Meghan truly trusted. She was often described as a steady and positive presence during Meghan's early time with Harry. And when you look at that connection through the lens of Sarah Ferguson possibly speaking out, the stakes start looking a whole lot bigger. Someone Meghan could turn to in private, someone she could talk to about the pressure closing in, the institutional challenges stacking up, and what life really felt like behind palace doors. Now think about this for a second. When you step into a world that feels completely unfamiliar, where every move is watched and judged, who do you open up to? When the pressure is coming from every direction, and you are trying to figure out who is real and who is not, how much do you actually share with the one person you feel safe with? How much do you say, in those quiet, off-the-record moments that you would never want repeated anywhere else? And how honest do you get when you believe that conversation is locked in, private, and protected? Because when people feel safe, they do not hold back. They speak freely, sometimes emotionally, sometimes without filtering their words. They vent frustrations, they explain situations in raw detail, and they say things they would never say in public. Those private conversations can carry thoughts and feelings that would hit very differently if they ever became public. Now, bring in the family dynamic, because this is where things start to connect in a serious way. In a close family, and by most accounts, that is exactly what Eugenie and Sarah Ferguson have. Conversations flow naturally. Daughters talk to their mothers, not out of betrayal, not with bad intent, but because that is what close families do. Details get shared, opinions get exchanged, little moments get passed along without a second thought. It is normal, it is human, and it happens all the time in families that trust each other. So when you look at the possible flow of information, from Meghan to Eugenie, and then from Eugenie to Ferguson, it stops sounding far-fetched and starts sounding very possible. That potential chain is exactly why people close to this situation are paying attention, not because of wild rumours, but because of how natural that kind of information flow can be when relationships are that close. And there is another layer here that makes everything even more intense. After Harry and Meghan stepped back from royal duties in 2020, Eugenie and her husband, Jack Brooksbank, moved into Frogmore Cottage, the same home Harry and Meghan had lived in and spent heavily renovating. The same space filled with their environment, their choices, their presence. Living there was not just symbolic, it showed a level of trust that goes way beyond surface-level friendship. It points to a connection that was real, consistent, and close during some of the most important moments in this entire situation. So when people talk about what Sarah Ferguson might know, they are not just throwing out random gossip. They are pointing to insight built from real closeness, physical, emotional, and family-level proximity to someone who was right there during the moments that mattered most. Secret number one, the real story behind the bridesmaid dress drama. Now we are stepping into the first of the four secrets, and this is the one that lit everything up and shaped how millions of people see this entire situation. The bridesmaid dress incident did not just make headlines, it drove a very specific version of events straight into the public mindset. You already know the basics. Right before the royal wedding, there was a reported clash between Kate and Meghan over the flower girls' dresses. Meghan later shared her side during the Oprah interview, saying clearly that Kate made her cry and that the media had the story completely flipped. According to Meghan, she was the one hurt, not the one causing the problem. For a lot of people watching, that felt like the final word. Case closed, story corrected. But here is where things start to get messy. Several experienced royal reporters and longtime insiders have since pointed to a more complicated version of events, one where the stories do not fully match up, and the truth is not as clean-cut as it first seemed. Instead of a simple reversal, what starts to show up is a layered situation. Different perspectives, different reactions and gaps that were never fully explained. No neutral party with real access ever stepped forward to confirm exactly what happened in that moment. and that silence matters more than people think. Now bring this back to Sarah Ferguson's position, because this is where things get interesting fast. Princess Eugenie was right there in the inner circle during the wedding build-up. Same spaces, same events, same energy. She was moving through those exact moments, hearing conversations and picking up on details that never made it anywhere near the public. And if Meghan shared her private thoughts with Eugenie during that time, or even after, those conversations could carry very specific details about what actually went down. Not headlines, not summaries, real, detailed accounts that stayed completely behind closed doors. So here is the question that shifts everything. What if the version Meghan shared publicly is only part of the story? What if certain moments, exact words, or reactions from others were left out entirely? And what if those missing pieces had been sitting quietly all this time? Because if someone like Sarah Ferguson has insight into those details through her connection with her daughter, that changes the game. If she ever decides to speak, it would not be random guesses or dramatic speculation. It would come from proximity, from real conversations, from trust, from moments that were never meant to leave private space. And that is what makes this different. This is not a tabloid pulling together anonymous tips. This is the possibility of someone speaking from lived closeness, drawing from memories and conversations that have stayed locked away for years, just waiting for the right moment to surface. Secret number 2, the staff complaints and the serious questions about workplace behaviour. This is the one that did not just spark gossip, it triggered real institutional attention at the time. And then, almost just as quickly, it faded out of the spotlight without ever being clearly resolved. Back in 2018, reports surfaced about formal complaints tied to workplace conduct inside the Sussex household. But the details the public got were controlled, limited, and carefully filtered. Official responses from both sides stayed polished and vague. No one admitted to specific wrongdoing, but at the same time nothing was fully explained either. And that is the key point. Those questions never actually went away, they just got quiet. And quiet does not mean settled. What makes this more intense is where Princess Eugenie fits into that timeline. She was part of that same inner circle during that exact period. Close enough to hear different sides, different opinions, and different versions of what was really happening behind the scenes, not just the official story designed for the public, and not just what leaked into headlines. We are talking about private conversations, the kind people have when they feel comfortable speaking honestly, the kind of discussions that happen between friends, between family, between people who are actually living in that environment day to day. Because royal households are not like normal workplaces. They are tight, high-pressure spaces where personal and professional lines blur. Staff members see things, hear things, and experience dynamics that the outside world rarely gets access to. And in those settings, what is said privately can look very different from what gets presented publicly. So if Sarah Ferguson ever decides to revisit this period in detail, through a memoir or any kind of media project, she would not just be repeating old headlines. She could be drawing from perspectives that have never been part of the public record at all. And right now, in a world where workplace behaviour is taken more seriously than ever, where public figures face intense scrutiny, and where institutions are expected to be fully transparent, that kind of information carries serious weight. It does not just create noise, it can shift how people are viewed in a lasting way. Because once a reputation takes a hit at that level, it is not easy to fix. Public perception can change fast, but rebuilding it can take years, sometimes even longer. Secret number 3, when the decision to leave may have really started. This could be the biggest one yet, because it has the power to change how people look back on this entire chapter of royal history. The public version of the Sussex exit has long been framed as a reaction to pressure building over time. The story, as Harry and Meghan have presented it, points to growing institutional strain, lack of support, and a media environment they said became impossible to live under. In that version, stepping back happened as events got worse and the situation reached a breaking point. But another version of this story has been floating around for years, and it tells things very differently. That version suggests the move may have started much earlier than the public was led to believe. Not as a sudden response, but as something that may have already been quietly taking shape behind the scenes. The suggestion is that real planning may have been happening well before the official announcement ever landed. Conversations about where to go, who to work with, and how the money side of life outside the royal system could work may have already been in motion. Even some accounts that lean in Harry and Meghan's favour have quietly hinted that preparations seem to begin earlier than the public timeline suggested. And that matters a lot, because if the exit was already being discussed, mapped out, and carefully thought through while they were still carrying out royal duties, then the story looks very different. At that point, it is not just a reaction to events. It starts to look more like a strategy, a planned transition already underway while a different picture was still being shown in public. That would change the meaning of everything around that period. They were still attending official events, still making appearances, still representing the crown in public. So, if private plans to leave were already developing during that same time, then the timeline people were given may not tell the full story. And this is exactly where Princess Eugenie becomes so important. She was close to Harry and Meghan during that exact window. By many accounts, she was one of the people they trusted most. That means if any early thoughts, private concerns, or even rough plans were shared with her, even casually, then there may be details sitting outside the public record that point to a very different sequence of events. Now imagine what happens if that information ever comes out through someone in Sarah Ferguson's position. That would not just create another round of royal drama, it could seriously challenge the timeline the public was given and raise bigger questions about how this whole departure was presented to the institution, to the public, and to the world. Secret number 4, the social circles and the connections nobody really wants to talk about. This is easily the most sensitive one, the most layered, and the one that could carry serious consequences depending on how deep it goes. Before everything shifted, before the Netflix series, before the Oprah interview, before all the public fallout, Meghan and Princess Eugenie were moving in some of the same high-level social spaces in London. We are talking about exclusive private members' clubs, tightly controlled events, and elite gatherings where powerful people from business, entertainment, politics, and philanthropy all mixed in close quarters. These were not casual environments. These were networks built on access, influence, and connections that often stayed behind closed doors. And over time, some of those circles have come under heavy public and legal scrutiny. Not always because of clear wrongdoing in every case, but because of who was connected to who and how those relationships looked when examined later. Now here is where things get uncomfortable. The name Jeffrey keeps coming up around these discussions, whether people like it or not. Not as a direct accusation toward everyone in those circles, but because his network overlapped with a number of high-profile figures across those same elite spaces. That overlap has been examined again and again through investigations, reporting, and legal action. Prince Andrew's connection to Epstein is already well documented. His association, the legal case brought by Virginia Giuffre, and the settlement that followed had a lasting impact on his role and public image. That part is no secret. But what gets talked about far less is the wider question of shared social environments. Who met through which circle? Who crossed paths at which event? And how close those overlaps actually were during that time. At one point, Virginia Giuffre's legal team reportedly considered Meghan Markle as a potential witness in relation to Prince Andrew. The suggestion was not about direct claims, but about whether her social proximity to certain circles could offer relevant insight. That alone raised serious eyebrows because it pointed to how interconnected these environments may have been. And yet, here is the detail that really stands out. Despite all the public criticism Harry and Meghan have directed at various members of the royal family, across interviews, documentaries, and even in a memoir, they have never publicly criticised Prince Andrew. Not once, not directly, not even in passing. And that silence feels loud, especially when you consider how openly they have spoken on other difficult and personal issues. They have shown they are willing to address conflict, call out behaviour, and share uncomfortable truths. So why not here? What explains that gap? Why stay completely quiet on one of the most controversial figures tied to the royal family, while speaking so freely about others? That question does not come with an easy answer. But it is exactly why this fourth piece stands out so much. Because sometimes what is not said can raise just as many questions as what is. Silence like that tends to speak for itself. It creates questions that no official statement can fully shut down, no matter how carefully it is worded. And this is exactly where Sarah Ferguson's position starts to feel even more intense. She was married to Prince Andrew. She stayed in contact with him for years after their divorce. That connection alone places her close to conversations, environments, and moments that are now being looked at with serious attention. And this is not some distant link. This is personal history, layered and complicated, tied to a story that keeps resurfacing, no matter how often people try to move past it. If she chooses to speak, and she has shown before that she's not afraid to do that when others stay quiet, this is the area where the pressure really builds, not just because of what she might directly say, but because of the questions her perspective naturally brings with it. And in today's media climate, a well-placed question from someone with real proximity can hit just as hard as a clear statement, sometimes even harder. Now shift the focus to something just as important, motivation, because this is not only about what Ferguson knows, it is about what she might decide to do with that information, and why that decision could look very different now compared to the past. Reports have described her current situation as unstable in several ways. No formal royal role, no strong institutional backing, charitable connections that have reportedly pulled away after renewed public attention, business efforts that have struggled or failed to fully take off, an ongoing financial pressure that keeps coming up again and again. There have even been reports placing Ferguson in high-end wellness locations in Switzerland where the costs are extremely high. Other accounts describe a lifestyle involving borrowed homes, private villas, and luxury retreats. On the surface, it looks polished, but underneath it raises real questions about long-term stability. And this is where the mindset shift happens. When someone still has a role to protect, when they are backed by an institution, when their position depends on staying quiet, they calculate every move carefully. They think about risk, reputation, and what they could lose. But what happens when most of that is already gone? When the support fades, the deals fall through, the doors close, and the financial pressure keeps building? At that point, the calculation flips completely. There is less to hold on to and fewer reasons to stay silent. The risk starts to look different, and so does the reward. And here is why people are watching this so closely. This is not new territory for Fergie. There is history here. Back in 1996, after her divorce, she was already in a position where speaking out came with consequences, and she did it anyway. She went ahead and published a memoir that reportedly caused real, lasting damage to relationships inside royal circles. And the key detail? She knew the backlash was coming before it even hit, and she chose to move forward anyway. That tells you something very clearly. She is not afraid to speak when others in her position might stay quiet. She has already shown on record that she can take the fallout and keep going. That kind of pattern matters, especially now. And while all of that has been unfolding, she has been watching Harry and Meghan land massive deals, Netflix, Spotify, a best-selling memoir, all built around telling their version of events. A story she was, in many ways, even closer to than they were. You don't need a direct quote from Ferguson to understand how that might feel. The situation speaks for itself. Watching others turn shared history into global deals, that alone is enough to shift how someone thinks about their own story and what it might be worth. According to people closely following this, Ferguson has been studying that exact strategy. The same playbook Harry and Meghan used to turn their experiences into major media success. And now, there are strong suggestions she is ready, or at least very close to making a move of her own. And that playbook is no secret anymore. Start with a major attention-grabbing interview, build momentum through streaming platforms where the audience keeps growing, then land a high-impact book deal when the public is already fully locked in and waiting. It is a system that works. And Ferguson has something powerful to bring into it: access, proximity, and a long history filled with moments that have never been fully explained. Now here is where a lot of people get it wrong. The rejection from major American publishers does not shut this down. It actually opens new paths. Because when a story gets pushed out of the traditional system, it does not disappear. It moves, and once it starts moving through less controlled channels, it can become a lot harder to predict and a lot harder to contain. There are still plenty of options on the table. The UK publishing world, for example, operates very differently. Different business models, different legal boundaries, and a completely different relationship with royal stories. A British publisher would look at Ferguson's situation through a totally different lens than a publisher in New York. And that difference alone could change everything about how and where this story finally gets told. International markets across Europe, Australia, Canada, and beyond are all still wide open. These are powerful platforms where a story like this could land hard and spread fast, without needing any approval from the American publishers who passed the first time. And let's be real, streaming platforms are hungry for exactly this kind of content. High-profile personal stories, global recognition, built-in curiosity from the public. A well-produced documentary, a limited series, or even one exclusive feature can explode worldwide, almost overnight. We are talking about attention levels in 72 hours that traditional books sometimes take months to build. Then there is the interview route, which might be the fastest hit of all. One carefully timed sit-down with the right journalist or broadcaster, pushed across major platforms, can dominate headlines instantly. That kind of exposure can match or even outpace what a full memoir rollout would normally achieve over a long stretch. So the reality is simple. The $2 million American deal may be off the table, but that was just one option, one door. And there are still plenty of others standing wide open, some of them leading to even bigger opportunities. That is why people watching this closely are not asking if Ferguson will speak. That part almost feels expected at this point. The real questions are where, when, and how. Because those details change everything. They determine how much warning anyone else gets, how much time there is to prepare a response, whether there is space to manage the fallout, or if it all hits at once with no time to react. Now bring this back to Harry and Meghan, because this is where the impact becomes very real. Since stepping away, they have built a very specific public identity. Their version of events, what happened, why they left, how they were treated, sits at the center of everything they have created. The Netflix series, the Oprah interview, the memoir, these are not just media moments. They are the foundation of their entire narrative. Their brand, their deals, their public image, it all connects back to that core story. And that story depends on something important. It depends on there not being a strong, credible, close-up alternative version circulating at the same level. Right now, that condition mostly holds. The dominant narrative out there is the one Harry and Meghan have shared themselves. Other voices with real proximity have stayed quiet, whether by choice, pressure, or circumstance. But imagine what happens if that changes. If someone with real closeness, family ties, shared spaces, private conversations, steps forward with a different perspective that feels just as credible, that is when the balance shifts. Because once a competing narrative enters the same space with real weight behind it, the story is no longer one-sided, and when that happens, everything people thought was settled suddenly feels a lot less certain. This does not just create a quick headline that fades in a week, it creates something much bigger. It creates comparison, and once people start comparing stories, everything changes. At that point, the audience is not just sitting back and listening anymore, they are actively picking things apart, looking at timelines, spotting gaps, asking why certain moments were presented in a specific way and why others might have been left out completely. And once that kind of thinking starts, it does not just stop halfway. People keep digging until they feel like they have reached some kind of answer. That is where things get risky for any narrative that has been carefully shaped over time, because the real pressure does not always come from someone directly saying, "This is false." It comes from something more subtle and sometimes more powerful. It comes from new details, credible ones, that slowly make the original story feel incomplete, or even strategically put together. That shift is hard to control once it begins, and according to reports, there are already signs that this risk is being taken seriously behind the scenes. Legal options are said to be under consideration in certain royal circles before anything even comes out. That kind of move is not made over small concerns. It usually means there is a belief that something significant could surface, something strong enough that waiting and reacting later feels too dangerous. And just the fact that this is even being discussed sends a message. It shows how seriously Ferguson's potential move is being viewed by people close to the situation. Now step back and look at the bigger picture, because this is where it gets even harder to manage. Once a situation like this gains real momentum, it does not stay simple. It does not stay as one story versus another. It turns into multiple narratives all moving at the same time. Different perspectives, different timelines, different people, all with their own version of what happened, each one sounding convincing in its own way. Harry and Meghan have their version, the one they have spent years building, shaping and sharing with the world. The royal institution has its own approach, more controlled, more reserved, focused on stability and image. And then there is Sarah Ferguson, connected to both sides through family, history and long-term relationships. That puts her in a unique position, holding a perspective that could overlap with both stories in ways no one can fully predict. And when those narratives start colliding in public, things do not unfold neatly. They spiral. One detail sparks a new question. That question demands answers. Those answers open up new angles. And suddenly, what started as one story turns into 5 at once, each one feeding into the next, clashing, overlapping, and pulling attention in every direction all at once. This is not just a passing news cycle, it is something much heavier, something that sticks and becomes harder to shake over time. And anyone who has been watching this situation closely already knows that when it comes to Harry and Meghan, the public space is highly charged. There's a large group of people who fully support their version of events and are not likely to change their minds, no matter what comes out. And on the other side, there is another group that has questioned their story from the start, and will take any new angle as confirmation of what they already believe. But here is the key part. Someone like Sarah Ferguson is not likely to flip either of those groups completely. That is not where the real impact is. The real shift happens in the middle. The people who are not fully committed either way, the ones who pay attention to details, who weigh different perspectives, and who adjust their views based on what feels most credible. That middle ground is where reputations are shaped for the long term. That is where public perception settles, and that is exactly where a new, credible voice could have the biggest effect. Now let's be clear about where things actually stand right now. Nothing official has dropped yet. No confirmed deal, no announced interview, no streaming project revealed. The biggest version of this story has not hit the public, at least not yet. But everything that usually comes before a major moment like this, that is in place. The source is there. The potential material is there. The motivation appears strong. Financial pressure has been widely reported. The traditional publishing route has already been tested and rejected, which often pushes stories into new directions, and those alternative paths are still wide open. Streaming platforms, international publishing markets, exclusive interviews with major broadcasters, all of these options are still fully on the table and ready to move fast. So the real question has never been whether Sarah Ferguson has something important to say. It has always been about timing, platform, and readiness, because once those pieces line up, that is when everything can change fast. And here is the reality of today's media world. Personal stories from people with real royal connections can generate massive global attention and huge money. Platforms compete hard for that kind of content because the audience is already there, waiting. One well-timed interview from the right person on the right platform can shift public opinion almost instantly. And in a story like this, that kind of moment does not just make noise, it can reshape how everything is seen going forward. All the pieces are already on the table, and this does not feel far off anymore. It feels like a matter of timing, the right deal, and the right moment to strike. Those 4 secrets, the real story behind the bridesmaid dress drama, the unanswered staff conduct questions, the true timeline of when the exit plan actually began, and those complicated social circle connections nobody powerful wants to dig into, are not gone. They are sitting in private memory right now, shaped by years of closeness, trust, and real family conversations between a mother and her daughter. And the person holding all of that, she has been here before. She has faced pressure, taken the hit, and still chosen to speak. She knows what comes with it, and she has already proven she can handle the fallout. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan have built their entire public image around one key idea, that they control the narrative. They decide what gets told, how it is presented, and when the world hears it. But Sarah Ferguson may be getting ready to challenge that in a big way, because proximity is power. The people who are actually there, the ones in the room, in the conversations, inside the real moments, do not always stay silent forever. Sometimes they wait, and then they speak when it matters most. So keep your eyes on this, because the second something drops, it could all start moving fast. Really fast. If this gave you something to think about, make sure you hit like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to see it. And drop your thoughts in the comments below.
I do happen to know that the Queen always used to make sure that she had somebody with her whenever she saw those two, for the reasons that we've been talking about, that they might be taking photographs or, I don't know, recording or anything they might be doing, and she was, very upset by the whole thing. And that's what I really find unforgivable.
Well, I mean, I wonder, I mean, it's so difficult to work out what's really going on in his head, but as far as I can see, he wasn't that unhappy until his wife came along and told him he was unhappy. That's my reading of it, but that may be unfair.
Royal insider Hugo Vickers, a man who was seriously close to Queen Elizabeth, just dropped a new book, and it's packed with some wild claims about how the Queen really felt about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle in her final years on the throne. This isn't light gossip either. Vickers straight up says he'll never forgive Harry and Meghan for what they put the Queen through, which already tells you how intense things got behind palace doors.
The Queen has spoken. Just days after Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's explosive interview with Oprah Winfrey aired, Buckingham Palace released a statement on Tuesday in response. Quote, "The whole family is saddened to learn the full extent of how challenging the last few years have been for Harry and Meghan. The issues raised, particularly that of race, are concerning. While some recollections may vary, they are taken very seriously and will be addressed by the family privately," Buckingham Palace said on behalf of Queen Elizabeth.
Now, here's where it gets even deeper. There are 13 things Queen Elizabeth II reportedly said or felt about Harry and Meghan during those last years, and some of it hits hard. When Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal life, it didn't just cause headlines. It actually hurt the Queen on a personal level big time. According to Vickers, things shifted so much that whenever Prince Harry called her after that, she didn't want to speak to him one-on-one anymore. And no, it wasn't about cutting him off completely. It was more calculated than that. The Queen made sure a lady-in-waiting stayed in the room during those calls, almost like she needed backup present every time. That move wasn't random. It was about protection, plain and simple. Trust had taken a serious hit by then, and the Queen reportedly felt uneasy about how private conversations could end up being used later on.
Harry, remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for.
Boom. Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
With everything going public, from interviews to Netflix reveals, she wanted receipts basically. Keeping someone else in the room meant there was always a witness, a record of what was actually said, so nothing could be twisted or taken out of context later. She reportedly became way more guarded, no longer trusting private talks like before because she feared anything said behind closed doors could show up, splashed across tabloids the very next day. That shift said everything about how different the relationship had become. It wasn't the same bond anymore, not even close. After the royal exit, a lot of people brushed it off, like just another royal stepping away. Nothing too serious. But for the Queen, it hit completely different. It felt personal, almost like a real emotional loss. Reports say she felt deeply hurt, even deserted, by a grandson she truly cared about.
Well, I do remember what the Queen said at one point was, I'm not sure she's used these exact words, but basically, sort of one minute he's Captain General of the Royal Marines and the next minute he's just a childminder. I think she felt that, that he deserted the ship. He could have done much more. He also was doing a very good job before he left.
And that kind of pain doesn't just fade overnight. Then came the Oprah interview, and that moment shook everything. The whole world was stunned and apparently the Queen was caught off guard too. Vickers claims she was genuinely surprised by some of the things Harry and Meghan said about the royal family, especially since it all played out so publicly. Her response? Some recollections may vary, might sound calm on the surface, but it carried serious weight. It was her way of pushing back without turning it into a full-blown public clash, a quiet but sharp message delivered with classic royal control. Even with all that, she still cared about Harry and didn't want to tear him down in public. As monarch, she stuck to dignity, over drama every time, choosing composure even when things got personal. Vickers also says the Queen believed Harry could have done more before stepping away. In her eyes, he had a real role in the monarchy's future. He connected with people in a natural way that couldn't be faked.
And then slowly but surely, like a lot of other people, she saw a different side to her. And very disappointingly, she started to have her doubts about her. And I think it ruined her relationship with Harry, which was a very close one.
His work with veterans stood out big time and earned her respect, which made everything that followed feel even more complicated. The creation of the Invictus Games, built for wounded servicemen and women, made the Queen incredibly proud, no question about it. This wasn't just another project to her, it was something meaningful, something powerful. She even showed up in promotional material to back it, which says a lot about how much she respected what Harry had built. But when Harry stepped away from royal duties, things took a confusing turn. Reports say the Queen couldn't quite understand it. She allegedly questioned why he would walk away when he was actually doing so well in his role. From her point of view, he had momentum, purpose, and public support, so the decision didn't fully add up. There were also claims that Harry chose to step back to focus more on his family life and being present as a father to Archie, which added another layer to the situation. Still, from the Queen's side, it left a lot of unanswered questions hanging in the air. Vickers also says that when Harry first brought up marrying Meghan Markle, the Queen gave him a calm but clear piece of advice. Slow things down and wait at least one more year.
What's the problem, Angela, with white, first of all? Why was white too white?
Well, I think it's sort of vaginal, isn't it? You're very pure and you haven't had lots of affairs or been married before or anything like that. And I think it's for the first marriage that you have as well. And I think she didn't like it that Meghan was dressing up as if she was, very virginal. She didn't like that because she knew it wasn't true. She'd been married.
She reportedly wanted more time to understand Meghan and the situation better. Nothing extreme, just caution. But Harry didn't hold back. He followed his heart and moved forward quicker than she would have liked. According to the book, this didn't make the Queen angry, but it did leave her feeling unsure and a bit cautious about how fast everything was moving. When the wedding plans continued despite her advice, her reaction was described as surprisingly distant. Vickers claims she simply said, "You get on with it. It has nothing to do with me," which came off more detached than expected. Instead of stepping in, she pulled back emotionally and let Harry make his own call, attending the wedding more out of duty and family position than deep involvement. One of the most talked about claims in the book is that the Queen wasn't exactly impressed with Meghan Markle's wedding dress. According to Vickers, she reportedly felt the look didn't fully match royal tradition, especially considering Meghan had been married before. There were also whispers that certain design choices, like the cut around the shoulders, raised eyebrows when it came to royal etiquette. Still, the Queen didn't let any of that spill into the public eye.
And apparently at this point, suddenly the Queen walked in and said, "Meghan, in this family, we don't speak to people like that." And that was a sign of the tensions. Meghan was an actress. She's probably used to speaking to staff in quite an abrupt way. But in the royal family, servants, they're almost part of the family. In some cases, like Queen's right-hand woman, Angela Kelly, they're almost like a sister or a daughter to Her Majesty. Even Meghan's bridal gown was apparently the cause of some dispute.
She showed up to the wedding with full composure, keeping everything classy and controlled, no drama on display. Then things take another sharp turn. Vickers claims the Queen personally stepped in after hearing complaints about how Meghan spoke to palace staff, including a gardener at Windsor, and this wasn't something she brushed off. According to the story, the Queen went out of her way to address the situation directly and made it clear that respect towards staff was non-negotiable. For her, how royal members treated employees said everything about their character, and she took that seriously. This moment reportedly highlighted just how firm she was about standards inside the royal household. No exceptions, no excuses. At her core, Queen Elizabeth saw duty as everything. It wasn't optional, it was her entire identity.
The Queen was very disappointed in Prince Harry when he went away. I mean, she actually said to a friend of hers, now he's simply a childminder, whereas he had a lot of very important responsibilities beforehand. And what the Queen and what Prince William and what the King now are all doing, they're putting things into life, they're serving, which is complete opposite of what Prince Harry's doing.
From the moment she became heir, royal service wasn't just a role, it was a lifelong responsibility she carried with pride. So when Harry and Meghan stepped away from those duties, it didn't sit right with her at all. Reports say she struggled to understand the decision, especially since she never saw personal challenges as a reason to step back from responsibility. She had already lived through wars, political chaos, and deep personal loss, all while never stepping away from her duties. That kind of mindset shaped how she saw the monarchy. So watching family members choose to leave those responsibilities felt completely unfamiliar to her way of thinking. A lot of people expected a strong reaction after Harry and Meghan stepped away, maybe anger, maybe a public clash, but that's not what happened at all. Vickers claims her response was something much quieter, much heavier, real sadness that stayed behind closed doors.
Grandmother. But the sad thing is that he did make her very unhappy in the last couple of years of her life, and he caused her a lot of trouble, and he probably feels rather guilty about that. I'm sure he has many regrets, and I do feel sorry for him, just on a human level. He obviously got on terribly well with his grandmother. They looked as though they're getting on terribly well together.
She didn't go out attacking them or making dramatic statements. Instead, she kept everything controlled, showing the same dignity and restraint she had built her entire reign on. The disappointment was there, but she kept it private, choosing not to let emotions spill into the public spotlight. Even while reportedly hurting deeply, she stayed silent in public, sticking to grace over reaction. That silence wasn't weakness, it was calculated, a reflection of how seriously she took her role. And the timing couldn't have been worse. Harry and Meghan's exit came when the monarchy was already under pressure, dealing with intense scrutiny, generational shifts and major controversies, including the situation involving Prince Andrew. According to the book, the Queen was concerned that all the public interviews and ongoing disputes could shake the stability of the institution she had spent decades protecting. Meanwhile, the media kept pushing for immediate answers, adding even more pressure.
Chronologically, obviously, it worked, but secondly, they both caused the Queen a lot of anguish in the last years of her life. It's one thing I will never forgive the Sussexes for, is the amount of stress they caused the Queen.
For someone who believed in careful, measured responses, being forced into quick public statements during such a tense time reportedly made everything even more stressful behind the scenes. According to Hugo Vickers' book, the Queen had serious concerns about Harry long before the whole royal exit drama even started. People close to her say she viewed him as emotionally vulnerable, someone who could be easily influenced. And in her eyes, Meghan was the one taking the lead in the relationship, especially within the royal environment. Behind the scenes, whispers were building that Meghan had a strong direction for their future, and that Harry was following her pace without fully seeing the bigger picture. It created a sense of tension, like things were moving fast, but not everyone was on the same page. The Queen reportedly summed up her feelings in just 2 sharp words. She described Harry as besotted and weak. Coming from someone known for staying calm and choosing her words very carefully, that hits hard.
I just think that pained her deeply. And, don't forget that she loved Harry.
Yeah.
She loved Harry, and, she would speak to Elizabeth and recall, the Queen would speak to her cousin Elizabeth and, recall the conversations that she was having with them while they were first in Canada and then in LA. And of course, she's watching her grandchildren grow up hundreds of miles away from her. And I think that upset her too. And I think on a human level, she missed that, and she missed Harry.
It wasn't just a casual remark, it carried weight, especially since it was about her own grandson. And this wasn't just disappointment, it was real concern. Reports suggest she worried Harry may have rushed into marriage without fully thinking through the long-term impact, not just on himself, but on the family and the monarchy as a whole. From her, Perspective, the stakes were huge, and the decisions being made didn't come with easy consequences. Despite all the disappointment and pressure surrounding the situation, the Queen's affection for Harry never actually faded. Vickers makes it clear she still saw him first as her grandson, not just a royal figure caught in controversy. Even when she disagreed with his decisions, that emotional bond stayed strong and unshaken. That's what made the whole situation hit even harder. The distance between them wasn't about a lack of love, it was painful because she cared so deeply about him. Family tension like that doesn't just disappear, especially at that level. Vickers also says the Queen stayed confident in one big thing. Her legacy was bigger than any single family conflict.
I have no question saying, one of the greatest reigns in British history, the greatest reign to have lived in under any political or economic circumstances. And nobody could ever, if we lived for 1,000 years, do what she did. Make a promise, 1947, to serve all her life and keep it faithfully for 75 years. And I don't think that legacy can be dented.
After decades of service, she believed history would remember her for stability, dedication, and leadership. Not just one difficult chapter involving Harry and Meghan. Her focus never shifted. She was all about protecting the future of the monarchy and keeping things steady, no matter how intense things got behind the scenes. So there you have it, 13 shocking claims from Hugo Vickers' book, breaking down how Queen Elizabeth really felt about Harry and Meghan's royal exit. What do you think about the impact Harry's departure had on the Queen? Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit that like button, share this with someone who's been following the story, and don't forget to subscribe for more updates.
Bauer himself continues to drop truth bombs about Meghan Markle, including the fact that despite her fakery with Harry, she actually hates Africa. Look.
Meghan didn't like Africa. So
Hang on, I thought they got engaged under the African stars.
Exactly. I think that was
under
a lot.
African skies.
She hated the trip to South Africa.
In a glorified tent, Tim.
Yeah.
Something wild went down this week, and it kicked off before Tom Bauer's book Betrayal even touched a shelf, before a single copy hit stores. Meghan Markle's team was already reacting fast, full-on panic mode. Her spokesperson rushed out a statement calling the book, and I quote, deranged conspiracy and melodrama. They doubled down, saying Bauer had crossed the line and turned criticism into straight-up obsession.
Everything is about her. The generosity is only about, if I express philanthropic views, how to reflect on me. And I think that's fine for her, except that she's doing it at the expense of our royal family. And that, I think, is unforgivable. And that is why I've taken her on, because I'm a monarchist. I believe the monarchy is critical to Britain's survival. And everything she has done since she inveigled her way into the royal family was warned exactly what was expected of her as the Duchess, the wife of Harry, has been to undermine the very people who gave this third-rate actress credibility and status.
They even described him as someone who builds ever more elaborate theories about people he does not know. That's a heavy claim, no doubt. But here's where it flips, because that statement didn't slow Bauer down at all. It actually boosted him. The backlash sent his book shooting straight to #1 on Amazon, almost instantly.
Absolutely. I mean, the cost of living for them is enormous. I mean, the security alone, which they feel they need, must cost between $1.5 and $2 million a year. The upkeep of their home and their staff must cost at least another $2 million. And then there's the rest. So I think that they're running out of money. I mean, I've conservatively put their annual expenditure at $3 million. But for that, they'd have to earn $4 or $5 million. And it's they're running out of money because they run out of people to interest to buy their story.
And as the days rolled on, more drama kept stacking up. New financial details dropped, a Netflix situation started looking messy, a charity issue popped off, and even talk of a last-minute acting comeback started buzzing all at once. At that point, it was obvious. Meghan's team didn't shut the story down, they cracked it wide open. Now we're breaking down every single bombshell piece by piece because there's a lot to unpack here. Let's start with the headline that really lit everything up.
Of what the insiders, and Variety says they spoke to multiple insiders. The mood in the building is, we're done, says a Netflix insider on the vibe on Meghan and Harry. Their bedside manner has ruffled feathers in meetings, and lackluster ratings for shows have led to doubts that e-commerce is the best way for Netflix to stay in business with the couple.
On March 6th, 2026, Netflix officially confirmed it was ending its partnership with Meghan Markle's lifestyle brand As Ever. And this wasn't just a casual deal. Netflix had equity in it, meaning real money on the line, and they chose to walk away.
Have you just got a problem with Meghan? You don't like her very much.
No, I don't like her.
Right. Is that a problem? Are
Not
you
at all.
objective?
I never like it. I never like anyone I write about. I've written 29 books. I don't write about people who like me or I like them. My whole criteria for writing is not whether I like them, but these are people who are famous, seek to influence us, seek to profit from their fame, and seek in one way or another to manipulate their image as they stay up the greasy pole.
Of course, Meghan's team quickly tried to frame it as a mutual, empowering move. Her spokesperson said As Ever was ready to stand on its own, while Netflix kept things polite, saying they were glad to have been part of the journey. But when you actually look at the numbers, the story starts to hit very different, and it all ties back to Meghan's lifestyle show, With Love.
What's your response to their response to the book?
Well, I wonder what deranged melodrama is. I mean, I was very grateful for them to knock the book because it pushed the book to #1 on Amazon. But I think the idea that you can only write about people you know is just ridiculous because otherwise there'll be no history written. But more to the point, the Sussexes only will talk to people who repeat their own narrative.
Yes.
And who they can control.
Meghan launched the brand in March 2025, but things did not go the way anyone expected. Season 1 of her show didn't even crack Netflix's top 300. Not even close. Then Season 2 came in with around 2 million views and still couldn't make a dent in the charts. According to Variety, it ranked 3,436 across the platform for the first half of the year. And that's not some tiny miss, that's a major drop. And it gets worse when you look at the products tied to it.
So, of course, I don't deny at all I don't like her. I think she is a person who's done huge damage to the royal family, has been deeply, deeply inaccurate on many issues, and is of absolutely no value either to the royal family or society. But she just sucks from it, she takes from it and exploits it and profits from it.
Variety reported that Netflix was left sitting on over $10 million worth of As Ever goods, teas, baking mixes, jams, all just sitting in a warehouse, completely unsold. Then came the customer complaints, and they were not pretty. Some candles showed up without wicks. Yes, no wicks at all. The jam, people said it was watery and runny, not exactly premium quality.
Let's talk about the jam. How much of this bloody jam has she actually sold?
Very little.
Well, hang on a minute. It's been reported she's sold 27 million pounds.
Absolutely untrue.
How do you know that?
Well, because we went to the factory that produces it.
Did you?
And went to the bottle manufacturer. And, the limitation, they never had that much. The real story, of course, is there are vast stocks of unsold jam. I mean, you mustn't believe everything that they put out.
And when Tom Bauer dug deeper, he found something unexpected. These products weren't coming from a cozy Montecito kitchen. They were traced back to bottling plants in Ohio and Illinois. The jars were sourced separately too, which doesn't exactly match the image being sold. Even the story about strawberries picked fresh from Meghan's own garden doesn't line up with how the product was actually made. That gap between the story and reality is hard to ignore. Now here's where it really shifts.
Jam, which was meant to be strawberries picked in her garden and then lovingly turned into jam on the hob in her kitchen with Lilibet looking on, in fact is a spread manufactured in Ohio, Illinois, and put into a rather attractive jar. We tracked the jar makers down too, and they sold very few of the jars to the Illinois bottling plant and manufacturing. So of course not. That is why Netflix have finally admitted or revealed this week that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book.
The original Netflix deal from 2020 was reportedly worth around $100 million, but by August 2025, it had been downgraded to what's called a first look deal. That means Netflix can review ideas first, but there are no guaranteed payouts anymore, no big upfront checks. Everything depends on performance now, and the performance hasn't delivered. Spotify followed a similar path earlier. When that deal ended in 2023, a senior executive publicly called them fucking grifters, a comment that made serious waves at the time. And while all of this was unfolding, another layer of the story started coming out quietly. Meghan and Harry's charity filings for the Archewell Foundation, now rebranded as Archewell Philanthropies, were released for 2024.
My book now is about the last 5 years, when they're paying the price for betrayal, which is namely that they are desperate. They have lost, they haven't got any more programs lined up, they're running out of money, they've lost their credibility, they're very, very anxious to return to Britain to resume their royal titles, because revalidate them, because they are diminished as people. And so the whole book is a very different story and a new story. And I think the reason why people will be interested is because they're intrigued by the end game about the Sussexes. I mean, divorce, desperation, debt, everything.
And the numbers raised some serious questions. In 2024, the foundation pulled in just $2.1 million in donations. That's a huge drop compared to the $13 million they brought in back in 2021. But here's the part that really stands out. Expenses and charitable grants hit $5.1 million. That leaves a gap of about $2.5 million in just 1 year. Put simply, they spent more than double what they actually received, and that's not a small issue. At the same time, the organisation has cut around 60% of its workforce. Senior staff haven't just been rotating, they've been walking out for years. At least 5 top executives have left, including James Holt, someone who had been close to Harry since before the wedding and was seen as one of the few who really understood everything behind the scenes. Now he's heading back to Britain. It doesn't stop there. Their chief communications officer, brought in during March 2025, also exited within a year. That kind of turnover raises serious questions about what's happening internally. PR crisis managers who reviewed these filings didn't hold back either.
I believe Harry is really depressed right now. And it's not just what's happening with this court cases, things with Meghan and, the monarchy, and it's just their finances. It's one of these things where you make your life worse and worse with everything that you do, and it's playing out before the whole world, and that's another part of it. I just don't know how Harry and Meghan, for that matter, can survive everything that is happening to them, because nothing is going their way, and I can only imagine what is happening behind closed doors with this couple, because the whole world is watching the complete unraveling of their lives.
One said the spending gives the impression the foundation is being used like a personal toy chest of interests, which is a sharp critique. Another warned that without real transparency, not rebrands, not polished appearances, the organisation could be heading toward what they called total failure. And then there's this detail that caught a lot of attention. The couple reported spending just 1 hour per week on foundation work. 1 hour. That number came straight from a prior tax filing, and it's hard to ignore. Now this is where Tom Bower's book takes things even further, because unlike the filings, he leans on insider accounts, people who were actually there, seeing everything unfold in real time. One example takes us to Colombia. Meghan was invited by the Colombian vice president, someone who came from real hardship, growing up in a mining village and even having to evacuate her own children due to serious threats. The invitation was meant to spotlight support for children's causes.
Meghan never intended to be a dutiful Duchess opening hospitals in Shropshire. She always intended to go back to Hollywood and use her title to pursue her career, and persuaded Harry, as I showed in this book, and they could only find happiness in California. And they went there, and undoubtedly at the beginning it was absolutely brilliant, and they earned a lot of money, but they have now reached the point at which the price of betrayal of the royal family is, as I say, the end game, which is not rosy for them.
But according to the account, Meghan instead delivered a speech focused on how women need to find their voices, which shifted the tone of the visit in a noticeable way. She made it about herself.
Because I think they're falling stars. Okay. I think that's the whole issue, that they were globally, and they are globally known, but because of the way they behaved in the last 4 or 5 years, and as a price of betrayal, they are now, their reputation and their status and their fortunes are crumbling.
She talked about how proud she was of little Lilibet finding her voice, sitting right next to a woman whose family had faced real danger and still turned the focus back onto her own story.
Went to Colombia at the invitation of the vice president, a woman whose background extremely poor, left-wing woman who hoped that Meghan would contribute to her charities for children. And in a speech to a group of young people, she talked about how women must find their voice, how Colombian women need to actually be more powerful. And there she is sitting next to the vice president, who came up literally from an impoverished mining village, whose own children had to be sent out of Colombia because they were threatened by death. And she is completely obsessed by herself, and then goes into how she's very proud of Lilibet, her daughter, who's finding her voice. I mean, she is so self-obsessed.
That contrast didn't go unnoticed. Tom Bower summed it up in a blunt way, saying she comes across as so self-obsessed and disconnected from other people's realities that every moment, every room, every speech, every cause ends up circling back to her. Then there's Sentebale, the charity Harry co-founded to support African children living with HIV and AIDS, a cause that has done real, meaningful work over the years.
It's called Forget Me Not, and it was meant to raise funds, awareness and help children, very young children in Africa suffering from HIV and AIDS.
Tom.
And it was a huge success in the ideas. They raised a lot of money. Then went a bit downhill because they had a bad director. Then they got a better director. But in the end, it was very reliant on institutional donations and Harry's polo game.
But according to Bower, Harry hadn't even visited the project in Lesotho for the charity's chief executive, Sophie Chandauka, wasn't there to play along with image management either. She reportedly told Harry directly that his public image and ongoing criticism of the royal family were making it harder for the charity to raise funds. That kind of honesty hit hard, and it didn't land well. Things escalated fast after that.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to make conflict between, I think, Harry and Nacho. At least I saw some advertisement about that. They're trying to create some controversy to make it exciting. I just think you're trying to create something that is not there. We know that Harry and Nacho are pretty good friends, right? So you're just trying to make something up to, prove that you can make something successful with, some drama. I think it's a bad idea. I don't understand why they would even want to revisit this whole polo thing.
The breaking point came at a polo match in Florida, where the charity was raising over £1 million. Meghan arrived late, alongside Serena Williams, and immediately made requests, including asking for champagne, even though the event was sponsored by a bourbon brand. There wasn't even an ice bucket available, so staff had to rush out to get one. Then came the moment that really turned heads. Harry's team had won, and Sophie Chandauka was supposed to present the trophy. But with cameras rolling for a Netflix project, Meghan stepped in and presented the cup herself instead.
Sophie Chandauka, the chief executive, was to present him with the cup, but the whole thing was being filmed for Meghan's Netflix series. And so she pushed Sophie Chandauka out of the way and presented the cup herself. And the video of Sophie Chandauka being maneuvered out so Meghan could step in is absolutely horrendous in terms of Meghan's PR.
Reports described the footage as uncomfortable to watch. Afterward, Harry reportedly contacted Chandauka, asking her to release a statement saying this had always been the plan and that it reflected positively on Meghan. But she refused. According to insider accounts, that refusal sparked a major reaction. Chandauka later spoke out publicly, criticizing the situation, and not long after, Harry stepped down from the charity he helped create. And here's where things take another serious turn. Bower claims there's a growing concern behind the scenes, because for years it was said to be constitutionally impossible to remove royal titles.
Everyone was saying you couldn't take away Andrew's titles without an act of parliament and everything else. And suddenly they invented letters patent to take them away, a great constitutional fudge. I think Harry realizes that once William becomes king, he's in danger of losing his titles.
Really?
But after what happened with Prince Andrew, that assumption no longer feels so certain. And that shift has reportedly caused real unease. For years, people believed it couldn't be done. That without an act of parliament, stripping a royal of their titles was basically impossible. It was treated like a fixed rule, something locked in place. And then everything changed overnight. Letters patent were signed and Prince Andrew lost his titles just like that.
This Australian trip is already a total PR disaster before it has even began, with now headlines running throughout the mainstream media all around the world about the fact that Australians are revolting at what is being described as a pseudo-royal visit. And there is actually a signature, a petition, which now has 32,000 signatures demanding that public money isn't used. Now, what's so interesting is the Sussex's team immediately...
So that constitutional impossibility turned out to be a lot more flexible than anyone expected. And Harry knows it. According to Bauer, he's fully aware that once Prince William becomes king, which could happen sooner than many think, given King Charles's health, the same option is sitting right there.
Brief back on the record saying, oh, no, this isn't going to cost Australians anything. But the problem is, no wonder Australians are worried, because they've seen what sort of grifters the Sussexes are, how they use left-wing governments to try and fund things that they do, how they've used the Colombian governments, the Nigerian governments, the Canadian governments, and are now demanding money from the British government. The thing is, people know. They know that this is a grift, and the grift is up, because it's not the government paying, is it? It's us.
Because William is not expected to tolerate a separate, high-profile royal operation running out of California while still using royal titles. The concern is about influence, image, and control, and whether Harry and Meghan continuing to use Sussex branding for ventures, products, and paid appearances crosses a line. And here's the key detail that keeps coming up. The Sandringham Agreement, signed when they first stepped back, reportedly included clear limits around using royal status for commercial gain.
If they run out of money, they're going to monetize their royal status, as they're going to do very shortly in Australia with a £17 a head at the health farm.
Yes.
Soon she'll be advertising mayonnaise. I mean, there's a desperation by them because they need money. Their cost of living is huge. Status means everything in Hollywood.
Bauer claims those limits have been crossed multiple times. If William decides the line has been pushed too far, the path to act is already there. The precedent has been set, and that changes everything. Now add this to the mix. The Netflix deal is done. Archewell's finances are under pressure, and paid speaking events, like appearances in Australia with high ticket prices, are becoming one of the more visible income streams. At the same time, there's a new angle developing in Hollywood. People close to Meghan are hinting that she could be planning a return to acting. Eric Roberts even said in an interview that she'll come back and blow everybody's mind. And his wife, a casting director, said, the timing feels right.
I think if Harry and Meghan in any way threaten the royal family from now on, and as they have in the past, William will be minded to do exactly the same, not only to Harry and Meghan, but also their children, because he doesn't need a rival, hostile royal family in California.
But here's the twist. Meghan herself told Variety back in 2022, I'm done. My intention is absolutely not to return to acting. She's repeated that message more than once. So now there's a clear disconnect between what's being said around her and what she's said herself. And despite the encouragement from a few voices, Hollywood isn't exactly rushing in with major roles or big announcements right now. A moment that really turned heads happened at a recent premiere. Actor Jack Quaid was asked on camera about possibly starring alongside Meghan in an upcoming Amazon film, and his reaction said a lot. He looked completely caught off guard, like a deer in headlights, and said, "It was insane." Then, almost instantly, he shifted gears and started praising the rest of the cast. Not her, the rest of them.
Meghan is not the kind of person that wants to show up and do her homework. She is so entitled in her mindset, and that is the worst kind of way of looking at things that you can have if you want to get back into the field of acting and to really do something exceptional. This woman doesn't know discipline and humility to even show up in a way to get people to root for her. I think it will just be a disaster. Meghan is going to show up as if she should be the A-lister that is headlining a movie.
That quick pivot didn't go unnoticed. As one Hollywood insider put it, if someone has nothing good to say about a person, they'll compliment everyone else and move on. And that's exactly what Jack Quaid did in that moment. Now, you might think all the concern around Harry and Meghan is coming from critics, but this week it came from somewhere unexpected. Tina Brown, author of The Palace Papers, and someone once seen as sympathetic toward the Sussexes dropped a strong warning in her Substack. She asked a direct question: are the Windsors underestimating the situation? And her point wasn't about welcoming Harry and Meghan back with open arms. It was the opposite. She argued the royal family hasn't fully grasped the level of risk involved, both to the institution itself, to William's future reign, and to the monarchy's global image. She pointed to the Nigeria trip as an example. The couple reportedly travelled on a private plane provided by a businessman who was later reported to be facing serious legal issues in the United States related to financial crimes.
Jack Quaid has like a deer in a headlights moment where he's like, oh God, they've asked me about Meghan. And he says, it's insane, which is quite a weird way to describe it. Certainly no praise for her, but immediately wants to move the conversation on to speak about the cast members who he does like, who he does feel comfortable about.
According to her, there were no palace advisors involved and no visible due diligence. Something she said echoes patterns seen in past royal controversies. But here's where opinions split. Tom Bower doesn't agree with her suggested solution of bringing Harry and Meghan back in a limited role.
Is there a way back for Harry in regards to the royal family, his father, the king, and his brother, William?
I don't believe so. Definitely not in public with the king, which, of course, is exactly what Harry wants at the Invictus Games in Birmingham. I don't believe the king will dream of doing that, not least because there'll be riots from the Muslim population there when the Israeli competitors start turning up at the track. And secondly, I don't think William would allow it.
His view, and reportedly the view of people close to William, is that bringing them back into the fold would only create more problems, more access, more inside information, and a bigger platform. Instead, the argument is that distance is the only way to manage the situation. So after all of this, financial pressure, media moments, public criticism, and growing tension behind the scenes, the big question now is, where does this actually leave Harry and Meghan? Tom Bower has stayed consistent across both of his books about this couple.
Her problem is she can't earn any money anymore. She made her money selling the dirt on the royal family, much of it, of course, in my view, invented, and now finds herself at an unfortunate crossroads where she can't raise money by work anymore, other than tawdry things like going to Australia and this health fund.
And in his view, betrayal isn't just another chapter, it's the endgame starting to unfold right now, in real time. Because when you break down the numbers, the pressure is serious. Just security alone is estimated to cost between $1.5 and $2 million every single year.
I think he's appalled by her. I think that he's shocked by her duplicity. I think he's shocked by her behaviour. And by duplicity, I mean the fact that she pretended to want to join the royal family and be part of the team. And then what she said in the Oprah Winfrey interviews in the Netflix series. I think he is shocked that Harry was allowed, because Meghan did read the manuscript of his autobiography, say the things that they did about the private, I mean, whether William was circumcised and going, well, it was just dreadful things to put.
Then add the mortgage on the $14 million Montecito mansion, plus staff and daily expenses. Bower estimates a minimum of $3 to $4 million annually just to maintain their lifestyle. To keep that going, they need major income coming in. And right now, those streams are shrinking fast. Spotify is gone. The original Netflix deal is gone. As Ever is now standing alone, with reports of over $10 million worth of unsold products sitting in storage. Archewell is dealing with a multi-million-dollar deficit while also cutting staff. And even though there are claims of reserve funds, reportedly over $20 million,
the royal family knew long before the wedding that Meghan was going to be trouble. As I describe in the book, there was a very famous member of the establishment who every 3 or 4 weeks sat with Meghan in Kensington Palace for more than an hour, explaining to her the job of being a part of the royal family. And after the 3rd or 4th session, that person reported that she was going to be amazing trouble and didn't believe she'd stay.
That kind of money doesn't last forever at this pace. Meanwhile, one person who seems to be watching all of this very closely is Prince William. He hasn't said a word publicly. No interviews, no streaming deals, no public back and forth. Alongside Catherine, he's stayed quiet despite years of criticism, choosing what Bower describes as dignified silence, Knowing anything said publicly could quickly be turned into headlines or featured elsewhere. But staying silent doesn't mean doing nothing. Because when William eventually becomes king, the conversation around titles, whether Harry and Meghan remain the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and what titles their children hold, won't be debated in public.
About the prospect, finally, Tom Bower, of a book by Meghan herself.
Well, I think that's very real. And I think that she'll write a very, very good book. It won't be the truth, but it'll be a very good book.
Hang on, it'll be Meghan's truth.
It'll be Meghan's truth.
Like this is your truth, Tom
Exactly.
Bower.
Well, no, my truth is subject to legal constraints. And the lawyers
This is
pour
what Tim and
over
I
it.
say about our own truth. All truth is subject to legal constraints.
Except hers won't be, because she'll have conversations with the Queen and other people which will be completely unverifiable and unchallengeable. And she could do and would do huge damage. But that is her ultimate get-out-of-jail card, our ultimate source of money.
It will come down to one thing: letters patent. One courtier put it bluntly this week: Archewell is the crown jewel of everything Harry and Meghan have tried to build since stepping away from royal life. And right now, it's running on fumes. They left Britain saying they wanted their voices heard, and for years they've pushed to stay in the spotlight. But the real issue now isn't silence, it's attention. Because if people stop listening, that changes everything. And that, more than any headline, any book, any deal falling apart, or any product that didn't sell, might be the real pressure building behind the scenes. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts below. I want to hear what you think about all of this. And don't forget to subscribe and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Well, on Thursday, they'll quietly and apologetically release their $100 million documentary series on Netflix.
That is why Netflix have finally admitted or revealed this week that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book. I mean, the book just shows exactly how Meghan's commercial ambitions failed right at the very beginning.
The irony is earth-shattering, isn't it? Harry and Meghan are the Duke and Duchess of gaslighting themselves. The entire show is a cynical attempt to manipulate viewers into questioning their own recollections of reality.
Morgan straight up called them grifters. Tom Bower didn't just guess, he mapped out this whole collapse before it even hit, and now here we are in April 2026, watching it all play out exactly like he said it would.
As ever, the truth is finally coming out when it comes to Meghan Markle's deal with Netflix, and as ever. And of course, it leaves Meghan massively.
The Sussexes face bankruptcy. They're going to run out of money. Not my words, but the words of the fearless Tom Bower.
Because right now, sitting in some random warehouse in the US, there are 650,000 unsold products worth a wild $21 million, just collecting dust and creeping past their expiration dates. We're talking jam, candles, honey, flour, sprinkles, all of it funded with Netflix money, just sitting there, stuck, not moving, not selling, not doing anything. This is the story of how Meghan Markle allegedly turned a $100 million Netflix deal into one of the most awkward financial crashes the celebrity world has ever seen. And somehow, nobody has laid it all out like this until now.
Until then, until she came along, they would get money on the shake of a hand. She said corporate charities now have to produce corporate governance plans, and people don't give money without that. And he didn't understand that. He was impatient with all that.
Stick with this, because the Tyler Perry angle alone is enough to make people stop and stare. Let's start where Piers Morgan always goes. The number, $100 million. That headline was everywhere when Harry and Meghan signed that Netflix deal back in 2020, and their supporters were hyped. Meghan was out there doing interviews, talking big about her Hollywood future, but Piers Morgan looked at that number and said it was all hype, a polished illusion, dressed up nice for the press. And Tom Bower took it even further. He dug deep, spoke to insiders, tracked the money trail, and what he uncovered seriously challenges that whole $100 million narrative.
But of course, since then, we've seen how she has completely exploited her position and become a global star at the expense of the royal family of Britain. That she and Harry were relegated so far down the order. She got everything she wanted, and then knew what she wanted and couldn't get, and that was a lot. That's why, of course, she never intended to stay.
That $100 million story is something Meghan has been running with for a long time. But here's what Tom Bower and Piers Morgan keep stressing. Netflix didn't just hand over a giant check and walk away like it was nothing. A huge chunk of that money was already tied up. Netflix reportedly used a big portion to fund everything under the brand, manufacturing, shipping, branding, warehouses, the whole setup. And all of that came straight out of what Harry and Meghan were supposed to keep. So let's break it down the way Piers Morgan does, straight and blunt. Start with a more realistic number, around $60 million. Then subtract $20 to $30 million for production costs tied to their projects.
As with all things Meghan and Harry, it would seem, the truth just doesn't really exist in their world. It's their truth, their version of it. Meghan also lambasted the entire BBC engagement interview as rehearsed and an orchestrated reality show, because that's the last thing she'd be engaging in, isn't it? An orchestrated reality show, like the Netflix series.
Tom Bower sees through this couple, and he's got previous on this because, of course, Tom Bower was the author of the original devastating book, Revenge. So you've got revenge, now you've got betrayal.
Another $15 million gone for documentaries. Then taxes in the US take another bite. Suddenly, that life-changing deal shrinks fast, leaving something closer to $12 million in actual usable money. Now, $12 million might sound solid at first, but then Tom Bower points out the real issue. They're reportedly spending $3 to $4 million every year just to maintain their lifestyle in Montecito.
And now we're all paying the price. The monarchy is paying the price. But unfortunately, this saga has a long way to go, and it's going to constantly damage the royal family.
Now we even know more about, which is why Harry and Meghan earned so much less from the Netflix deal than you might think. And any of the additional cash they could generate is all tied up in as ever inventory. That is not moving. And that is why the panic. That's why all the weirdness regarding the brand for As Ever this year. Yes, Netflix has left, and of course that changes the parameters of what Meghan can do.
That math starts falling apart real quick. It doesn't add up, and according to both Bower and Morgan, it never did from day one. Now here's where things get even more interesting. Meghan had been sharing this picture of her artisanal jam, talking about strawberries from her own garden, being in the kitchen with Lilibet looking on, painting this warm, personal image. But Tom Bower went digging, deeper, and what he found tells a very different story. Not a cozy home kitchen, but production traced back to a commercial bottling operation in Ohio and Illinois.
Even I couldn't afford them, and frankly, I wouldn't know what to do with them. So I've resisted that temptation.
Harry and Meghan, the dreariest couple in the history of planet Earth. If you excuse the massive book deals, the Silicon Valley startup preaching videos about well-being, the podcast, the speeches, and the major network interviews with everyone from Oprah Winfrey to James Corden. But they've barely been seen or heard at all, have they? Well, on Thursday, they'll quietly and apologetically release their $100 million documentary series on Netflix. There are trailers for this, and viewers with sensitive stomach should look away now.
He tracked down the jar suppliers, found the actual facilities, and what he uncovered didn't match the story at all. The factory had only supplied a small number of jars to the bottling plant, nothing close to the massive volume being claimed. And those strawberries Meghan talked about picking herself, they were nowhere near that Ohio-based operation. Tom Bower's conclusion was blunt. The story being sold to the public at $14 per jar just didn't line up. Piers Morgan wasted no time jumping on it. He called Harry and Meghan the Sussex grifters in front of his 8.7 million followers, and pointed to what he described as a deep dive into their Netflix deal, calling it, in his words, a brutal and often hilarious demolition. Even he seemed stunned by how it was all unfolding. But here's the twist. Bower and Morgan don't even have to guess anymore, because in January 2026, Meghan's own website reportedly exposed everything by accident.
But at the same time, there's just such an oddness, these like random bits of products that she's popping out, that there's no cohesion to the brand. Like nothing makes sense anymore when it comes to As Ever. And of course, it didn't make a lot of sense in the first place, but Netflix was very much guiding so much of it from the beginning. And with them gone, the game entirely changed.
Critics found a glitch. By adding huge amounts of products into the cart, the site revealed real stock numbers. Not hype, not marketing, the actual inventory sitting there. And the numbers raised eyebrows. Around 650,000 individual items valued at roughly $21.8 million at retail price. Unsold. Bower wasn't shocked at all. According to his view, The demand never matched the image, the sold out moments. He suggests they may have been tightly controlled. The scarcity.
Netflix series. Michelle Hussein from the BBC, who carried out the interview, said, actually, no, it was just an interview. Even the BBC's long-serving royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell, normally bent double to avoid upsetting absolutely anybody in royal circles, can't take it anymore. Nothing they ever say seems to stand up to reasonable scrutiny. And I say that as somebody who lost his last job presenting Good Morning Britain because I wouldn't apologise for saying I didn't believe Meghan Markle. Think about that.
Questioned, the whole rollout started to look more like a performance than reality. The breakdown gets even more specific. Over 137,000 fruit spread gift boxes, priced at $42 each, around 44,000 jars of marmalade, 80,000 tubs of flour sprinkles, nearly 90,000 candles. And this part really caught attention. Some customers reportedly received candles without a wick. People paying premium prices for something they couldn't even light. But the number that really challenges the entire narrative is this. Someone actually tracked the real sales over 2 straight days in January 2026. And the numbers shocked people.
One of the many revelations in the book. I mean, the jam, which was meant to be the strawberries picked in her garden and then lovingly turned into jam on the hob in her kitchen with Lilibet looking on, in fact is a spread manufactured in Ohio, Illinois, and put into a rather attractive jar. We tracked the jar makers down too.
In a full 48-hour window across the entire As Ever range, Meghan reportedly sold just 15 jars of marmalade and 39 gift boxes. 15 jars. That's it. Piers Morgan had been saying for years that the so-called Meghan effect wasn't real, that it fades the second real money gets involved, and those 15 jars in 48 hours? For him, that was the confirmation he'd been waiting on. Tom Bower added another layer to it, and this is where it gets serious. At that pace,
And they sold very few of the jars to the Illinois bottling plant and manufacturing. So of course not. That is why Netflix have finally admitted or revealed this week that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book. I mean, the book just shows exactly how Meghan's commercial ambitions failed right at the very beginning, because for 2 reasons. One is she didn't have enough money to launch her project. I mean, you need a fortune. And secondly, the only reason why people buy Meghan's jams and sprinkles and everything is because they love Meghan. They want to be associated with her. And she doesn't have that sort of profile.
clearing out the inventory would take years, and these aren't products that last forever. The jam expires, the candles lose their scent, everything has a shelf life. That's over $21 million worth of goods just sitting there with a countdown clock attached. And then came another detail. Netflix reportedly confirmed they were holding more than $10 million worth of unsold As Ever products they couldn't move. So what happened next raised eyebrows. They started giving it away to employees. Free jams sitting in Netflix break rooms.
And that's bad for Meghan Markle because As Ever is not selling. Let's check it out. See if we had that $300 flower box. So all this stuff. And these bundles right here, guys, are for a bookmark that she deliberately, I think, understocked to try and sell out other stock that's not moving. She did this, a month or two ago now? None of it's moved. It's all still for sale. We had the bundles, all still for sale. We have all this stuff. These were technically Valentine's Day, still for sale. All this, most of this stuff, guys, was made for Christmas and it's still for sale.
That's what this massive deal has turned into, at least according to claims discussed by Tom Bower and Piers Morgan. While Bower was digging into factories and Morgan was calling out the numbers, the show that was supposed to justify the entire Netflix deal was quietly losing momentum. Meghan launched the series in March 2025. Season 1 barely made noise. Season 2 dropped in August 2025 and didn't break into Netflix's weekly top 10 even once. By late 2025, it was ranked way down the list. Reports placed it at 1,217 on the platform. Some estimates pushed it even lower, around 3,436 compared to other titles.
This was found on Reddit, and the thread was started by, make sure I get attribute it. So it's Kiwi Love 777. This is a person who kind of discovered it. And basically what you do is you put in an absurd number. So 10,000, 100,000, most likely 100,000, million, whatever, of items into your as ever bucket. And it will let you know how much is still left in inventory and how much they can put in your cart.
Total views for the second season, around 2 million. And then, no big announcement, no headlines. Netflix reportedly cancelled it quietly. Tom Bower's final take hits hard. Tom Bower's take is blunt and controversial. He claims Meghan doesn't have the ability to truly hold an audience's attention. He questions her acting, saying she doesn't come across as naturally warm unless she's fully performing. And for a lifestyle show, that's a major issue. That kind of format needs someone who feels real, engaging, and knowledgeable. And according to his view, that connection just wasn't there.
If you pull it up right here, we're going to expand it. So guys, I have $535,000 worth of orange marmalade in my cart and almost $6 million of Meghan's signature food spread. She has $6 million worth of food spread right now in her inventory, and you know it. This is an epic fail. This is if you're ordering something.
Piers Morgan didn't miss the moment either. After reports of Netflix offering a scaled-down first-look deal following the cancellation, he shared a joke that spread fast. It said Netflix had given Harry and Meghan first refusal on their ideas, frustrating other streamers who might have wanted the chance to say no first. That post reached his 8.7 million followers and got people talking. But then the story shifts, and this is where it gets even deeper. Tom Bower says one situation reveals more about Harry and Meghan's finances than any set of numbers ever could, and Piers Morgan points to it as proof of everything he's been saying about them. Tyler Perry.
No. You guys, there's no wick. Wait, producer Kylie, there's no wick, right? Am I crazy? Where's the thing that I light? This has to be a joke. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. You guys, this isn't a stunt. There's literally nothing to light in here. No, it's not pasted down. My producer's in my ear. Is it pasted down? No, it's not pasted down. Zoom in. There's literally nothing. I ordered Meghan Markle's candle. There's nothing to light. I literally want a refund. Meghan Markle, send me a freaking refund. So I paid, how much did I pay for this? $64. I paid $64 for a candle you can't light. And you know how God has a sense of humor?
Back in 2020, when Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal life and were figuring things out, Tyler Perry reportedly stepped in a big way. He opened up his $18 million Beverly Hills home to them and even provided security, an incredibly generous move for people he didn't know well. Now fast forward to 2026, and reports from Globe magazine claim things have changed. Sources say Perry has distanced himself from the couple, one reason being discussed, a reported $14 million loan that has allegedly not been repaid. And according to insiders, things have gotten even more tense. Tyler Perry reportedly can't even reach them. Calls not returned, no response.
Meghan is screwed. All her money, guys, all the money they could make right now is trapped in a craptastic brand that can't move, that can't sell. And I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of the panic. That's why I think we're seeing a little bit of the more appearances and these sorts of things. And that's like, I feel like a frantic energy from her. And I think it's partly because of that. Because once Netflix left and Meghan realized, oh, so the money I was supposed to get was put into this brand that I didn't really care about that much. Like she did and she didn't.
That silence has people asking serious questions. Piers Morgan put it out there the way many are thinking. How does a couple link to deals worth $100 million from Netflix, $25 million from Spotify, and millions more from Harry's memoir reportedly struggle to pay back someone who helped them when they had nowhere to go? Tom Bower offers his explanation, and it's all about the numbers. Security alone, around $2 million a year.
Right. Netflix paid for everything. So, what does that mean for Harry and Meghan's deal with Netflix? Because supposedly, according to the Variety article, they got their whole deal or whatever was worth about $60 million. And, you know, it's been rumored to be upwards of 100 million. And you can't just help but sit there and go a little bit. It's like, well, where did all the money go? Like, they haven't done any major renovations on their home. I think they probably repainted some things, maybe had to redo some floors or whatever. My parents had to do that to a home they moved into. But we haven't seen massive gutting of the home.
Then add the Montecito mortgage, staff, legal fees, and reported business losses. According to his calculations, they would need roughly $4 to $5 million every single year just to stay level. And right now, based on these claims, their major income streams have slowed down or disappeared. Spotify, gone. Netflix deal, reworked. Show, cancelled. The As Ever brand, struggling. Piers Morgan has been repeating one key point for years. They confused fame with financial stability.
Now, against this deluge of derision, Netflix today released a new trailer for the second half of this compelling series, which comes out on Thursday. Viewer discretion is advised. This clip contains weapons-grade hypocrisy.
I wonder what would have happened to us had we not gone out when we did.
Our security was being pulled. Everyone in the world knew where we were.
I said, we need to get out of here.
We are on a freedom flight.
To see this institutional gaslight.
He argues they treated global attention like it was a long-term business plan, and now that gap is showing. Then comes the Tyler Perry situation, which some see as the clearest example yet of how things may have unravelled. And now, jump to April 2026. Meghan is reportedly heading to Australia for a girls' weekend event in Sydney, with tickets priced around $3,000. She's the main attraction, flying across the world to appear on stage. Piers Morgan summed it up in one sharp word: desperation. And Tom Bower added his own angle. He argues going overseas doesn't fix the core issue. If you can't win over the US market, the biggest consumer base out there, why would another country suddenly change everything?
Absolutely. I mean, the cost of living for them is enormous. I mean, the security alone, which they feel they need, must cost between $1.5 and $2 million a year. The upkeep of their home and their staff must cost at least another $2 million. And then there's the rest. So I think that they're running out of money. I mean, I've conservatively put their annual expenditure at $3 million, but for that they'd have to earn $4 or $5 million. And it's you know, they're running out of money because they run out of people to buy their story. And that's why I think in the end they'll be desperate to come back to Britain to revalidate and reconcile with the royal family.
But here's the part people aren't really saying out loud. Back in September 2024, Meghan quietly filed 12 separate As Ever trademarks in Australia. We're talking food, candles, clothing, dog treats, jewellery, home decor, almost every category you can think of. And by 2025, all 12 had been approved. Tom Bower and Piers Morgan both point to this as a major clue. In their view, this isn't just a casual trip. They believe Meghan isn't, heading to Australia for a simple girls' weekend. This looks more like a move to tap into a brand new market.
And yeah, I did say Meghan was becoming a royal rock star, and I'm pleased you quote me in there because it shows that I was, like the rest of the British media, very positive about your new bride until your mutual behaviour became hypocritical and ridiculous after the wedding. Your claim that you're the victims of a dirty game is especially brazen, given that these trailers have been released to deliberately overshadow a visit by the Prince and Princess of Wales to the United States. The timing, of course, is unforgivable, if entirely unsurprising, and a typically cynical ploy to overshadow a vitally important royal tour, the first since the death of Queen Elizabeth. And what about his father in all this, a man who's not even been coronated as king yet, still mourning the death of his mother? Is he going to cop it in this series? You can bet your life he will. Charles is going to have to take it again from his son, with no ability to speak out and return fire.
Because here's the bigger picture they keep bringing up. Hundreds of thousands of products, reportedly around 650,000 units, still sitting unsold back in the US. And with expiration dates getting closer, the pressure is building. Then there's another twist. The agency organising this Sydney event reportedly ran into serious trouble. collapsing in November 2025 with over $500,000 in unpaid taxes owed to the Australian Tax Office.
And it was going to be a very quiet life outside of the royal spotlight. Little did he know that Meghan was planning for life in Hollywood, California. So Tom tells me that Meghan told Harry it was impossible for them to live happily in Britain. That's what he tells me in this interview, in today's show. And he says, for that, I blame her entirely. She couldn't find huge fame and fortune on her own accomplishments. The problem, and this is so devastating, I talked to Tom about Meghan's qualities and otherwise, and he said she was intelligent, strategic, but he said very limited talent. That woman hasn't got a talented bone in her body. She's a grifter. She's a tryhard. She's a wannabe. Oh, you want to be my lover? You want to be my best friend? He says that she's now, Meghan, it's an incredible interview. He says that Meghan is paying the price of betrayal.
Administrators have been trying to track down the founder, but just weeks after that situation became public, the same agency suddenly announced a $3,000 per ticket event with Meghan as the headline name. That raised a lot of eyebrows. Tom Bauer says this is exactly what he expected. He claimed she would eventually try selling products in overseas markets if things didn't work locally.
Well, in my view, the marriage is okay. I mean, I think that Harry always needed and loved Meghan. It was a marriage made in heaven for him. She obviously went into the marriage with other things in mind, namely fame and fortune and a glittering career in California. But I think on the whole, they have a good relationship. I don't think there's any evidence that they don't.
What about the suggestion that Meghan is a controlling, narcissistic personality? Of course, your brilliant previous book, which was Revenge, suggested that it was actually Meghan Markle that was the driving force behind Harry's departure from the royal family.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think what I show in this book is, in that episode, that she actually sort of fueled his grievances. What happened until he met Meghan, he was quite happy.
And now, this situation is being pointed to as an example of that prediction. And then come the final numbers they highlight. Archewell's reported donations dropped from $13 million in 2021 to around $2.1 million in 2024. Meanwhile, spending hit about $5.1 million that same year, leaving a deficit of roughly $2.5 million. Reports claimed up to 60% of staff were let go, and then came an awkward moment that got people talking. Actor Jack Quaid was asked on camera about working with Meghan on an upcoming Amazon project, and his reaction? He froze completely. The only thing he managed to say was that it was insane.
Then Meghan Markle, fresh off of her dumping by Netflix, they've made no room for error. They're done with her. She is now going to be featured. The billing is it's called Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, her best life retreat. But as best as I can tell, this girls' weekend like no other. That's one way to put it. If you read the copy carefully, an event that promises a lot of word salad that sounds very Meghan Markle, quote, powerful conversations, relaxation, laughter, and unforgettable experiences.
Then quickly shifted to praising everyone else in the cast without even mentioning Meghan. That silence spoke loud. Piers Morgan jumped on that instantly. He pointed out that in Hollywood, when someone avoids talking about a person and praises everyone else instead, it usually says everything without saying it directly. And according to him, that's exactly what happened there. Tom Bauer has been consistent with his stance from day one. He argues Meghan is now facing the consequences of damaged relationships and burned bridges.
Australia has tackled illegal immigration very successfully. And I think given the fact that Harry and Meghan are on their way, I think it's time to reactivate Operation Sovereign Borders, Paul. Airstrikes, get the boats out. Because no, the bottom line is, I mean, I can't speak for your viewers, but I will tell you that lots of Australian viewers of the Mark Dolan show don't want to see Harry and Meghan. The reason why it went down well in 2018, Paul, is because the Australian public didn't know Meghan Markle very well. Well, they know her now. And what do they know her to be?
In his view, those connections mattered, and losing them came at a cost that couldn't be avoided. Piers Morgan's take hasn't changed either. He's long argued that the image didn't match reality. The brand, the show, the hype, none of it held up under pressure. And now, in 2026, he believes the results are speaking for themselves. A massive deal, global attention, and huge opportunities, all of it leading to this moment. And what's left is being questioned more than ever. If you made it this far, drop a comment with your thoughts, hit like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Meghan and Harry, y'all owe me a serious chunk of change, that loan for your Montecito mansion. If it ain't paid back in 30 days, I'll have no choice but to take this to court.
Today we're diving into a story that sounds almost too wild to be real, yet it's flipping everything people thought they knew completely upside down. Picture this. A voice cutting through the cold air of December 2025, calm but sharp, carrying the kind of authority only a self-made billionaire can bring. Tyler Perry, a man who built his empire from nothing, didn't hide behind some polished PR statement or safe press release when this moment hit. Instead, he stepped right onto his own radio show and dropped a message that echoed fast and loud across Montecito. Harry, Meghan, you owe me a serious chunk of change just like that. No soft intro, no warning, just straight pressure landing all at once. Sources say his tone had zero warmth, fully direct and serious in a way that shocked people listening. That loan for your mansion, if it isn't paid back in 30 days, I'll have no choice but to take this to court. Those words didn't just sit there quietly. They hit. Like a shockwave. Within moments, headlines were blowing up everywhere. That smooth image of the Sussex American dream didn't just crack, it shattered wide open. For years, the public was sold a clean, polished story about two royals stepping away to build freedom and financial independence their own way. Out in California, it looked perfect. Luxury homes, flashy Netflix deals, huge contracts rolling in one after another. But once Perry's warning started hanging over early 2026 headlines, a different picture began forming piece by piece. That so-called independence suddenly looked shaky, like it may have leaned heavily on powerful Hollywood connections now quietly stepping back and possibly lining up to collect at the same time. And this time, it doesn't feel like gossip. It feels serious. That 30-day clock isn't just some random rumor floating around online. It's a hard deadline that could end in something major, even a public foreclosure auction on their most valuable asset, their own mansion. The path that led to this moment, facing pressure from one of their strongest former allies, goes way beyond money. This cuts deeper than business. This is about a friendship that ran straight into a $16 million wall and didn't make it out the other side. Back in 2020, when the couple made that sudden move from Canada to Los Angeles, Perry stepped in like a real lifeline when things looked uncertain. He opened the doors to his $18 million Beverly Hills mansion, offering not just luxury, but serious security during a time they said they felt exposed and at risk. Perry later explained that his support came from a place of real empathy, saying he understood their situation and wanted to help however he could. But now, people close to the situation are starting to speak up, and the story behind closed doors is sounding very different, because according to insiders, that generosity didn't stop at just giving them a place to stay. As the couple rushed to lock in their Montecito dream home, Perry reportedly stepped up once again in a big way. We're talking about a massive $14 million friendship loan to close the gap and lock the deal down fast. It was all built on trust, a handshake kind of agreement backed by their strong post-royal image and promises of huge future deals waiting around the corner. But in Hollywood, trust can flip real quick when money gets complicated. By early 2026, Perry's entire energy had shifted hard. No more protector. Now it was strictly business. In a Sunday Times interview, when he was asked about helping them settle in, Perry didn't dress it up at all. He kept it cold and straight to the point. I didn't. Meghan is from California. She knows the scene, the energy, how things move out there. That kind of response hit sharp, especially coming from someone who once seemed fully in their corner. Even with that home state advantage, nothing could have prepared them for that level of distance and detachment. Now the rumours are spreading fast, and they're not looking good. Sources are claiming Perry has completely checked out, done with the situation for good. The talk is that the couple allegedly stopped returning his calls about repayment, which insiders say was expected by the end of 2024. This situation isn't just about a billionaire trying to collect money. It cuts straight into trust and reputation. In a place like Hollywood, your word is your real currency. And once that takes a hit, everything starts to shift. If someone like Tyler Perry, who stood by them when public pressure was intense and opinions were turning, is now putting out public ultimatums, that sends a loud message about how things may be viewed behind closed doors. That polished image of independence is starting to look unstable, more like a chain of private deals with powerful names quietly waiting for results. Tech figures, producers, major players, all connected in a network that doesn't forget who owes what. And as interest keeps stacking up, that original $14 million starts creeping closer to $16 million fast. The pressure doesn't build slowly, it piles on all at once. Now it looks like the couple is backed into a tight financial corner that even royal titles can't smooth over. And this is where the cracks really start showing. That $14.65 million mansion, built like a private fortress, was supposed to be the ultimate symbol of a fresh start. 9 bedrooms, 16 bathrooms, a tennis court, a rose garden with ocean views. Everything about it screamed status and success. But behind that bright, polished image, something far less stable was quietly unfolding. The property is starting to look less like a dream home and more like a financial black hole pulling everything in. Public records show a $9.5 million mortgage, but that's just the surface of what's really happening behind the scenes. Montecito property taxes alone are hitting over $200,000 every single year. And that's before adding anything else on top. Then you've got the massive security costs to maintain the level of protection they claim they need, especially after losing taxpayer-funded coverage. Reports are saying they could be spending close to $3 million a year just to keep things running smoothly. That's an intense level of cash flow just to keep the lights on, the staff paid, and the gates locked tight. Even people nearby are starting to speak up. Some neighbours have reportedly thrown around names like Montecito Mean Girls and even Neighbours from Hell because of ongoing disruptions. But while that outside noise is loud, the real pressure seems to be building where it matters most. Behind closed doors, financial experts are raising serious concerns now. Some are even calling the mansion an unlucky asset, something that keeps draining way more than it gives back. The upkeep costs are huge, the risks from natural disasters in the area are very real, and the size of the estate only pushes those expenses even higher. This property once belonged to Russian billionaire Sergey Brin, and when it was first bought, it looked like a bold, confident move into elite American real estate. But now, in 2026, the tone has completely changed. It's starting to feel more like a high-stakes, debt-driven gamble that's getting harder to control as interest rates climb and key income streams begin to slow down. The big question isn't just how they plan to repay Tyler Perry, it's how they plan to hold onto the mansion at all. If refinancing options stay tight and the financial pressure keeps building, the idea of a public auction doesn't sound like gossip anymore. It starts to feel like a real possibility getting closer by the day. The same house they worked so hard to secure could end up being the very thing that brings everything crashing down. The pressure is rising fast, the walls feel like. They're closing in, and people in Montecito are already whispering about who might be next in line to take over the property. And while the mansion keeps draining money on one side, their professional brand, Archewell, is facing a completely different kind of storm that's just as serious. Toward the end of 2025, the organization quietly shifted its image, rebranding to Archewell Philanthropies in what looked like a strategic move to reset the narrative. But that change didn't slow down the attention coming from regulators at all. Back in May 2024, the California Attorney General issued a notice of delinquency, pointing out failures to pay required fees and submit key documents, and that only added more pressure to an already intense situation. Their team tried to brush it off, saying it was just a lost check, but that explanation didn't slow anything down. If anything, it made the spotlight burn even brighter. Then Charity Watch stepped in and dropped a serious, blow, an F rating. That's a major red flag that's almost impossible to ignore. They pointed to real concerns about transparency, including claims of an audit that reportedly exists but still hasn't been made available for review. Then come the numbers, and they only raise more questions. Reports from 2024 and 2025 show expenses climbing past $5 million, while donations drop to just over $2 million. That flips the entire situation upside down. For a brand that was expected to dominate globally, that kind of gap is massive. What really stands out is where the money is reportedly going. Over 47% of program spending was placed under a vague category labelled Other Fees for Services. And in the non-profit world, that's a huge portion to leave unexplained. It's the kind of detail that gets people asking serious questions fast. Critics are speaking loudly, with some calling it a slush fund tied to a luxury lifestyle. Meanwhile, supporters are pushing back just as hard, saying this is simply how high-level philanthropy operates. That divide is getting louder by the day, and now insiders are adding even more pressure. Reports have surfaced describing internal fallout, with nearly 25 employees said to have left over the past few years. That paints a picture that's hard to ignore, and the stories coming out follow a pattern. Claims of a workplace where PR and image come first, sometimes ahead of real impact. That kind of talk raises big questions, especially with reports suggesting the IRS is paying close attention to how funds are being handled. There's growing focus on the blurred line between personal life and foundation operations, and that's not something that can be taken lightly. Some allegations even suggest the mansion itself could be tied to financial advantages connected to the foundation. If that turns out to be true, it could bring serious legal consequences. That's why the shift to Archewell Philanthropies is being viewed in two completely different ways. On one side, it looks like an effort to organise and simplify. But, on the other, some believe it could be a last-minute move to clean things up before the 2026 audits arrive. Then, there's the Hollywood side of this story, the big-money deals that were supposed to keep everything flowing without a problem. Their reported $100 million Netflix agreement started off strong, with Harry and Meghan pulling huge viewership and dominating attention early on. But after that first wave of success, things didn't keep the same energy. Projects like With Love, Meghan, and Heart of Invictus struggled to gain real traction, reportedly missing the top 300 titles in early 2025. And in Hollywood, momentum is everything. Once it slows down, the whole tone can shift fast. Now, industry insiders are getting more vocal, throwing around tough labels and questioning credibility and long-term staying power. That kind of talk adds serious pressure to a situation that's already coming from every direction. One comment in particular stuck and didn't fade. It started shaping how others in the industry view them, making major studios more cautious and less willing to jump into expensive partnerships without thinking twice. By March 2026, Netflix executives had to step in publicly to deny rumors that things were falling apart, trying to quiet the noise. But behind the scenes, the story sounds very different. Insiders describe tension, miscommunication, and growing frustration building on both sides. The deal is now moving toward its final stretch, and what once looked like an easy renewal is anything but certain. Reports suggest that without a major hit soon, Netflix could decide to walk away completely. That creates a difficult situation. The one type of content that consistently grabs public attention is royal drama, the exact space they've been trying to step away from. It's a clear catch-22. They need the attention and revenue that comes from those stories. But every time they lean into it, it risks creating more distance from the family ties that give them relevance in the first place. Meghan's lifestyle brand, meant to be a major part of her next chapter, is also running into challenges. The brand, now known as Ever, previously introduced as American Riviera Orchard, launched with a soft, neutral style that some critics quickly called uninspired or too basic. Her first product drop, raspberry jam and wildflower honey, sold out almost instantly, creating a wave of buzz and attention. But critics were quick to question it, suggesting the sellout may have been driven by limited quantities, a classic scarcity move to build hype rather than proof of overwhelming demand. And hype alone isn't enough to handle a growing $16 million pressure point. If the Netflix deal doesn't deliver, or, as ever, doesn't scale into a strong global retail brand, that financial gap only gets wider, and the pressure keeps building. With that major deal possibly wrapping up in 2026, their biggest income stream could suddenly disappear. That would leave them facing serious financial pressure with fewer and fewer options left on the table. The rebrand from American Riviera Orchard to As Ever in early 2025 wasn't just a casual switch, it came from pure necessity. The original name ran into problems almost immediately, facing trademark pushback that couldn't be ignored. The US Patent and Trademark Office rejected the application multiple times, pointing out inconsistencies and even geographic limits that made the name difficult to secure. Trying to turn a local nickname for Santa Barbara into a global brand just wasn't going to slide through that easily. Meghan explained the change by saying she wanted something that wasn't tied to one location, a name that could grow beyond a single place. So she went back to As Ever, a name she reportedly locked in back in 2022, giving her more flexibility and control moving forward. The brand itself is built around her personal interests: food, gardening, hosting, all shaped into a lifestyle image that reflects her identity and creative direction. But once the products actually dropped, the pricing sparked instant reactions. We're talking about $13 jars of jam and $21 honey. Numbers that had people seriously questioning who this brand is really meant for. One restaurant owner even called the pricing extreme, suggesting it feels aimed more at a high-end market than everyday buyers. And that gap between the message and the reality is starting to stand out more with every release. The criticism didn't stop there. A $42 fruit spread gift box only added more attention, raising bigger doubts about whether the brand truly matches its message of accessibility and connection. Still, this is clearly Meghan's major play heading into 2026. Plans for luxury collaborations, floral, partnerships, meditation products, and even hospitality ventures are already being hinted at. But this space is crowded with strong, established lifestyle brands that aren't slowing down. As Ever is now under real pressure to prove it's more than just a personal project turned into a business idea. If it doesn't scale quickly, it risks becoming just another expense on a balance sheet that's already under strain. The As Ever pantry might look clean and picture-perfect online, but that image feels far removed from the kind of billion-dollar empire Tyler Perry has built. And he's the one reportedly waiting to be paid, which only adds more weight to everything building behind the scenes. As the pressure keeps building, a new theory is starting to gain traction among royal watchers, and it's getting a lot of attention. Some insiders are claiming that with financial stress rising, there could be a shift in strategy heading into 2026. The idea being discussed is a possible victim arc where any setbacks are framed as the result of outside interference instead of internal challenges. According to these claims, there may be plans for a major media push, suggesting deals fell apart because of constant pressure, intense scrutiny, and obstacles placed in their path. But this kind of approach may not land the same way anymore. Public reaction appears to be changing, with audiences showing less patience for repeated grievance-focused narratives. Poll numbers are reportedly slipping, and even long-time supporters are starting to ask direct questions about what happened to the promise of financial independence that was strongly pushed back in 2020. At the same time, support from within the royal circle appears limited. King Charles is said to have offered a small gesture, allowing accommodation for visits at Highgrove, but with a clear boundary: no ongoing financial support. That message comes through clearly. This is about setting limits, not offering bailouts. Prince William and Catherine are also reportedly keeping their distance, choosing to stay focused on their own roles and stability instead of stepping into ongoing tensions. All of this adds another layer to an already complicated situation that keeps unfolding with no clear ending in sight. At the same time, Harry's legal battle against the Daily Mail in early 2026 is being described as intense and deeply personal. In his witness statement, he accused the publisher of running a campaign that kept his life under constant surveillance and pushed him toward harmful coping habits. While these cases may be about principle for him, they also come with a serious financial cost that keeps growing. Legal battles at this level are never cheap, and if outcomes don't go his way, the fees alone could hit hard. Some observers believe this could become a major financial breaking point if multiple cases start stacking up at once. The bigger issue is that stepping away from royal life removed what many believed was a permanent safety net. Now, everything depends on their own resources, and that reality is playing out very publicly through courtrooms, filings, and headlines. As Tyler Perry's reported 30-day deadline gets closer, the tension keeps rising, and more people are watching closely to see what happens next. This situation is going way beyond celebrity headlines now. It's turning into a serious test of how strong their entire brand really is. If that reported $16 million doesn't get resolved and things move into legal action or even foreclosure, it could open the door to intense financial scrutiny. And that's where things get real. Legal discovery has a way of bringing everything into the light. Financial records, past agreements, private connections, even details that were never meant to be public in the first place. Every deal, every partnership, every reported loan could be pulled apart and examined piece by piece. Once that kind of information is out, it becomes almost impossible to control the narrative. The Montecito mansion, once seen as a bold symbol of independence and a fresh start, is now being looked at very differently by critics. Instead of representing freedom, some are calling it a sign of overextension and high risk. What was meant to signal arrival is now being viewed as a high-stakes investment that could shift everything if pressure keeps building the way it has been. So the big questions are getting louder. Do they start selling off assets to stay afloat? Do they tap into Harry's inheritance or whatever income still comes in from Meghan's Suits era to avoid a bigger fallout? Or do they go all in, double down on their public narrative, and risk a very open court battle where everything gets put under the microscope? Meanwhile, the royal family appears to be watching from a distance, keeping the focus on the institution rather than getting pulled into personal situations. Some media outlets, including Fox News, have started calling this period a year of reckoning, and that label is spreading fast. The future feels uncertain, and the weight of financial pressure is getting harder to ignore with each passing day. Because the truth is, debt has a way of surfacing no matter how well it's managed or hidden. And when it does, it demands attention. Titles, image, and carefully crafted messaging can only hold things together for so long before reality starts pushing through. As Tyler Perry's reported deadline gets closer, that pressure is becoming impossible to ignore. And the silence coming out of Montecito is only making everything feel even more intense. Right now, it feels like a pause right before something major breaks. What started as a story about building a new path and claiming independence is starting to shift into something very different in 2026. It's beginning to look more like a warning about how difficult that path can really be when both Hollywood and royal expectations collide, the stakes are high, and when money and reputation are both on the line, what happens next could change everything. There's even growing talk that Tyler Perry may not be the only one waiting for answers, just the first to speak out. If more details start coming out, especially from people inside their own circle, this situation could escalate fast. Because this doesn't just stop with one connection, it points to a much wider network of financial ties that may have helped support their lifestyle. Understanding that bigger picture could explain how things even reached this level of pressure in the first place. As the Hollywood deals started losing momentum, new whispers began coming out of Silicon Valley, and they add a whole new layer to this story. Some reports suggest Tyler Perry may not have been the only wealthy figure offering support during that transition period. There are claims about a major tech mogul, someone reportedly drawn in by the promise of exclusive Archewell collaborations, who allegedly provided a 7-figure credit line when the couple first relocated from Canada. And this wasn't your typical bank arrangement with strict contracts and tight oversight. It was described more like a high-level bet, an investment in what was expected to become a powerful global brand with serious influence. But when the Spotify deal fell apart and creative tensions with Netflix started making headlines, that confidence reportedly began to drop fast. As those big plans didn't fully come together, the tone shifted quickly. Requests for repayment reportedly started surfacing, and just like in other situations, the silence coming out of Montecito hasn't gone unnoticed in elite circles. because at that level, handshake deals can move quickly, but they can also turn just as fast when expectations aren't met. Among the ultra-wealthy, value isn't just about money, it's about access, influence, and reputation, and once that sense of exclusive access starts to fade, the willingness to offer support can disappear just as quickly. Now, insiders are suggesting that multiple financial lines like this could be getting called in around the same time. That kind of pressure can hit cash flow hard and tighten options almost overnight. And when that happens, difficult decisions aren't far behind. This is where controlling the public narrative becomes more important than ever. Not just for image, but possibly for financial stability too. Because if perception can be shifted and new backers are brought in, it could open the door for another wave of support to keep everything moving. And with everything circling back to Montecito, the focus turns again to what it really takes to maintain a property of that scale. That $14 million price tag was only the beginning. The real cost comes after the purchase, especially when maintaining a high-profile lifestyle without royal support. Beyond the $200,000 yearly property taxes, the biggest expense is security, and it's massive. Reports claim they could be spending over $3 million a year on 24/7 protection, involving highly trained, elite-level teams usually reserved for top officials. They've made it clear this level of security and spending isn't optional. It's something they see as essential. But without financial backing from family and with major deals starting to slow down, the pressure to maintain that lifestyle is rising fast. The real question now is simple. How long can that kind of setup actually last? That same strain is showing up inside Archewell too. Insiders describe constant turnover and a tense work environment that's getting harder to manage. Over 20 senior staff members have reportedly walked away, including key leadership roles, and sources say expectations are still sky high while budgets are getting tighter. That gap is creating serious internal pressure, and it's not slowing down. Then there's the suits factor. It brought a quick wave of attention, but it's not a long-term solution. Streaming success might look big on the surface, but payouts today are much smaller than most people think. So that boost doesn't go very far. Meghan's move into As Ever was supposed to open the door to major revenue, but critics are already calling it out, saying the pricing feels too high, and the overall style hasn't connected with a wide audience. At the same time, ongoing legal battles continue to drain resources. Even when there are wins or settlements, once legal fees are factored in, the financial relief isn't always what it seems. And with more cases still active, the risk of private details becoming public only adds more pressure. Now, with debts building and major deals slowing down, everything feels tighter than ever. The next chapter in this story could shift everything, and people are watching very closely to see how it all plays out. If you've been following this situation, don't miss what's coming next. Make sure to like, subscribe, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments, and stay locked in with Palace Insider for more updates.
Daily Mail are going to destroy Prince Harry. It is my understanding that the Daily Mail are confident of victory in the Royal Courts of Justice. Now, the Daily Mail believe they're going to win big. And a defeat in that building behind me, the Royal Courts of Justice, will cost Harry millions. Millions that he hasn't got.
The case is done. The evidence is in.
So the Judge Justice Nicklin is taking his time to consider his verdict as we speak.
Now it's all on the judge, Mr. Justice Nickon, who is taking his time to write a final decision. And it won't be quick. He's working through the Easter period, full-time, trying to make sense of what turned into a messy and at times chaotic record. We're talking flirtatious Facebook messages, a key witness suddenly backing away from his own statement, and a royal editor flat out calling the claims against her pure fiction. It didn't stop there. There were emotional moments in court, tears on the stand, even a tense clash with the judge. One former Daily Mail editor admitted the stress pushed him to the edge, saying the process left him furious during long, draining sessions. Behind the scenes, people close to the case say the Daily Mail team feels confident about winning, but not completely certain. Still, that confidence is real, and it's turning heads. If that confidence holds up, the fallout for Harry could hit hard, especially his finances. Losing could mean millions in legal costs and damages, money that won't be easy to recover, and the reputational damage. That could be even worse. If the judge decides his claims don't hold up or questions his credibility, it could seriously shake how the public sees him moving forward. There's more at stake than just money. This case was built around claims of unlawful press behaviour, and losing it, especially after key moments like the Charlotte Griffith messages and the Gavin Burrows situation becoming public, could weaken the bigger narrative that's been driving his public stance for years. That's a major shift. Take the Charlotte Griffith situation. Harry told the court they met once, he later found out she was a journalist, had a quick word with a friend, and that was it. No more contact. But the released Facebook messages tell a very different story.
Prince Harry, oh, have I told you about my terrible life growing up in palaces and castles?
So, if Harry loses, which the Mail think he will, it will further damage his reputation, it will erode any remaining credibility that he may have, and it will clean him out financially, which, be clear, will place further pressure on that crumbling marriage.
They show ongoing, friendly, clearly flirtatious conversations over months, even mentioning things like movie snuggles. That contrast is raising serious questions. There was even a shared nickname between them, plus messages about events they both attended, and Harry giving her his phone number. The chats also mentioned awkward dinners, joking about making small talk with strangers while asking for charity money, something that lines up with a real event he hosted at Clarence House back in December 2011. That detail connects the dots in a way that's hard to ignore. Griffith's testimony hit in a completely different way. She told the court that through her connections she found out Princess Catherine was expecting her first child days before it was officially announced. That was huge news, one of the biggest royal stories at the time, and she chose to stay quiet. She had the scoop and didn't publish it because she kept a strict line between work and personal trust. That moment said a lot about her. It showed she had real professional discipline and loyalty, choosing relationships over headlines.
And it revealed just how angry Harry is with the press, how much he detests the newspapers, the TV networks, any journalist that holds him to account. He doesn't like it because he doesn't want the truth to come out.
It also proved she could handle sensitive information without leaking it. That makes the idea that she was somehow unsafe to be around just because she's a journalist seem way less believable. But things got more intense when Harry's legal team suggested she made up the story about knowing about the pregnancy early. That's a serious claim against a journalist with years of experience covering the royal family. Griffith pushed back and rejected it completely, making it clear she stood by her word. If the judge decides that claim doesn't hold up, it could seriously hurt Harry's case. And then comes an even bigger issue, the Gavin Burrows situation. Burrows, a private investigator, was brought in as a key witness to support claims that unlawful methods were used to gather information. His role was supposed to strengthen the case in a major way, but what happened next raised even more questions. Then everything flipped. Burrows came forward and completely rejected the statement tied to his name. He said it had nothing to do with him, didn't recognize it at all, and even pointed out the signature looked fake, like it had been traced. He didn't hold back either. He called the whole case built around that statement a pack of lies. It gets worse.
So the case involved a witness switching sides, repeated arguments with the judge, and even tears in the courtroom.
Oh, poor Prince Harry, and my terrible life growing up in a world of luxury and privilege.
He said he only found out about this so-called statement a year and a half later through a newspaper. According to him, this entire story built around his role was basically fiction. In any court case, a key witness turning around like that is a big deal. But here it hits even harder because his evidence was supposed to be a major part of the claim. If the judge decides that this statement wasn't real, it could seriously damage Harry's credibility. The court doesn't need absolute proof, like in criminal cases, but it still has to believe his version is more likely true than not. And right now, that's looking shaky. The judge also has to go through 14 separate articles and decide if the information in each one was gathered unlawfully. The Daily Mail has stayed consistent, saying their information came from legitimate sources. They've even argued that some of it came from people close to Harry himself, suggesting his own circle may have been the real source of these stories. If that argument sticks, then the whole claim about unlawful behavior falls apart. There's nothing illegal about journalists getting information from willing sources. Rebecca English, the paper's royal editor, pushed back strongly on claims against her too.
Harry was joined in court by the model and actress Elizabeth Hurley, who reportedly is about 60. She looks 20. The woman is a miracle of science. We also have Sadie Frost, who's an actress, and Sir Elton John. Can you feel the love tonight? So it's a star-studded cast list.
She was accused of getting details about Harry's relationship with Chelsea Davy through questionable tactics, like having someone spy on a flight, but she firmly denied it, calling the claims deeply wrong and offensive. She made it clear this was something she would never even think about doing. Not now, not ever. She also pointed out there was no reply to the email being used as evidence, saying she had never even seen it before.
And together they sued Associated Newspapers, who own the Daily Mail, over claims that it misused their private information. So the great allegation is that the Daily Mail's outstanding world-class journalism was gathered through illegal means. They deny it, and they think they're going to win. They think they're going to win big, but there's a big problem for Harry.
That gap raised serious doubts about the whole claim. Then came Paul Dacre, the former editor-in-chief of the Daily Mail, and his testimony was explosive. This is someone who ran the paper for 26 years, known for being sharp and direct, and he did not hold back. He called the allegations serious but also at times completely ridiculous. He said they shocked him, frustrated him, and even left him angry in the early hours of the morning. He made it personal too, saying he felt upset for his staff and stood firmly behind them. That kind of reaction added even more intensity to an already heated case.
That Harry is in hot water with the judge because he said that many years ago when he was friendly with Charlotte Griffiths, 2011, 2012, he said that he met her on one occasion, this fabulous journalist, and when he found out she was a journalist, he got rid of her immediately. So he said he met her once and he cut off contact the very next day as soon as he realized that she worked in the media. He said he had no idea what her background was. He said that when he realized she was a journalist, he had words with his friend, and that was that.
On the other side, Harry painted a very different picture. He described his life as constant pressure, saying he felt watched, tracked, and monitored all the time. He spoke about it like it was non-stop surveillance, saying it pushed him into paranoia and made him question even the people closest to him, including friends and security. His testimony was emotional, no doubt about it.
Harry has somehow tried to give the impression to the court he didn't know who this woman was, and on discovering who she was, he was like, one day and then I'm out. Well, it doesn't stack up. Is he lying?
There were moments where he looked close to tears, and other moments where he lost his composure, even clashing with the judge. At one point, the judge had to step in and remind him to just answer the questions instead of arguing his case. That kind of moment doesn't go unnoticed in court. It doesn't automatically mean things will go against him, but it does become part of how the judge evaluates his credibility. And hanging over all of this is a major contradiction. Harry's case centers on claims that his privacy was invaded and his life was exploited.
So that's a huge setback. And this is a massive, massive opportunity for the Mail to close the deal on this wretched court case.
Yet the details being examined in court are now under even more scrutiny than ever before. His own memoir made around $20 million by sharing details of his private life. Then came the documentary, putting deeply personal family moments in front of a global Netflix audience. Add in interviews, podcasts, and public statements, it's been a steady stream of personal revelations straight from him. That's what makes this situation so complicated. The same person arguing that his private life was exposed and sold is also someone who has openly shared and profited from that same kind of information on a massive scale. It doesn't automatically cancel out his legal claims, but it definitely raises questions about how this all looks. Legally, both things can exist at the same time. Someone can choose to share parts of their life and still expect boundaries.
He took Meghan down and took her down to Chinatown, saying that Megxit was planned from day one, saying that Meghan was incredibly dishonest, pretending that she wanted to live in South Africa, actually looking at houses in South Africa. Oh, Harry, I found a beautiful, beautiful house there in
Cape Town looks beautiful. We could go to Johannesburg. So many beautiful places in South Africa where I dream of living as well. Actually, forget that. Let's go to California.
So that's what happened.
But in court, perception matters too. And the image of him criticizing a newspaper for doing something similar isn't exactly helping his position. The final decision won't be simple either. The judge will go through all 14 articles one by one, deciding each claim based on what's more likely true than not. It's not just a single win or loss, it's a breakdown that will reveal the bigger picture step by step. But beyond money or headlines, one thing matters most: credibility. The judge will be looking closely at everything: the Griffith messages, the Burrows situation, and how Harry handled himself in court. All of that feeds into how believable his overall case is.
Griffiths also, Charlotte Griffiths told me all these things about Meghan. That she was the engine behind Megxit and that she planned it from day one. And that the only reason Oprah was invited to their wedding was because she wanted to broker the TV interview for when they leave Britain.
Right now, the Daily Mail's side feels confident, while Harry is left waiting. The judge is working through everything carefully, and a case that many said should never have been brought is now heading straight for its final outcome. No matter how this ends, those 11 weeks in court have already left a mark that won't fade anytime soon. Not because of one single shocking moment, but because of everything combined: the messages, the claims, the testimonies, all laid out in public for everyone to see. Private conversations were exposed, witnesses spoke out, and in one major twist, a key witness even rejected his own statement. The judge had to step in to calm things down, and one senior editor admitted the whole process pushed him to anger late at night. This case turned into a full public display, and now it's almost at the finish line. The verdict is coming, and when it lands, one big question will finally get a clear answer. Was it worth it? All the time, money and pressure spent trying to take on the press will be weighed against what actually comes out of this.
From this evidence, you see, this was Harry's big mistake in suing the Daily Mail, the most read English language newspaper in the world. Why it was a mistake is A, he may lose, and the Daily Mail think he will lose.
Now, the legal side of this gets serious. This isn't a criminal case. It's about misuse of private information built on rules shaped over years of UK law. The judge has to balance two major rights: privacy and freedom of expression. That tension sits right at the center of everything. To win, two key points have to be proven. First, that the information was truly private and something a person would reasonably expect to stay private. Second, that it was obtained through improper methods, not normal reporting. On that first point, there is some ground to stand on. Details about personal relationships, private conversations, and specific movements are things most people would expect to keep out of the public eye. That part isn't the biggest mystery. The real battle is how that information was actually obtained. Just because Harry is a public figure doesn't mean every part of his life is open for everyone to see. Some things are still private. But the real problem in this case is the second issue: how that information was actually obtained. This is where things start to fall apart. The entire case leans heavily on claims that the Daily Mail used Nezakon methods, things like phone hacking, tapping calls, planting bugs, or using deception.
The other issue is he's having to wash his dirty laundry in public. And we've seen a very embarrassing, unedifying Harry, at times on the verge of tears, at times losing his temper, demonstrating that I think he's not right in his head. Right? I think he's lost his mind.
For Harry to win, the judge has to believe it's more likely than not that at least one of those methods was used in the specific articles he's challenging. That's why the Gavin Burrows situation hit so hard. He was supposed to be a key figure, someone who could back up those claims from inside the private investigator world. But instead, he stepped back and rejected everything tied to his name, saying the statement wasn't his and calling the whole setup fiction. With that, a major part of the case suddenly looked unstable. It's like the foundation took a serious crack. Meanwhile, the Daily Mail has stuck to a different story. They say the information came from people close to Harry. Friends, social circles, party connections. People talk, and sometimes they talk to journalists. That kind of thing happens all the time around high-profile figures. From the outside, it can look like spying, but in reality, it can just be insiders sharing what they know.
Is Harry a heavy drinker? Because all of these messages with my lovely friend Charlotte Griffiths are not just a little intimate, a little grown up in tone. which demonstrates, therefore, that Harry can't be telling the truth, that he knew Charlotte for one day and then got rid of her. Right? There was a camaraderie there. There was a connection. There was a chemistry, and there was an email trail as long as your arm. But a lot of it is about, you know, because also Charlotte told me that he's like very late at getting up in the morning. And that's something that was confirmed by Angela Levin, who's written a biography about Harry, spent about 15 months in his company, knows Harry better than he knows himself. And Angela and Charlotte have both said that you didn't do morning meetings with Harry because he just couldn't get up.
And here's the twist. Harry himself admitted he had those fears, saying he suspected even friends and security could have been sources. If the judge believes that version, then the whole argument about unlawful methods falls apart. Because if the information came from willing sources, there's nothing illegal about that, and the entire claim loses its core. There are 14 different articles being challenged, and each one has to be judged on its own. Some might have stronger evidence, others not so much. The judge will go piece by piece, and it's very possible the outcome will be mixed. Some wins, some losses, just to keep things balanced and limit any appeal arguments. But overall, the mood around this case isn't looking great for Harry. The issues keep stacking up. The Charlotte Griffith situation raising doubts, the Burrows statement falling apart, strong pushback from figures like Paul Dacre, and firm denials from Rebecca English. Put it all together, and it paints a picture that the Daily Mail believes is clearly in their favour. Now here's something people aren't talking about enough, the bigger impact of all this. This case isn't just about one person, it connects to the entire system around celebrity privacy and media behaviour. After the phone hacking scandals and the Leveson inquiry, major changes were made. New rules, stricter standards, and more caution from the press when it comes to private lives.
And this is the problem when you sue people, is the court have to hear everything. And they're hearing about the all-nighters, they're hearing about the creepy language, the G-string, and the movie snuggles. What is a movie snuggle?
That shift was supposed to protect people while still allowing journalism to function. Harry's case was seen as part of that ongoing fight, trying to push accountability even further. The idea was that taking this to court could expose wrongdoing and reinforce limits on how far the press can go. But if the case fails, the effect could flip completely. A high-profile case, backed by top legal teams and months of proceedings, ending without proof of unlawful conduct, would send a strong message the other way. It could weaken future claims and make it harder for others to challenge the press. Instead of setting a new standard, it might end up slowing things down. And that's a huge shift in itself. At the end of the day, it all comes down to one thing. The court has to be convinced. And if the evidence doesn't meet that standard, then the claim doesn't hold up. That's why this case goes way beyond just Harry. It could shape how future battles between celebrities, the press, and the legal system play out. If the Daily Mail wins, it won't rewrite history or erase past scandals, but it will send a clear message about this case, these claims, and this situation. It would show that, after everything presented in court, the arguments simply didn't land strongly enough. Then there's the money side, and it's huge. In UK cases like this, the losing side usually pays a big part of the winner's legal costs. After 11 weeks in court, those costs are massive, easily running into the millions.
I think that's it. I think it's the catastrophic own goal that will see Harry lose the case. There's obviously a chance he could win. The Mail, is my understanding, the Daily Mail are confident that they've got this one in the bag.
If Harry loses, he could be facing a serious financial hit on top of everything he's already spent. There's even been talk about whether he might need to sell assets to cover it, possibly tied to his California property. Whether that actually happens depends on the final numbers and what funds are available. But either way, the pressure is real, and the cost isn't just financial. This case has already taken time, energy, and exposed a lot of personal details in public. If the outcome goes against him, it only adds more weight to everything that's already been put on the line. There's a reason people warned against taking this route. Legal battles like this can get messy, expensive, and unpredictable fast. Those warnings weren't random. They came from people who understood exactly how intense this process can be. Still, Harry moved forward, confident his case would stand strong. Now, everything comes down to the judge's final call, and whether that confidence holds up under pressure. This case has tested Harry's confidence in ways he likely didn't expect. The Charlotte Griffith messages, the Burrows situation falling apart, the judge stepping in to tell him to stay focused, the former editor's anger, even a key witness switching direction. None of that was part of the original plan. Still, that doesn't guarantee a total loss. Court cases can be unpredictable.
There are no business opportunities. No one's investing in Harry. And his rate as a public speaker has gone from $1 million per speech to $50K, which is great money for you and I, but that is small change down the back of the sofa for the Sussexes.
What looks like a defeat can turn into partial wins, and the judge could still rule in Harry's favour on some of the 14 articles. Even with the Daily Mail feeling confident, nothing is locked in yet. But one thing is clear. The case hasn't played out the way his team hoped. And no matter what the final ruling says, the story coming out of this trial is already shaping public perception. It's a story about his connection with Charlotte Griffith, the questions around that testimony, the witness who rejected his own statement, and the intense way Harry handled himself in court. That's not the narrative he wanted out there, but it's now part of the record. The judge is still working through everything, and the final decision is coming soon. When it lands, it will close this chapter, a prince taking on the press, only to face serious scrutiny in return. Whether it ends in the outcome he wanted or something far less comfortable, the answer is close. But there's also a deeper layer here that often gets overlooked, the human side. Harry didn't bring this case for no reason. He believes he was wronged, and that belief comes from real experiences. He grew up under constant media attention, with his private life always in the spotlight. His relationships, movements, and personal moments were treated like public content. And those experiences, including the impact of press culture on his family, shaped how he sees all of this today. That history matters. The frustration behind it is real.
And the whole thing goes nuts. And it's interesting because talking about going nuts, Harry lost control to such an extent where he's not just blabbing on the verge of tears about how Meghan's life has been made a misery. I think you'll find that everything that happened to Harry and Meghan is self-inflicted. Okay?
And it's a big part of why this case happened in the first place. That drive to take action, to hold powerful institutions accountable for what he believes happened to him and his family, that part is real. It's not something to dismiss. But the problem is how it played out, because some of the legal moves made along the way now look questionable based on what's come out in court. And here's where it turns serious. There's a clear gap between what he wanted to achieve and what actually happened. He went in aiming to prove wrongdoing, to show the Daily Mail crossed legal lines. Instead, the spotlight flipped right back onto him. His own actions, his credibility, even private messages from years ago, all of it got pulled into the open. He set out to challenge the press, but ended up being examined just as closely, if not more. This isn't about the system being against him or anyone having special power. This is how legal battles work. They expose everything. They force both sides into the spotlight, and no detail stays hidden. That's exactly why so many people warn against taking these fights to court in the first place. People familiar with this world know that lawsuits like this can backfire. Instead of clearing your name, they can open doors to even more scrutiny. That risk was always there. It seems that risk may have been underestimated. The case hasn't looked as strong as expected, and the pressure of the process has been just as intense as predicted. Now the real question is what comes next. After weeks in court, facing tough questions, seeing private details revealed, and watching key moments unravel, does this experience change anything? Or does it push things even further? That answer is still up in the air.
But Harry was out of control. So not only is he in tears about how terrible his life is, but he also got told off by the judge, Mr. Nicklin, because he said, well, he didn't say Prince Harry. I'm not quite sure how he addressed him, but he said, you don't have to bear the burden of arguing the case today. If Mr. White, who's acting on behalf of the Daily Mail, makes a statement that you dispute, you can simply say, I don't accept that, or I don't know about that. He said, witnesses feel a particular pressure to make their point and to argue the point. You don't have to do that. Just answer the questions.
That Washington, D.C. speech made one thing clear. The bigger mission isn't stopping no matter how this case ends. The direction is already set, slow but steady, like something that won't easily change course. But this legal battle, that's about to reach its final moment. The verdict is coming, and when it drops, everything shifts. Harry will have to decide what comes next after a fight that turned out more intense, more public, and more draining than expected. And this isn't happening in a vacuum. There are real pressures in the background. Financial questions, ongoing family tension, and a future that isn't as secure as headlines once made it seem. The next chapter won't be shaped by speeches or public appearances. It'll come from private decisions made quietly, away from cameras and headlines. Right now, the judge is still writing, and Harry is left waiting. That waiting alone says a lot. The uncertainty, the exposure, everything revealed during the case. That's already part of the price paid, no matter what the final ruling says. There's a reason people warned about going down this road. After 11 weeks, that reality is clearer than ever. Still, the end is here. One final judgment will officially close this chapter, even if the bigger story keeps going. The court will give its legal answer, but the public will form its own opinions just as fast. And when it's all said and done, the biggest decision will fall on Harry. What he chooses to do next with everything that's happened. He still believes in what he's fighting for, no matter the outcome. Whether that belief holds up over time is something only the future can decide. If you've been following this story, drop your thoughts below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, because this conversation is far from over.
Meghan Markle is seemingly giving up on ads ever because her efforts to actually help sell her products continue to get abysmally worse, to such an extent that today, her graphic looks like an intern did it. Yes. Can you see the mistake there? Like the massive glaring error in that image? Well, apparently Meghan Markle's freakish attention to detail did not.
Just when you think she's always attempting to spin her epic losses as major wins, and you can't fool us anymore.
Meghan wants to get to billionaire status. She genuinely believes she's sitting on a gold mine with her jam. That was terrible, by the way.
Inside Netflix's headquarters, 2 entire storage rooms are stacked to the ceiling with Meghan Markle's jam, and not a single jar is being sold. It's not part of a launch or promotion. It's being given away for free. Workers are walking out with bags full of jam, some snagging up to 10 jars at a time. This is the same jam Meghan's team bragged had sold out in hours after launch.
It is such a tedious proposition to scale your own home recipe to something at mass and maintain the same, not just quality, but the same flavor that you're able to do at home. And I think any home cook would say that. If you say, great, can you make your cobbler that I love? I said, great, of course I can make my cobbler. Great, can you make 1,000,000 cobblers? Can you teach someone how to make 1,000,000 cobblers that taste just like the one that you have at home? I also have to be conscious of, people who really understand canning can say the bricks method when you're going at scale.
But now the truth is leaking out fast. While Netflix staff quietly clean out shelves, Meghan is reportedly plotting a massive global rollout. She's convinced she's about to take over the UK jam market, all on her own terms. That confidence, though, is shocking, considering she's still one of the most unpopular public figures in Britain.
Important in that the first hero product was this $9 jar of jam, which my 15-year-old self would have been able to buy. And then after you finish the jam, you could use that to put your flowers in it, little jar, or your pens on your desk. And I liked the idea of having something that just felt signature in that way, and keepsake packaging and affordable.
Insiders close to Prince Harry claim he finally stepped in, telling her straight up, "We can't afford this." That line alone says everything about the growing tension behind the scenes. So how did someone with fame, fortune, and worldwide attention end up flopping so hard with a jam brand? The answer lies in how this project even began. Before the warehouse chaos, Meghan launched American Riviera Orchard with a picture-perfect PR campaign. Her team staged glossy Instagram shots of her wearing a high-end apron, looking effortlessly chic. She sent out elegant jars of strawberry jam to just 50 influencers, each one accompanied by handwritten calligraphy notes, crafted to look exclusive and elite. That's where the illusion started. And the story only gets messier from there.
And this is a woman who has claimed numerous times that Netflix is involved in her brand. They should be horrifically embarrassed that she is so incompetent and that she has all this support and everything. And it's like, okay, well then where's the money going? Because a graphic designer would have not made that mistake.
The website looked flawless, sleek, polished, and dripping with high-end vibes. It promised more than just jam. It promised an entire lifestyle brand. The message was loud and clear. This wasn't ordinary jam. This was luxury. This was status. This was Meghan. But there's one basic business rule that somehow got ignored. Marketing can't save a weak product, and no PR team can patch up bad planning. The product lineup itself raised eyebrows fast. Alongside the jam were wickless candles, bottles of wine, and those infamous flower petal sprinkles that people say taste like dry grass. These were all branded as top-tier luxury goods, but the reaction didn't match the hype. Behind the scenes, mountains of unsold inventory piled up, even as Meghan's team kept claiming there was unbelievable demand. They even bragged about ordering 1 million more jars, supposedly because sales were through the roof. But reality hit hard. At Netflix headquarters, employees were reportedly told they could help themselves to the leftovers, and one worker didn't just grab a couple of items.
I did not think he should have aired the family's dirty laundry, but that's just me, darling. So I was like, Harry, no, don't do that. You know better. You know what I mean? But he did what he did.
People like her, lizards in human form, will stop at nothing, as you said, to get some attention.
They walked out with 10 jars of jam. Not 10 products total, 10 jars of jam. Think about that for a second. Netflix, a $200 billion company, using its office space as a storage unit for unsold celebrity jam and candles. Even worse, they're giving the stuff away as employee perks just to free up space. When pressed for a statement, Netflix had nothing to say. Total silence. And for a company that guards its image so carefully that silence is screaming. Meghan's team quickly scrambled to spin the story. They claimed the extra inventory had already been moved to another warehouse and insisted the stock left at Netflix was only for gifting, sampling, and promotional purposes. But come on, when promotional samples take up 2 whole storage rooms and staff are being told to take armfuls home, that's not smart branding, that's pure desperation. Then everything took a wild turn. Last month, a major glitch hit the American Riviera Orchard website, and it accidentally exposed something Meghan Markle definitely didn't want the public to see.
Number one, I think she's sort of starting to lose interest as the brand isn't doing well. I think she's kind of like, oh, I don't want to take the time. I just want to get this out. I just want to get this sold. And I get it, but like she wants to apparently run a multi-million-dollar, if not billion-dollar empire, and she ain't going to do it like this.
Curious users discovered that if they added large quantities of items to their shopping carts, the real inventory numbers popped up, and wow, those numbers were shocking. We're talking over 20,000 jars of jam, nearly 90,000 wickless candles, and close to 500,000 unsold items just sitting there. When those figures started spreading online, Meghan's team jumped into damage control mode fast. They issued firm denials, but once numbers like that leak, there's no way to hide them.
Because they're embarrassed of the marketing too. Wow. Unreal how bad this all is. This is clearly a hatchet job by Meghan herself, and it shows that the effort and energy she put into it as ever is officially dead.
Harry and Meghan are in so much financial trouble now that they very quietly, maybe possibly listed their home. Like, it's not a listing, it's like a pocket listing that like they're considering selling, unloading the Montecito $14 million mansion because they just can't afford.
They insisted it wasn't overstock at all, just inventory being prepped for international expansion, supposedly destined for Britain, Europe, and Asia. According to Meghan's PR team, the whole world was supposedly waiting for Meghan's jam. But come on, that explanation didn't show up until after people caught on. It wasn't part of a grand launch or global rollout announcement. It only appeared after the receipts went public. That timing says it all. But here's the real problem. The Netflix jam stash is just one piece of a much bigger mess. The entire business plan seems cracked from the start.
Netflix headquarters is overflowing with Meghan Markle's jam. And Prince Harry is warning Meghan Markle, we can't afford.
Let's talk about the Valentine's Day bundles. A desperate move to push sales. Meghan's team rolled out several romantic gift sets, hoping to tap into the holiday rush and last-minute buyers.
So bad, they are literally giving it away. Staff are helping themselves to free as ever products as the streamer's Los Angeles offices are filled with Meghan Markle's.
One of those sets, called the Sweetheart Bundle, was packed with chocolate, strawberry spread, raspberry spread, and candles, a picture-perfect setup for Valentine's night. But even with all that glitz and branding, the sales didn't move. And that failure is exactly why the cracks in this luxury empire are getting harder to hide. The Sweetheart Bundle came with a hefty price tag, $185. And here's where it got real messy. When customers started adding up the prices of the individual items, they realized the total came out to exactly $185. No discount, no bonus, no deal. It was literally the same price, just bundled together and labeled as special.
Insider says Meghan is absolutely convinced this is the moment to go big, and she's not talking about dipping a toe in. She's going full global expansion. Oh my God, can you imagine how poor this is going to be? She believes there's serious money to be made overseas, especially in Europe, Asia.
Everyone knows a bundle is supposed to save you money, not charge you the same and call it exclusive. That's basic business sense. But it got even worse. One Reddit user broke down a smaller Valentine's Day set that only included a chocolate bar and a jar of raspberry spread. The price? $29. The chocolate alone sells for $14 and the jam goes for $12. That's just $26 total. Meghan was charging $3 more for absolutely nothing. No fancy packaging, no bonus items, no unique presentation, just a higher price tag slapped on the same stuff. Once people started catching on and calling it out online, Meghan's team quietly changed the pricing.
Reports now coming in through Closer magazine as well that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle clash as he tells her, "We can't afford this."
This is why I think she's a sociopath. And by that, I mean, I really think, just my opinion, she is a psychopath.
But the damage was already done. It exposed a deeper issue. She doesn't seem to grasp how retail works or what customers actually value. And then came the marketing fail that had everyone talking. Meghan posted a Valentine's Day promo on Instagram, a bright red background with her products laid out and the words limited edition written in what was supposed to be elegant calligraphy.
Mediocre doesn't stop there. We also have this random picture, and I'll have to say the Sidley twins were quite smart because one of them photoshopped the It character in the background, Pennywise. But I look at this picture, and again, what's the message here? Like, you know, you're selling romance in your text. But this looks like a crazy woman holding on to balloons in her yard for no inexplicable reason.
But the image looked terrible. The products weren't centered, the font was hard to read, and the editing was sloppy. You could literally see where different product shots were pasted together. One jar of strawberries was tilted so awkwardly it threw off the entire layout, leaving big, empty spaces on one side. Professional graphic designers flooded the comments, and they did not hold back. One pointed out that the limited edition text was tilted at a weird angle, and another noted that everything looked like it was floating, because there were no shadows at all. This is someone who supposedly has Netflix-level backing and lives in a $16 million mansion. Yet her promo post looked like it was thrown together in 5 minutes on a phone app. Meghan keeps talking up her business skills in every interview, but that Valentine's promo image told a completely different story. It looked like it was tossed together using the most basic editing software, with zero quality control.
Forced to deny the business was in trouble last month after a website glitch revealed unsold inventory of roughly over 500,000 items. Although now resolved, the site briefly displayed the inventory that included approximately 2,020 jars of jam, etc. And while eager-eyed internet sleuths took advantage of the glitch, as we just discussed, it revealed that she had a backlog of so much product, and her business was failing.
But honestly, the real failure wasn't just about bad design. It was the strategy. She positioned her Valentine's products as romantic gifts, trying to tap into the love season market. The website copy went on about easy romance, heartfelt gestures, and sweet little moments. But here's the cold truth. Most men aren't lining up to buy jam for Valentine's Day, and most women don't exactly dream of getting a jar of strawberry spread from their partners either. The comment sections were brutal. One woman joked, "If my husband bought me spread for Valentine's Day, he'd be back home with his mama." Another said, "I don't think my husband wants flour sprinkles on his eggs and bacon." The public wasn't confused, they were just completely uninterested. The whole idea missed the mark. The product didn't match the occasion, and the audience didn't connect at all. The market fit was way off. If Meghan really wanted her Valentine's rollout to hit, she should have aimed it at something that actually made sense, like mother-daughter gifts or thoughtful treats between friends. That holiday could have been the perfect chance to celebrate female friendship, women supporting women sharing something sweet together. Instead, the campaign tried to sell romance through jam, and that's where everything fell apart. Instead of pivoting her pitch, Meghan tried to convince everyone that strawberry preserves are somehow romantic. She pushed the idea that chocolate sprinkled with flower petals equals love. But the market didn't buy that fantasy, and the sales numbers made it painfully obvious. Now comes the wildest part. Despite every sign pointing to failure, Meghan Markle is reportedly doubling down.
There are 2 storage rooms packed with as-ever product. They are literally just giving it away to employees. One staffer walked out with 10 products for free. We're told jars of jam, candles, wine, and Meghan's famous flower petal sprinkles are being kept in storage rooms.
She actually believes this is her big moment to go global. According to Closer magazine, she's not talking about testing new regions or doing soft launches. She's planning a full-blown international expansion with her main focus locked on the UK. Let that sink in. She genuinely thinks she can dominate the British jam market, the same country where she remains one of the least liked public figures. And not just disliked, this is the same Britain whose royal family she openly criticised in front of millions, the same nation still divided over her treatment of the late Queen Elizabeth. UK commenters wasted no time voicing their feelings. One wrote, "I'm from the UK and I can honestly say I will never buy any of her products after what she tried to do to the royal family." Another chimed in, "She called our royal family racist. Yeah, we're all rushing to buy her jam." The tone online was brutal and overwhelmingly clear. It's hard to imagine a tougher market to break into, yet Meghan seems convinced she can turn it around. Meanwhile, across the pond, King Charles has been running his own organic food brand, Highgrove, for decades, built on authenticity, reputation, and steady public respect. And that contrast only makes Meghan's luxury jam takeover look even more out of touch. King Charles's Highgrove brand has been running strong for years, offering jams, preserves, chocolates, and teas, all made with care and high-quality ingredients. Plus, profits go to charity, which only boosts the public's trust and respect for the brand. Meanwhile, Meghan seems convinced she can compete with that legacy using wickless candles and pricey spreads, all while trying to sell to a market that frankly doesn't like her much at all.
Promoting what? You guys announced that you canceled with Love Meghan. It's done. It's done. You know, what other promotional purpose could this garbage?
And it's not just about popularity. The UK has strict food safety rules. Every product needs proper labeling, a full ingredient list, expiration dates, and compliance with EU food laws. Reports suggest some of Meghan's products have already missed a few of these requirements, meaning they could hit major roadblocks before even making it to store shelves. Still, insiders claim Meghan is confident that once her brand hits British soil, the whole narrative will flip. She supposedly believes the public is just waiting to discover her products. But the truth couldn't be further from that. British consumers aren't waiting, they're skeptical. And this is where Prince Harry reportedly steps in, and for once, he's pushing back. Sources say he's growing increasingly worried about the financial risk tied to her business ventures. He's not telling her to give up, but he's urging her to slow down, take a smarter approach, and stop burning through money so fast.
They were suggesting that it was unethical the way that she repackages things, like, oh, look at these Valentine's Day boxes I have, or these holiday boxes I have, and says that she got new stock in when it's the same stock. She's just repackaging it to try to generate some sort of interest in product that's not moving. I mean, it was very logistical, the way this article was written, and the way that they were talking about how she basically takes the product that's not moving, slaps a ribbon on it, and says, here's the Valentine's Day.
And honestly, he's right to be cautious. The couple's financial picture looks very different now. Harry's memoir Spare sold big when it launched, but there's no sequel coming, no fresh book deal on the table. And that means the easy money days might be over. The pressure is clearly building behind the palace walls, and this jam empire might be adding more strain than success. Their Spotify deal crashed and burned. The Netflix projects didn't deliver the profits everyone expected, and Meghan's cooking show, reportedly shelved before it even got off the ground. The costs of setting up a real international distribution network are massive, and when you stack all that up, it's clear the ambition might be big, but the obstacles are even bigger. Despite all the warning signs, Meghan seems to be brushing off every lesson from her past failures. Insiders say she's still chasing those flashy launches, convinced that her global fame alone will turn into instant sales. But the truth about international markets is harsh. You can't just drop a luxury brand into a country that doesn't trust you and expect it to sell out overnight. And the logistics? A total nightmare. Shipping delicate jam jars and candles overseas costs a fortune. Add in warehouse space, customs, cold storage, and retail partnerships, and you're staring at bills that easily climb into the millions. One wrong move in distribution and the whole business could collapse before the products even hit a single British shelf. Then there's the marketing problem. And it's only getting worse. American Riviera Orchard had a splashy Instagram debut that turned heads for a minute, but the buzz disappeared fast.
Her products are mediocre slop. And then this is the other one. This is really expensive. And oh man, she has taken it off, guys, but we will talk about how much this is a ripoff. Why? Because she put something on there that the two individual products together equaled $26, and she was selling it for $29. So $3 for literally nothing. Nothing. Okay, so this is the Valentine's bundle that
Posts that once seemed elegant and polished now come off as tone-deaf or out of touch. Followers have started noticing every detail. The poor edits, the awkward product shots, the captions that feel forced. The brand that was supposed to scream luxury now just looks lost. People are paying attention. They notice when the prices don't add up, when the product photos look sloppy, or when exclusive bundles make 0 sense. And that kind of scrutiny only gets harsher overseas, especially in the UK, a market that's both traditional and brutally critical. Financial pressure is clearly piling up. Netflix is reportedly sitting on piles of unsold jam and candles, giving them away for free just to make space. Meanwhile, Prince Harry is said to be worried about their cash flow. And for good reason. Their past ventures, from the failed Spotify deal to the underperforming Netflix projects, haven't brought in the returns they expected. Every new expansion now carries more risk, not less. But the real danger isn't just financial, it's cultural. Meghan's image in the UK has been controversial for years. Her public criticism of the royal family and the interviews that sparked outrage still divide opinion. And that makes her brand inherently polarizing. Even if the jam were top quality, many people simply aren't willing to separate the product from the person selling it. Yet, despite everything, insiders say Meghan remains utterly convinced she can still win over the market. That level of confidence borders on delusional, but it's also what keeps her pushing forward.
she's not doing, I think, especially with these edits and bundles, a good job of actually taking the products individually and doing a separate photo shoot with those products to show them together. She's photoshopping them together. And you feel it here really badly. So what she did is she took the disparate elements here. And this is obviously, and the picture on the site itself is not this bad. But let me show you. She took this. She screenshotted it, took out the background, and slapped it on this red one.
Some experts think there's still a slim chance to turn things around, but it would take a total overhaul. Smaller product runs, more genuine marketing, and a focus on audiences that actually want what she's offering. At this stage, every decision matters. One wrong move could mean another warehouse full of unsold jars, more markdowns, and another round of public embarrassment splashed all over social media. The question now isn't whether Meghan can sell jam, it's whether she can survive the PR storm that comes with trying. Going international isn't just about ambition or a fancy press release. It takes warehouses, shipping logistics, local partnerships, compliance with international regulations, marketing teams, and millions of dollars before a single dollar comes back in. And here's the kicker. Meghan is trying to do all of that while still sitting on nearly 500,000 unsold items in the US. Netflix is literally handing out her products for free just to make space. And somehow, she still thinks expansion is the next logical step. The math doesn't add up. But according to insiders, Meghan refuses to hear it. She's absolutely convinced her jam sales proved her vision for the lifestyle market. One insider even said, she believes she's sitting on a gold mine with her jam. Harry just needs to trust her and let her run with it. That's confidence, sure, but there's a thin line between confidence and denial. In business, there's a saying every investor knows: don't throw good money after bad. When a strategy isn't working, you don't double down, you pivot, you reassess, and you listen to feedback.
Okay, Meghan, just putting it out there. No man in his right mind wants your chocolate or your spread for Valentine's Day. He wants his girlfriend, his wife, whatever, to go to Siren and pick up something from Sydney Sweeney. Because he's thinking about Sydney Sweeney. That's what men want for Valentine's Day. They want a negligee. Anything they do for Valentine's Day is because they want you in bed later. Men are simple.
But Meghan seems to be doing the exact opposite, treating every failure as proof that she should just invest more. And experts, from business analysts to psychologists, are starting to notice a pattern. Meghan's entire brand revolves around herself, her taste, her handwriting, her image, her name stamped across every product and post. It's all about her personal aesthetic. But she seems to have skipped the most important question of all. Do people actually want this? The market has spoken, and the answer is no. Not at these prices, not with these products, and definitely not from her. When you look at the giants of celebrity lifestyle brands, the difference is obvious. Martha Stewart built her empire on actual skill. She could cook, design, and create every product she sold. Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop, controversial as it may be, knew its audience inside out and delivered exactly what they wanted. Even the Kardashians figured out the golden rule. Sell aspiration, not yourself. Meghan, on the other hand, is selling herself, and the public just isn't buying it. The proof? Those overflowing Netflix storage rooms. A major streaming company took a gamble on her brand, probably as part of a bigger content partnership. They gave her resources, backing, and even space to store her products. And now, they're the ones stuck with piles of unsold jam and candles. Netflix employees are literally taking jars home like freebies at a trade show. That's not a collaboration. That's a liability. It's the kind of situation that leaves corporate execs quietly wishing they'd never signed the deal in the first place.
Probably one of the worst things I've seen, and she definitely doesn't know how to market it because, Meghan, your products do not appeal to a man whatsoever. This does. Sydney Sweeney does. So if you want to impress your husband for Valentine's Day, don't get anything from Meghan Markle. He will be very, very confused because, again, men are simple. They want a sandwich. They want a woman. They want a woman who can make them a sandwich. They're simple creatures. And Meghan Markle apparently has no clue how to reach them. Meghan Markle has no clue what men want, apparently. Has no clue how to market or brand her product.
So what's next for Meghan? There are a few possible paths. She could finally take a step back, accept that the luxury lifestyle queen route isn't working, and actually learn from what went wrong. Maybe she pivots to a product that fits the market better, something authentic, sustainable, and real. Because if she keeps pushing jam that nobody's buying, the only thing she'll be spreading is another round of public embarrassment. But let's be real, Meghan's track record doesn't exactly scream accountability. When things go sideways, she usually blames outside forces instead of owning up to what went wrong. Option 2. She could quietly scale back, let American Riviera Orchard fade into the background and say she's focusing on family or new passions. Honestly, that might be the smartest move. But it would also mean admitting defeat, and that's something she's never seemed willing to do. Then there's the third path, the one insiders say is most likely. She could double down on her UK expansion plans, throwing even more money into a market that's already rejected her. If she does, it could turn into a financial disaster so big that even her team won't be able to spin it. And finally, the quiet whisper from behind the scenes. The fourth possibility, Netflix could be preparing to distance themselves completely from the brand. They've already stopped promoting it, and those jam-filled storage rooms tell the story loud and clear. They just want it gone. Some say a silent separation might already be happening. At the end of the day, Meghan Markle had every advantage imaginable: fame, fortune, connections, and world-class resources. And somehow, she still couldn't sell jam. 2 Netflix storage rooms overflowing with products nobody wants. That's the legacy of American Riviera Orchard. So what do you think? Bad business, bad timing, or just bad judgment? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If this breakdown opened your eyes or gave you a new angle on the Meghan Markle jam saga, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to see it.
You should be really, really worried, concerned, and cautious about putting photographs of your kids on.
If there's a camera anywhere nearby, Meghan Markle seems to lock in on it instantly. She smiles, she turns, she hits every angle, she knows exactly where the lens is at all times. It's like nothing moves forward until the perfect shot is secured from every side. So today we're breaking down 13 of her most awkward and talked about photo moments from that UN Royal Australian tour. And trust me, some of these feel way too staged to ignore. And just a heads up, the way people were reportedly used for these photo moments gets seriously uncomfortable, especially when we hit number 9. If pride ever showed up in human form, a lot of critics would point straight at Meghan during that hospital visit. Reports claimed that children who were supposed to be resting and recovering in their hospital beds were instead brought out just to meet Meghan and Harry, which didn't sit right with a lot of people watching. These weren't just random meet and greets, these were kids dealing with real, heavy health battles. Kids who are fighting every single day and value each moment they get. But instead of a quiet, respectful visit inside the wards, it was said the children were lined up and presented almost like part of a setup. And what made it even more awkward, they were placed behind a ribbon barrier, making it look less like a heartfelt visit and more like a crowd watching celebrities from a distance. Instead of patients receiving simple, genuine compassion, everything reportedly felt restricted and distant. They couldn't just walk up freely or interact in a natural way. Even basic moments like reaching out seemed limited, almost like every move had to be approved first. The physical contact that did happen came across as selective, controlled closely by Meghan and Harry themselves, which left a lot of people raising eyebrows. Observers quickly started comparing this to how traditional working royals handle these kinds of visits. Queen Elizabeth was known for walking straight into hospital wards without turning it into a spectacle. Princess Catherine often kneels down to meet children at their level, making the moment feel real and personal. But here, critics say the whole thing looked overly managed, stiff, and honestly uncomfortable to watch. Since stepping away from royal duties, many critics argue that Meghan and Harry seem to have lost sight of what those roles were meant to represent. The focus, they say, should be on serving people, not organising moments that feel like staged photo setups. Hospitals have strict safety rules for a reason, especially when children with fragile immune systems are involved. Yet during this visit, some felt those precautions didn't seem as visible, as Meghan was seen interacting closely with seriously ill children, including those in wheelchairs, all while cameras clicked non-stop from every direction. While some people viewed those moments as kind and caring, others saw something completely different, an unnecessary risk that didn't need to happen. After travelling internationally from Los Angeles, viewers started questioning whether basic medical awareness was pushed aside just to capture emotional, picture-perfect shots. You could clearly see Meghan smiling brightly toward the cameras, while a few of the children looked unsure, even overwhelmed by everything happening around them. Some critics even felt like the hospital environment itself leaned more toward visuals than comfort in that moment. And yes, people pointed out that Meghan's well-known claw showed up again. One child in particular stood out, looking drained and not interested in the attention at all. Her body language told the full story. Head down, avoiding eye contact, clearly wanting the moment to be over as quickly as possible. But instead of letting that moment end naturally, Meghan appeared to place her hand firmly on the child's shoulder, holding her there just long enough for the cameras to get their shots. Rather than allowing space, the interaction seemed to continue despite the child's visible discomfort. Many observers felt the message from the child was clear, even without words, but the photos still took priority. Some viewers even joked that Meghan's grip looked less like reassurance and more like control, almost like saying, "Stay right here until the cameras are done." No one wants to be sick, especially not kids. Children in hospitals deserve calm, rest, and basic dignity while they recover. But during this visit, several young patients who are still connected to medical equipment were reportedly brought out just to meet the couple, instead of Meghan and Harry quietly visiting them at their bedside. Critics said it looked like patients were repositioned for visibility, and the kids themselves appeared tired, overwhelmed, and clearly uncomfortable in that moment. As cameras kept flashing, a lot of viewers started asking one simple question. If this was really about kindness, why not meet the children privately where they feel most at ease? For many critics, the answer felt obvious. Quiet bedside visits don't create eye-catching photos, but carefully arranged setups definitely do, and that's what made the whole situation feel off to so many watching. One moment that really stood out showed Meghan sitting between two visibly unwell children, smiling brightly straight at the cameras. Her energy came across as upbeat and polished, while the children beside her looked drained and worn out from what they were dealing with. That sharp contrast didn't go unnoticed, and it left viewers questioning the tone of the moment, wondering who would be smiling so widely in a setting like that. Critics didn't hold back on this one. They argued the whole moment felt more like image control than real empathy. A serious hospital setting was seen by some as turning into a backdrop for publicity instead of a place for quiet care and respect. Then there was the situation where Harry visited a bedridden patient who couldn't be moved. Since the patient had to stay in his ward, Meghan and Harry had no choice but to meet him there, which made some people question why other visits weren't handled the same way. Some viewers saw that interaction as kind and meaningful, but others called it out as inconsistent, especially because, as critics pointed out, this is the same Harry who previously said certain things in interviews that didn't match what people were now seeing.
Should be really, really worried, concerned, and cautious about putting photographs of your kids on.
In the moment itself, Harry appeared perfectly positioned, smiling while cameras captured every second, turning what could have been a quiet personal exchange into something that looked carefully planned. A lot of people labelled it a clear photo opportunity, and some even speculated it may have been quietly arranged behind the scenes. There were claims that King Charles would never have supported something like this publicly, which added even more tension to the situation. Since Harry is no longer a working royal, seeing him participate in something like a royal-style wreath-laying ceremony raised serious eyebrows. Critics, including veterans, military families and relatives of those who served, voiced frustration, saying the whole thing felt like a performance rather than genuine respect. To some critics, it came across like someone trying to hold on to that royal image even after stepping away from official duties. Moments that are supposed to be about remembrance and respect started to feel more like carefully polished appearances meant to generate headlines. Memorial events are meant to honour those who gave everything, not turn into picture-perfect scenes that shift the focus away from the meaning behind them. And when it comes to Meghan, critics say no visit feels complete without a moment in front of the camera, even during hands-on activities. During her solo stop at Macaulay Community Services, she was seen serving food and posing while preparing meals for residents. Helping people is always a positive thing, no doubt about that, but viewers couldn't ignore how camera-focused the entire visit seemed. Every move looked planned, every gesture timed just right for photos to be taken. What really caught attention, though, was the reported choice of jewellery. While serving vulnerable families, Meghan was said to be wearing pieces valued at over $105,000, including Princess Diana's Cartier watch and other luxury bracelets. That contrast between high-end fashion and charity work didn't sit well with everyone, and some felt it sent mixed messages about sincerity. Then there's another photo that sparked even more debate. Meghan is seen posing with a child who looks weak and clearly not happy in that moment. After a full day of travel, critics pointed out concerns about health and safety, especially being close to children with fragile immune systems. And if you look closely at the picture, people even started pointing things out in the background, adding another layer of controversy to an already tense situation. In another moment that caught attention, you can clearly see a young patient trying to hide her face. The second camera showed up. She turned away and covered herself, making it obvious she didn't want to be photographed. But even with that clear reaction, pictures were still taken, while the child tried to avoid the spotlight. That led a lot of viewers to question why her silent message was ignored in the first place. People started asking a serious question. Why continue taking photos when a child is clearly uncomfortable without even saying a word? For many critics, this crossed the line from awkward celebrity behaviour into something much more uneasy to watch. It wasn't just about being in the spotlight anymore, it was about reading the room and respecting boundaries, especially in a sensitive environment like that. At the Australian Veterans Artwork Museum, things didn't look much different either. Meghan stood listening as a guide explained the exhibits, but observers noticed how still she seemed, almost frozen in place like she was waiting for cameras to lock in the perfect shot. Her attention didn't appear fully on the artwork, with some saying it looked more focused on angles and positioning. That moment ended up representing what many felt about the entire tour. Every location turning into a backdrop instead of a genuine interaction. Then, during a clay activity with children, Meghan worked on shaping a clay ostrich. But instead of staying fully engaged, she was seen glancing toward photographers again and again, even while working with the clay. Critics said her focus looked split between participating and posing, making the whole interaction feel less natural. To some viewers, it came off more like a solo modelling moment than a simple activity with kids, reinforcing the idea that the cameras were always the main focus. Group selfies and staged photos kept happening throughout the hospital visit, and it didn't go unnoticed. Some parents even appeared hesitant, but at the same time it felt like going along with it wasn't really optional. Children who needed rest were brought together again and again just for pictures, which left many observers questioning if families truly felt comfortable saying no. To critics, the whole situation started to feel less about compassion and more about shaping a certain image through emotional visuals. One moment that stood out was when a child kindly offered Meghan a flower during the visit. Instead of it flowing naturally, observers felt there was a noticeable pause, almost like everything slowed down so photographers could lock in the perfect shot. Meghan appeared to position herself carefully before accepting it, making sure every angle was captured. Critics quickly pointed out the contrast, especially since her own children are kept out of the public eye, while other families' children are often seen in highly publicised moments. And there you have it, 13 of the most talked about and controversial photo ops from Meghan and Harry's Australian tour. Some people see genuine charity work, while others see carefully planned publicity moments. But one thing many can agree on is this: cameras don't just capture smiles, they capture intent too. So what do you think about these moments? Which one stood out to you the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit that like button, share this with others, and don't forget to subscribe for more breakdowns like this.
The worst thing that Meghan and Harry could have done. It just shows how disconnected they are from not only the public, the Remembrance Day, the people of the UK, but also from themselves, from each other. They are very disconnected from each other. She wants one thing, he wants another. And every time they step out here, him looking miserable and her looking so happy, it's very...
Markle and Prince Harry face an uphill battle. Insiders and experts tell us what went wrong and how they can bounce.
Prince Harry landed on the cover this week with a brutal story about Harry and Meghan's brand problems. The headline hits hard, talking about setbacks and asking what went wrong. That matters because Us Weekly was not talking like this before. Under former editor Dan Wakeford, who came over from People, the magazine often looked like a friendly platform for the Sussex camp, with soft coverage, special access, and stories that clearly helped their image. That kind of setup is common in celebrity media.
Only get so many chances to make mistakes. Maybe that's true, but come on, they've had more chances than virtually any other high-profile person who had no experience yet got these deals worth tens of millions.
Good press gets traded for exclusives, inside details, and access. But now the tone has changed. Under new leadership, Us Weekly is telling a very different story, and that says a lot. It shows that the number of major American outlets willing to fully echo Harry and Meghan's side may be getting smaller again. That shift matters for business too. A lot of the Sussex brand in the US has depended on a small circle of publications, especially People, that were willing to run source-based stories pushing their preferred version of events. So when a magazine that used to play along suddenly runs a cover about a brand crisis and an uphill climb, that is not nothing. It is a visible crack in the media support system, even if People still seems to be in their corner. But here is where it gets messy. Reporter Paula Froelich, who has been one of the more reliable voices on this story, says the article pulls a slick bait and switch. The headline sounds harsh and damaging, but the actual story leans heavily on people tied to Harry and Meghan, or close to them. The sources quoted through the piece keep framing the couple in a softer, more forgiving light than the cover suggests.
That had she just stayed as a royal, it would have been the likes of Kris Jenner, desperate to be in a room with her. Yes. Desperate to be in a room with Meghan Markle, and how the tables have turned. And she's not as clever as she thinks. Yeah. She doesn't get that this is not good for her brand.
I've never seen this I've never seen someone that struggles to just give us like one strip of.
So once you really read it, the article feels less like a serious takedown and more like a Sussex-friendly PR spin wearing the outfit of tough journalism. One example stands out: the story about Meghan and Harry attending Kris Jenner's birthday party, then reportedly asking for photos to be removed because it happened on Remembrance Sunday gets spun by a Sussex-linked source as proof that they are doing their best not to upset the royals. That is a wild way to frame it, and it says plenty about who is really shaping the message here. Froelic's reporting goes way deeper, and it flips the story on its head. According to her, the reason those photos got pulled was not about respect or timing, it was because the backlash online was intense, and people were not holding back. On top of that, the explanation involving a so-called consent form that did not even exist became a major issue, and that situation reportedly played a role in PR chief Meredith Main's stepping away. That's a completely different version compared to what Us Weekly presented. The memoir angle in the article follows the same pattern.
Disappointed that her show didn't truly take off. She poured so much heart and soul into it and really believed it, says the source, adding that Netflix had predicted much higher viewership numbers.
One source claims Meghan has had multiple offers to write a memoir, but is choosing not to, saying they are both being careful to protect the standards of the monarchy. That sounds polished, but it lines up perfectly with a controlled narrative. This is not a random insight, it is a planted message, especially considering the timing we already talked about. And the person saying it is close to the couple, not some neutral outsider. Then comes the part that really stands out, and it is a major slip. The article admits that Harry and Meghan insist on full creative control and final edit over their projects. One source even says that what they are allowed to say limits certain opportunities. That might sound like a normal business detail, but it actually opens the door to bigger questions, because if they had final say on everything, then every moment in their Netflix documentary was approved by them. No exceptions. That includes the controversial curtsy scene aimed at the Queen.
Season 2, which was a massive flop, didn't even make it to the top 10 charts, which for the amount of money that Netflix has paid is a colossal disaster.
The reason she doesn't want to do it is because she is holding out for the divorce, and we know she had already pitched a post-divorce manuscript, or not manuscript, sorry, pitch, a sort of top-line pitch to various publishers. That reporting, by the way, was backed up by Vanity Fair.
Any claim that certain moments were added by producers or misunderstood falls apart when their own side confirms they had full control. If it made it into the final cut, it is because they signed off on it, plain and simple. That level of control also means they own the decisions that cause tension with the very institution they now say they want to protect. You cannot claim distance from content when you had the power to shape every second of it. Now shifting over to the publishing side, because this is where things get even more serious. Froelich reports that Penguin Random House is not expected to move forward with a Meghan memoir. That is based on how things played out with Harry's book deal. He reportedly received an advance somewhere between $20 million and $40 million. And while Spare sold around 6 million copies, which is strong, the working relationship took a hit. There were reports of tension during the writing process, including clashes with the ghostwriter. Then came the paperback release, which is usually a big second wave where authors add new material and do another round of promotion. That did not happen here. No. Updates, no fresh media push, nothing extra to drive new sales, even though the publisher expected it.
Her business vision is just insanely out of touch and confusing.
Oh, God. No, I don't like it. It tastes fake.
It tastes bad. It tastes like a cheap.
It tastes. I swear. I know everyone thinks I'm fake because I'm hating Meghan. It really doesn't taste good.
No, because I don't hate her, and I think that.
All right, Valeria, you want to taste?
And then there is the money side of things. Reports say Harry and Meghan's team kept reaching out to the publisher asking for additional payments. The response coming back has reportedly been very direct. There is no extra money coming. That kind of back and forth does not help a long-term partnership, and it adds another layer to why the future of another big book deal is looking uncertain. There were multiple books promised in that original deal and they never showed up. That matters because the massive advance was tied to delivering more than just one project. Without those extra books, the publisher cannot fully earn back what they paid up front. According to Froelich, Penguin Random House has basically stepped away from the Sussex partnership altogether, and that is a serious shift. This creates a real problem for Meghan's future memoir. The obvious home for it, the publisher with the existing relationship, the experience, and the sales track record from Spare, is no longer on the table. That does not mean the memoir will not happen, but it definitely changes the strategy. The path forward is no longer smooth or guaranteed like it once looked. There is always the option of self-publishing, which Froelich points out. That route would let Meghan keep a bigger share of the money, which sounds great on paper. But it comes with a big trade-off. There is no massive marketing machine, no built-in global push, and no guaranteed advance sitting there waiting. It becomes a riskier move, especially for a project expected to be this high profile. And make no mistake, the memoir is still the biggest commercial play Meghan has. Any publisher that picks it up will likely offer a major deal, but the situation is now more complicated than it seemed back when Spare was dominating headlines.
In November, the couple asked Kris Jenner and her daughter Kim Kardashian to remove photos of them from social media after attending Kris's 70th birthday party, which coincided with Remembrance Day in the UK. In the original Netflix documentary was approved by them, including, and let's remember it, the famous mocking of the curtsy in front of the Queen. They wanted that in there.
What once looked like a clear, powerful publishing pipeline now looks uncertain and far more delicate. Now shifting gears, because the parenting narrative is getting its own wave of scrutiny. A piece from the Times of London by Helen Rumbelow lays out a sharp and detailed argument that is hard to ignore. Her take focuses on those photos where the children's faces are hidden with emojis or turned away from the camera. Rumbelow argues this is not really about protecting privacy, but more about creating the appearance of it. She calls it security theatre, meaning it looks like protection, but it is more of a performance than actual privacy. The idea is that the act itself becomes the message, not the outcome. Her wording is striking. She points out that in any other situation, covering or marking over someone's face in a photo could be seen as aggressive or disrespectful. But when it is done with heart emojis, it suddenly gets framed as caring and protective. That flip in meaning is exactly what she's calling out. A TikTok journalist, she references goes even further, describing the emoji-covered images as ugly and smug. Ugly in the sense that the visuals themselves look awkward, like hearts pasted over faces, and smug in the sense that it feels like a performance of better parenting. The message, whether intended or not, comes across like they are setting themselves above other parents who simply share photos without all the extra layers. And that is where the argument really lands. The act of showing concern for privacy becomes its own form of exposure.
Issue is the headline will draw you.
Are notoriously hard to shake, and the first impressions of As Ever are really bad. It's unorganized, it's unprofessional, bad tastes to the products. So, the products aren't very good, overpriced, chaos, stocking issues, shipping issues, having to refund things. It's not.
The performance of protection draws attention, sparks debate, and keeps the spotlight exactly where it claims it is trying to avoid. The kids are already on Instagram. Blurring or covering their faces does not suddenly make them private, it just changes how they are shown. What it really does is turn them into part of an ongoing content strategy, one that creates curiosity. And experts have pointed out that when you only show part of something, people pay even more attention, not less. That is where the contradiction starts to stand out. Harry has been very public about not wanting his children exposed online. He has spoken at events, pushed campaigns, and warned about the risks of putting kids in the spotlight without their consent. But then you have posts like the Easter content, where the same kind of exposure is happening, just dressed up differently. The heart emojis become a cover, not a solution. Calling it posturing parenting is not about questioning whether Meghan cares about her kids. It is about what the content is actually doing. Because the posts are not really protecting privacy if they are still putting the children into a massive public space. Instead, they are feeding into a broader strategy, especially as the lifestyle brand direction continues to take shape. The content needs attention, and the children end up being part of that formula. The emojis create just enough distance to allow for deniability. It lets the content exist while still claiming a level of protection. But the end result is the same. The images are out there, people are reacting, and the attention keeps building.
Us Weekly isn't a fight with People Magazine. People Magazine is Harry and Meghan's go-to, right? And they want to be Harry and Meghan's go-to. They want more first-person stories. They think that will help their flagging circulation.
Now add in the Eileen Gu ski trip, and the contrast becomes even sharper. Photos showed Harry on a chairlift with the Olympic gold medalist, and he looked genuinely relaxed, almost like a different person. People noticed it right away, saying he seemed more at ease and natural than in many of his recent public appearances. Eileen Gu shared a photo set from that trip featuring big names like Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry, along with Harry. Noticeably absent was Meghan. At the same time, a skiing clip was posted showing Archie, filmed in a way that suggested Meghan might have been there, even though the available photos from the trip do not clearly place her in that setting. That detail raised eyebrows. It added to the feeling that some of the content might be more about shaping a narrative than simply sharing a moment. Meanwhile, the chairlift photos stood out for the opposite reason. There was no obvious performance, no heavy messaging, just Harry enjoying a real moment with someone he seemed comfortable around. This is where the contrast really hits. In one set of images, you have a natural, unfiltered moment. In another, you have carefully managed content designed for social media. And at the same time, other royal footage shows families simply spending time together without that same level of framing. All of these images dropped within the same stretch of time, and each one tells a different story. The chairlift moment shows ease, the social media posts show strategy, and the media coverage, like the Us Weekly feature, reflects a version of events shaped heavily by sources close to the couple. What you are seeing here is an attempt to spin a rough situation into something positive, but it does not fully land.
Wonderful. It was so great for the monarchy. I liked the message, all the things. When they left, I was really more just talking about like their decisions through the Netflix, through the trying to put 50 pounds of shit in a five-pound bag. It just seemed like had they been managed properly or really been strategic, like played chess, it would have been such a different outcome. I don't know what happened to Amal and George. They're close friends. Like I want to be best friends with George and Amal way more than I want to be at the Kardashians. Like David Beckham and Victoria. Like where's that? Like
Why wasn't she like they should have come to the States and been like friends with Michelle and Barack? Like so many things. It seems like people in Hollywood.
Justin Trudeau.
In the process, it actually confirmed something damaging. That Harry and Meghan had full creative control, which weakens the idea that they were just reacting to how things were portrayed. That detail sticks out more than anything else. The posturing parent critique goes straight at the Instagram strategy, calling out what the emoji-covered images really are and what they actually do. It strips away the soft framing and shows the mechanics behind it. And then you have that chairlift photo, which feels completely different from everything else that came out that week. It is simple, unfiltered and honest, showing Harry away from the larger operation, just on a mountain, looking genuinely relaxed. That contrast says a lot. Put that image next to the more formal appearances, like the conference setting in Sydney, and the gap becomes obvious. On one side, you have a version of Harry that looks at ease. On the other, you see the version shaped by expectations, roles and pressure. It starts to raise the question of what he actually wants versus what is expected of him. There is also a lot of speculation built into where this all leads, especially around a future book and major personal decisions, but those remain uncertain and should be treated carefully. What is clear right now is that media coverage in the US is starting to shift. The Us Weekly story is another sign that the tone is slowly changing, even if it is not a full break yet. The structure of that article is easy to spot once you look closely. The dramatic headline grabs attention, but the sources behind it are easy to trace, and the messaging lines up closely with the couple's perspective.
However, I will tell you one thing. Penguin Random House is not going to publish that book. They don't care. They gave Harry so much money. They will never earn.
Still, that one admission about creative control stands out above everything else. It is the line that people will keep coming back to, because it directly ties them to decisions they might prefer to distance themselves from. At the same time, the article does include one detail that feels more grounded than the rest. A third source, described as someone who has worked with the Sussex team, gives a more measured take. According to that source, Meghan was genuinely disappointed that her show did not perform as strongly as expected. She reportedly put real effort into it and believed it would succeed, while Netflix had hoped for bigger numbers. That detail cuts through the polished messaging. It shows that the disappointment was not just something critics were saying from the outside, it was felt internally too. The project was not treated as a throwaway brand move. It mattered to her, and the gap between expectations and results was real. And that part matters going forward, because if the belief was genuine, then the reaction to it also becomes more understandable. The shift toward new content, the focus on different types of messaging, and the ongoing push to stay visible all start to look less like a calculated master plan and more like a response to uncertainty. It reflects someone trying to figure out what works after something important did not land the way they hoped. This paints a more human picture of Meghan than what you usually hear from either side. Not some cold, calculated figure who expected things to flop and is now just managing fallout, but someone who actually believed in what she was building. She put real effort into it, expected it to land, and it did not hit the way she thought it would. Now, it looks less like a master plan and more like someone figuring things out in real time.
I mean, I'm sure most people have seen it by now, but this was, of course, the Instagram that we received over Easter, specifically timed to try and push Catherine and William and their 3 children off the newspaper front pages in the UK, although she didn't succeed with that. But now the Times of London, where you are a regular contributor, Paula, has written a fascinating piece, quite a scathing piece, actually.
You can see that improvisation clearly in the current Instagram strategy. 1 minute it is polished lifestyle content, then it jumps to casual clips, then something else entirely. The cheeseboard emails, the skiing video, the flower tutorial, the mummy angle, the lifestyle branding, it all feels scattered rather than connected. If there was a tight strategy behind it, it would feel more consistent. Instead, the lack of a clear identity is what stands out. That inconsistency is the giveaway. It suggests this is not a carefully mapped out rollout. It is someone testing ideas, adjusting on the fly, and trying to find what sticks. The Shop My page situation adds another layer to this. That kind of page is standard for influencers, built to earn money through affiliate links and product recommendations. Meghan launched it and then shut it down just 7 months later. The softer explanation is that it felt too transactional, too focused on selling rather than meaningful content. But there is a more direct read of what happened. If the numbers are not there, the model does not work. The audience was not large or engaged enough in the right way to drive consistent commissions. In simple terms, the influencer setup did not deliver the results needed to keep it going, and that leads straight into the bigger issue with the mummy pivot. The parenting influencer space runs on trust and relatability. People follow creators they feel connected to, people who seem real, consistent, and genuinely helpful in everyday life. That kind of connection cannot be forced. Meghan's audience comes from a very different place. Many people follow her because of her public profile and royal connection, not because they see her as a go-to voice for lifestyle or parenting advice. Turning that kind of attention into influencer-style engagement is a completely different challenge, and the content style does not fully match what that space usually rewards.
They can instead broadcast endless nape shots of their child's necks, or slap a garish cartoon sticker on their face done in the name of hypocrisy or love.
The carefully managed images, the partial reveals, the polished filming, all of that creates distance. But parenting content that performs well tends to feel close, open, and personal. That gap makes it harder to build the kind of trust that drives real engagement. So the core issue becomes clear. Watching someone because they are famous is not the same as trusting them enough to follow their recommendations. And without that trust, the whole influencer model, whether it is product links or lifestyle branding, struggles to hold up. The lifestyle brand struggles follow the same pattern. Building authority in that space is not just about looking the part, it is about actually teaching people something useful. Real lifestyle creators show skills, share knowledge, and give their audience something they can take away and use. That is how trust gets built. But the content being put out here leans more toward the appearance of expertise rather than the depth behind it. Things like the cheeseboard email or the flower tutorial look polished, but they do not really offer anything new or valuable. The audience is not walking away with insights they could not figure out on their own, and that is a problem for long-term growth. Because the kind of audience a lifestyle brand needs is one that learns from the creator. If people are not gaining anything, they are less likely to stay engaged, and even less likely to trust recommendations. That gap between presentation and substance becomes harder to ignore over time. Now, bring it back to the publishing side, because this is where the business reality kicks in hard. Froelic's take is that Meghan is unlikely to land another massive $20 million style advance, not because the story would not sell, but because of how the working dynamic is perceived. If publishers expect heavy control and close management, they are going to protect themselves financially. That means future deals would likely look very different.
And weird and actually quite dark. The opposite, I think, of what she thinks she's portraying, especially this one where Lily looked sad to me.
Yes, with a sad rabbit.
Yeah. Paula, I've also got to ask you though about the other social media moment of the week, which is someone who finally was not looking sad. Prince Harry on the slopes.
Instead of a huge upfront payment, it would be a smaller advance combined with royalties, so earnings depend on actual sales performance. In other words, the risk shifts back toward the author. That is how publishers manage uncertainty when they are not fully confident in the process behind the product. It is basically the same lesson applied in another industry. Similar to how streaming platforms move toward more structured oversight, publishers may still want the project, but with tighter conditions. The message is clear: they are willing to work together, but not without safeguards that protect their investment. Self-publishing, which Froelich mentions, flips that model completely. No publisher means no advance, but it also means no restrictions, no deadlines, and no outside control. Meghan would keep full ownership, full revenue, and full control over timing. That freedom can be powerful, especially for a project expected to draw major attention. And let's be real, the audience for a memoir like this is not choosing based on the publisher's name. People are not checking which company printed it before deciding to buy. They are interested in the content, what is said about key figures, and the personal details behind the headlines. That is what drives sales. So self-publishing keeps that core appeal while cutting out the middle layer. But the final decision depends on several factors, including how much value is placed on prestige, how big an advance might still be possible, and the timing around personal and financial considerations. One thing is clear, though. The book itself is not in doubt. The real question is how it gets released, because the path to publication is where all the strategy, risk, and control come into play. In publishing circles and across the media world, people already have a clear idea of what that future book would include and exactly why it would sell. The interest is already built in, and the curiosity is not going anywhere. That part is locked, the demand is there. Now shift over to the Australia retreat, because this is where things are getting active right now. A security narrative has started to build, with coverage suggesting concerns around attendance and safety. Reports, including the angle raised by Charlotte Griffith, frame it as a potential risk issue, which then raises the big question being asked: is this a real security problem or something else entirely? Looking at the details, the situation starts to lean in a different direction. Ticketing changes stand out. Right away, a cheaper tier suddenly appears, rooms that were once described as sold out are now available again, and promotional content shows a setting that does not quite match the high-end image that was originally marketed. That is not how a fully booked, high-demand event usually looks. Instead, it gives the impression of an event still trying to fill seats.
To answer to anyone, she can do what she wants. She can have her tits out. They can donate money how they want. And she and Jeff, who I know, are great. I don't care what anyone says. They're great. They're doing what they want. They're allowed to hang out with anybody they want. Okay. And I've known her for years, since like she first met Patrick, who I knew, her ex-husband. Okay. So I've known her for years and talked about her. Meghan is trying to be so many different things. And I just don't think that she herself is fully aware of who she is. So you can't be I can be authentic, exactly who I am. Piss people off, don't piss them off. I know where I stand and I make mistakes. I'll come back to the line. But like, it's very difficult to be front and center. at the Kardashian 70th party and then also be many of the things that she wants.
And that is where the security angle becomes important, because if things do not go as planned, that narrative offers a ready-made explanation. It shifts the story away from questions about demand and towards something external and harder to challenge. The coverage building around safety concerns plays directly into that. By highlighting social media chatter and suggesting potential risks, it creates a framework where cancellation, if it happens, can be explained as a precaution rather than a business issue. That is a powerful shift in perception. Another detail adds to the picture. A journalist reportedly had their booking cancelled after being identified. That raises a different kind of question. Events that are confident in their value usually do not shy away from media attention. In fact, they often welcome it. So when access becomes restricted, it can suggest sensitivity around how the event might be perceived under closer scrutiny. That does not automatically prove intent, but it does shape how the situation is interpreted from the outside. At this point, both outcomes are still possible. The retreat could go ahead as planned, or it could be called off with security given as the reason. But what seems less likely is the original image that was being sold. A fully booked, ultra-polished, high-end experience delivering exactly what the marketing promised. What is visible instead feels more scaled back and uncertain. And that gap between expectation and reality is what keeps drawing attention as this situation continues to unfold. The posturing parent critique, the Us Weekly cover story, the Penguin Random House situation, and even that Eileen Gu chairlift photo are all pointing in the same direction. Different angles, same message. There's a clear gap between what is being presented and what is actually happening behind the scenes. The image is still being carefully managed, but the reality keeps slipping through. You can see it in the details, in the inconsistencies, and especially in that key admission about creative control. Having final edit, approving everything, including the curtsy scene, that is the line that ties everything together. It places responsibility directly on the decisions that shape the narrative from the start. Because once that is established, the framing becomes harder to shift. If every major moment was approved, then it cannot be brushed off as misunderstanding or outside influence. The choices were deliberate, the direction was set, and now there is a push to be seen as protecting the same institution that was previously criticized. That tension sits right at the center of the story this week. There is another layer here that matters just as much, and it goes beyond the individuals involved. The shift at Us Weekly is not just editorial, it is commercial.
Eileen Gu, who you probably know much more about because she's this American news superstar. But what I have been told, Paula, is that she is on the dating app Raya, right? Which is the dating app that you go on if you are a celebrity looking to find another celebrity or someone.
This is about what actually sells in today's media environment, and the answer is becoming very clear. Us Weekly and People magazine are competing for the same audience, celebrity news that drives both print sales and online clicks. For a while, both leaned into access-based coverage, where positive stories and insider angles helped maintain relationships. That model worked when interest in success stories was high, but the calculation appears to be changing fast. The new direction suggests that positive coverage is no longer pulling the same numbers. Audiences are not as engaged with polished success narratives. Instead, they are paying attention to conflict, setbacks, and behind-the-scenes tension. That is what drives clicks, shares, and sales now. So the tone shifts accordingly. Coverage becomes more critical, more analytical, and more focused on what is not working rather than what is. It is not just a creative decision, it is a business move. Media outlets follow attention, and attention right now is leaning towards scrutiny, not celebration. That puts Us Weekly at the front of a possible trend.
Never have we seen a showbiz fall from grace quite like it. Meghan Markle, desperate Duchess, has hit rock bottom. Announcing her return to acting, Hollywood source telling Page Six that when it comes to Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, there is not only no appetite left for them in LA, but they've also worn through any goodwill they once had.
Felony is homicide, and the murder victim is Harry's.
Other outlets may start adjusting in the same way, as the numbers continue to point in that direction. It does not mean supportive coverage disappears entirely, but it becomes less dominant. People magazine still holds its position for now, largely because of its established relationship and access. That connection gives it a steady stream of exclusive style content that keeps a certain audience engaged. But even that audience is not immune to broader shifts, because the overall magazine market is changing, and the segment of readers fully invested in one version of this story is not as large as it once was. As that audience narrows, the pressure to adapt grows stronger. And in media, when the numbers change, the narrative usually follows right behind it. The bait and switch Froelich points out in the Us Weekly piece is not random, it is actually a calculated media move. Pull readers in with a sharp, critical headline, then soften things inside the article just enough to keep the relationship intact. It is a balancing act, giving critics something to talk about, while still feeding the Sussex side of the story. That kind of middle ground approach says a lot about where things stand right now. It is not fully hard-hitting journalism, but it is also not the overly friendly coverage from before. It sits right in between, reflecting a media landscape that is shifting in real time.
Cameo is a vanity project. Since her reputation has taken a nosedive.
People are sick of them. The actors gotten stale. They're just hopeless in professional settings.
The tone is changing, but not all at once, more like a slow pivot happening across different outlets. And that shift has real consequences. The more publications start leaning toward honest or critical coverage, the harder it becomes to tightly manage the narrative. It does not collapse overnight, but it weakens step by step, outlet by outlet, as one realizes that straightforward reporting is pulling more attention than carefully managed praise. This mirrors what has already been happening on the business side. Partnerships that once gave strong support are starting to fade as their value drops. Each relationship reaches a point where it no longer delivers what it used to, and when that happens, it gets replaced, or quietly phased out. You can see all the pieces lining up. The parenting content strategy, the Sydney conference setting, the Us Weekly cover, the publishing situation, all of it points to the same bigger picture. An operation that has been slowly shrinking in influence, trying new approaches but not fully landing on one that connects the way it needs to. And then you have that chairlift photo again. It stands out because it feels real, simple, and unforced.
Is an absolute user of the media. She uses every conceivable way to try and play the victim and score.
Compared to everything else, it looks like a moment without strategy behind it. On the flip side, the more staged environments like conference rooms and planned content drops show where things are more controlled and calculated. The media signal is getting louder though. Us Weekly is one step, but it likely will not be the last. Keep an eye on People magazine, because that is the strongest remaining link. If that outlet ever shifts toward a more critical tone or runs a cover focused on setbacks, that is when the change becomes impossible to ignore. It has not fully happened yet, but the direction is clear. And once a direction like this sets in, it tends to keep moving the same way over time. The tone adjusts, the coverage evolves, and the narrative slowly slips out of anyone's full control. And that brings everything full circle. The headline grabs attention, the article softens the blow, but one detail keeps echoing louder than the rest. They had final edit, they approved it all, and that is the line people will keep coming back to again and again. If you made it this far, drop a like, subscribe for more breakdowns, share this with someone who is following the story, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
She was kind, and she cared, and she was very, I think in a way she unconsciously took a role as the woman of the house too. Diana was checking that curtains had been drawn or something, you know, from a very early age. And I mean, the saddest thing really was that I think after my mother left, you know, we were both quite traumatized. And Diana told me later on she could hear me crying down the end of the corridor, and she couldn't come to comfort me because she was so terrified of the dark.
There's an island sitting in the middle of a lake at Althorpe House in Northamptonshire, surrounded by the trees Diana loved most. The estate has belonged to the Spencer family for more than 500 years, and that island is where Diana was laid to rest, not inside a royal vault, and not in a public cemetery. She remains on Spencer land, protected by the Spencer family, under the care of her brother, Charles Spencer, the 9th Earl Spencer. That fact may sound like a simple detail from a biography, but it is actually one of the most important parts of this entire story. It is not just ceremonial. It is about control, responsibility, and access. Charles Spencer oversees the location where his sister rests. He also has authority over private materials connected to her life, including personal papers, home videos, and handwritten letters. Because of that position, he plays a major role in deciding who can help tell Diana's story, how that story is presented, and under what conditions it moves forward. He has carried that responsibility for nearly 3 decades. In early 2026, according to widespread reports across royal commentary and entertainment media, he reportedly used that influence in a way that sparked major discussion in both London and Hollywood. For years, the Sussex brand has been closely linked to Diana's legacy. Beyond streaming agreements, media projects, and business ventures, many observers have pointed to the connection between Prince Harry and his mother's public image as a key part of that identity. The idea often presented is that Harry carries forward Diana's legacy, while Meghan is seen by supporters as continuing elements of that mission in her own way. According to reports, that foundation may have just faced a major setback, and the reported development did not come from palace insiders or tabloid headlines. It reportedly came from within Althorp itself. In this story, we'll break down who Charles Spencer is and why his views carry weight that very few people can match when it comes to Diana's legacy. We'll also look at what was reportedly proposed, what reportedly happened when the project was reviewed, how Diana-related branding has been used in recent years, and what this reported decision could mean for one of the Sussex operation's most valuable remaining media assets. To understand why this moment has generated so much attention, you first have to understand Charles Spencer and the position he holds. Charles Spencer is not some background figure in Diana's story. Many people view him as one of the most important living guardians of her legacy. He was her brother, her family, and one of the few people who knew the private Diana behind the worldwide fame. While the public saw a global icon, he knew the person away from the cameras and headlines. When Diana died in 1997, Charles Spencer stood before a massive audience at Westminster Abbey. In front of members of the royal family, political leaders, and millions watching around the world, he delivered a speech that would be remembered for decades. During that address, he spoke about the importance of ensuring Diana's sons would grow up with the compassion, understanding, and values that she cared deeply about, rather than losing those qualities within rigid traditions. The speech immediately became one of the most talked about public addresses in modern British history. It was emotional, direct, and impossible to ignore.
It's quite clear from the introduction that I sat in on the 19th September 1995, everyone was going to be made untrustworthy. And I think that Diana did lose trust in really key people. This is a young girl in her mid-30s who has lived this extraordinarily turbulent and difficult time in the public eye. She didn't know who to trust, and in the end, when she died 2 years later, she was without any form of real protection.
It was not the kind of carefully polished statement often associated with major public events. Instead, it reflected strong personal feelings during one of the most difficult moments imaginable. What made that moment stand out was not just what he said, but where and when he said it. The setting could not have been more visible, and the emotions surrounding the event could not have been more intense. For many observers, it revealed a lot about how Charles Spencer approaches matters connected to his sister's memory and legacy. Over the years, he has built a reputation for speaking plainly when he believes something important is involved. According to various reports and commentary that circulated in early 2026, some believe that same approach may have surfaced again in a new situation that has attracted significant attention. There is another reason his role carries so much influence in this story. Charles Spencer oversees access to some of the most significant private materials connected to Diana's life. Althorp reportedly houses personal letters, handwritten diaries, home video recordings, and other items that have never been fully shared with the public. For decades, requests from filmmakers, authors, broadcasters, and researchers have reportedly been reviewed carefully, with access granted only in select cases. Because of that, every decision connected to Diana's archives tends to draw attention. Nothing appears to be handled casually. The materials are closely protected, and choices about what is shared and what remains private are often made with clear purpose and careful consideration. Now let's get into what was reportedly being proposed, because the background of this project is a huge part of the story. By early 2026, according to widespread industry reports, the Sussex media operation was facing growing pressure to deliver a major commercial success. The end of the Spotify partnership had received extensive media coverage, and much of that coverage was far from positive. At the same time, reports suggested that the Netflix relationship had evolved from the large-scale agreement that originally made headlines into a more limited first-look arrangement. What had once been promoted as a groundbreaking deal was, according to reports, operating under a very different structure. The lifestyle brand was also generating a different kind of attention than many expected. Instead of dominating conversations as a major cultural movement, much of the public discussion reportedly focused on individual products and pricing. The buzz existed, but not always in the way supporters may have hoped. Several content projects reportedly faced similar challenges. Reports indicated that the cooking series had not moved forward with a third season, while the polo-focused documentary did not create the level of public impact some observers anticipated. Again and again, the pattern described by industry commentators appeared familiar. A high-profile launch, strong media attention, and then results that were viewed as more modest than expected. For entertainment companies, that kind of performance can create added pressure, especially when large investments are involved. Expectations rise quickly, and so does scrutiny when projects do not become major breakout hits. Against that backdrop, the approaching 30th anniversary of Diana's death in 2027 reportedly looked like a major opportunity. Few public figures generate global interest on the scale that Diana continues to command. Her story reaches audiences across generations, making any major project connected to her legacy a potentially powerful media event. Prince Harry's connection to that story is, of course, deeply personal. As Diana's son, his perspective would naturally attract attention and give the project a unique viewpoint that few others could offer. According to multiple reports, Netflix was interested in developing a large, multi-part documentary tied to the anniversary. However, the reported concept went beyond a simple tribute to Diana. According to accounts discussed in royal commentary and entertainment reporting, the project was expected to explore perceived parallels between Diana's experiences within royal life and Meghan's experiences as a member of the royal family, creating a direct connection between the two narratives. In the reported concept, Diana was presented as the original figure, while Meghan was positioned as a continuation of that story. The central argument reportedly suggested that both women faced similar challenges, including intense media scrutiny, institutional pressures, and feelings of being unsupported during difficult periods of their lives. That comparison was said to be one of the key pillars holding the entire project together. But there was one major obstacle. For that narrative to carry maximum weight, reports suggested it needed more than simple approval from Charles Spencer. It required his active participation and visible support. His involvement would have added a level of credibility that few others could provide. The real prize was reportedly access to Althorp itself. The house, the archives, the lake, the island where Diana rests, and Charles Spencer appearing on camera were all believed to be critical pieces of the project. If he publicly supported the comparison, many viewers would likely see that as a powerful signal that Diana's own family accepted the connection being made. Without that endorsement, the situation looked very different. Instead of having the backing of Diana's closest relatives, the project would face questions from critics who might point out that the person with perhaps the strongest connection to Diana's personal legacy was not supporting the comparison being presented. According to reports that later circulated through royal commentary and entertainment discussions, Charles Spencer reviewed the proposal and allegedly reacted with 4 words. "Is this a joke?" That reported response quickly became one of the most talked about parts of the story. What makes the reported reaction especially interesting is that many observers do not believe it came out of nowhere. According to the commentary surrounding the situation, this was not viewed as a sudden judgment made in a single moment. Instead, it was seen as the possible result of years of observation and reflection regarding how Diana's legacy has been discussed and presented in public. Charles Spencer has long been viewed as someone who takes his time before reaching major conclusions. Looking at his public record over the last 3 decades, many people describe a pattern of careful observation, followed by decisive action when he believes a situation calls for it. His famous 1997 speech remains one example often cited when discussing that approach. The same careful attitude has reportedly guided decisions involving Althorp and Diana's private archives for years. Because of that, if the reported 4-word response is accurate, many commentators believe it likely reflected a view that had been forming for quite some time, rather than a reaction based solely on a single proposal. Over the years, some royal commentators and observers of the Spencer family have pointed to what they describe as a pattern of strong visual references to Diana. Supporters often view these moments as tributes, while critics argue they became part of a larger and more consistent public narrative. The debate has continued for years, with both sides interpreting the gestures very differently. Many people trace the discussion back to the aquamarine ring worn at the evening reception following the 2018 royal wedding. The ring had belonged to Diana, and at the time, it was widely seen as a touching way to include Harry's mother in an important family milestone. On its own, the gesture was generally received positively and attracted warm reactions from many observers. However, critics say the references did not stop there. Over time, attention was drawn to other well-known pieces associated with Diana, including the Cartier tank watch, butterfly earrings, and gold bracelets. These were not viewed simply as jewelry choices by those commentators. Instead, they were seen as recognizable items closely connected to Diana's public image and personal style. Because many of these appearances happened during major public events, the comparisons often gained traction online and in the media. Photographs circulated widely, and discussions followed about whether the similarities represented occasional tributes or something more intentional and ongoing. According to critics, the distinction matters. A single tribute can mark a meaningful occasion or personal connection, but when references appear repeatedly over a long period, they can create a broader visual story in the minds of viewers. That is where much of the disagreement has centered, with supporters and critics reaching very different conclusions about what those choices represent. The conversation was not limited to fashion and jewelry either. Some commentators also pointed to similarities between major media interviews involving Meghan and Diana. In particular, the 2021 Oprah interview generated extensive discussion because of certain themes that observers compared to Diana's famous 1995 Panorama interview. Both interviews involved highly public conversations about personal struggles, media pressure, and experiences within royal life. Because of those overlapping themes, journalists and commentators spent years examining possible parallels. Some of those discussions came from critics, while others came from people who were generally sympathetic to Meghan's perspective. For Charles Spencer, however, the Panorama interview is often viewed through a very different lens. Unlike many members of the public, he has a deeply personal connection to the events surrounding Diana's life and legacy. As a result, comparisons involving that interview can carry a significance that goes far beyond ordinary public commentary and media analysis. Charles Spencer has spoken publicly over the years about the pain he associates with the circumstances surrounding Diana's 1,900 and Panorama interview. He has expressed deep concern about the way the interview was obtained and has discussed feelings of grief regarding the events that led up to it. Those views have been part of the public record for many years and remain an important factor when considering his perspective on matters connected to Diana's legacy. Because of that history, some commentators believe that seeing later interviews compared to Panorama may not have been viewed by him in the same way others saw it. While some people framed those comparisons as respectful parallels, reports and commentary have suggested that Charles Spencer may have viewed such comparisons through a much more complicated and personal lens. By 2025 and into 2026, observers increasingly pointed to visual and narrative similarities that they believed echoed well-known moments from Diana's public life. Certain professional photo shoots drew comparisons to iconic Diana portraits, while coverage of the Sussex story was sometimes framed around themes that critics argued invited audiences to think about Diana without making the comparison directly. Rather than stating the connection outright, some commentators argued that the messaging encouraged viewers to arrive at the comparison on their own. According to those observers, the effect built gradually over time through repeated imagery, recurring themes, and familiar story structures. From that perspective, Charles Spencer may have been forming opinions about these developments long before any reported documentary proposal reached his desk. The proposal itself did not necessarily create the debate. Instead, it reportedly brought an already existing discussion into a much more public spotlight. The practical consequences of the reported rejection could be significant. According to multiple industry reports, a major Diana-related anniversary project was viewed as one of the most valuable content opportunities still available to the Sussex media operation. Few stories attract worldwide interest on the scale of Diana's legacy, and the approaching 30th anniversary in 2027 represented a rare cultural moment with enormous public attention already built in. Prince Harry's participation alone would likely draw substantial interest. His personal connection to the story gives any project involving his mother a level of public curiosity that is difficult to replicate. However,